Attention to the pits racers. This is a very busy day, a very important day, and it is time for us to really get with the program. We are starting off with our morning ET races as we always do, and you know exactly what the deal is. You're going to start off in lane 1 with Liska Racing Street ET, Vance and Hines Race Shop, V-Twin Racing. You're going to be in lane 2, and in lane 3, MPS Pro ET bikes. It's time to start bringing them up. We're getting ready to go hot. We want to go hot at 8:55. By 9 a.m., we're going to have motorcycles going down that racetrack, so it's time to get with the program, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, one and all, and welcome to the 43rd Annual Fuel Truck World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. It is time to make things happen. Good morning. It's time to wake up and wail, racers. Let's get it to the lanes, my friends. I need Liska Racing Street ET racers. I need you in lane 1. MPS, correction on that. Vance and Hines V-Twin Race Shop racers. I need you in lane 2. And MPS Pro ET racers. I need you in lane 3. So bring them up and let's go racing. All right, racers, it's time to bring them into the lanes, and I do mean now. This is not a request. We are getting ready to go racing, and if you want to race in your program and race in your class, you need to get into the lanes now. Liska Racing Street ET, I need you to lanes 1, please. Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin, I need you in lane 2. And MPS Pro ET, I need you to lane 3. Had some stellar efforts by everybody out there. You've been working hard. It shows. I see it in the reaction time. 000 perfect reaction times back to back by Mike Konopacki yesterday. Could hardly believe my eyes. Good look out there, guys. You're going to need it. It will be tough racing today. And it's time to go racing. It's time to put you guys in the lanes now. So I need you in the lanes now. Liska Racing Street ET racers, I need you in lane 1, please. Street ET, bring them up now, please. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. V-Twin Racers to lane 2, MPS Pro ET, I need you in lane 3. Bring them up. Lane's getting lonely out there. I need racers. It is 8:49 a.m. We are going racing quickly here. Bring them up. Let's get this show on the road. We've got a lot of racers here. If you want to finish this program, the only way you can finish the program is to get out there and go racing. Track is prepared. The staff are here. We need you.
Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 43rd Annual Field Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. Now, I'm up here looking at the motorcycle count in MTC Super Comp. Kind of losing my mind a little bit. 90 motorcycles. That's right, 90. That is freaking insane, my friend.
You know what's cool about that is 90 motorcycles and Supercomp becomes 45 in just one round. Good luck with that, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Racing is going to be really tough today. Liska Racing, Street ET, all my Street ET racers, you should be in lane 1 right now. V-Twin racers, you need to be in lane 2. MPS Pro ET, I need you in lane 3.
All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we do need Liska Racing Street ET to the staging lanes, please. Liska Racing Street ET.
Yeah, we're going to get it rolling here. Liska Racing Street ET. Let's not get behind the curve. Later on tonight, y'all be crying in your beer when it's 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock at night. We're still trying to finish this thing. If you want to finish earlier tonight, you need to start right now. It's the only way to thin the herd. We must get rolling, and we must get rolling on time. I have plenty of staff out on that racetrack ready to go. Their headsets are starting to cackle, and the track staff is ready to go. So we are going to be rolling Liska Racing Street ET bikes out of 1 here shortly. V-Twin, if you load up lane 2, we'll run you. We got to get these classes out there, and we got to get racing. I have to say I am very impressed with the quality and the variety of our bikes. I am not a Kawasaki guy, and I just saw a really ridiculously gorgeous cow roll up there in lane 1 for Liska Racing Street ET. I love it. You know, when you put that level of effort into your bike and turn it into a showpiece, it's very appreciated. What's more appreciated is like 100 bikes in lane 1, so we need that right now. Liska Racing Street ET. Bring those bikes up, Street ET. We want to run you first. V-Twin, put them in lane 2. MPS Pro ET, lane 3. Bring them up. Current tower time is 8:53. We are looking to go hot in 2 minutes. Let's go. Lanes are starting to fill up, but I need more fill than this. I know how many bikes we've got out here. I'm not going to give you a number, but I am going to tell you that we got to hustle. And in order for us to hustle, you have to hustle first. We need you in the lanes. Street ET in lane 1 and V-Twin in lane 2. MPS Pro ET in lane 3. Bring them up, please.
riders that were remaining in the ET categories last night. Yes, Saturday's race is completed. It's a split. If you were still in, you will have a payout. It's available in the tower. Street ET to 1, V-Twin to 2, and Pro ET to 3. We're about ready to roll Street ET, so you're going to miss round 1 of eliminations if you're not there.
Well, there's the word. You heard it, my friends. If you were still in eliminations last night, Street ET or any of the ET categories, there is a split. You are owed money. You come up here to the tower. We'll figure out what that is. See Mr. Reagan. He'll take care of the payout. Other than that, it's time to go racing today. And that's where we're at right now. Liska Racing Street ET is in lane 1. They're fairly well loaded right now. We're certainly good enough to start. And as soon as we're ready to go hot on this racetrack, we're going to do that. And we will press on. Congratulations to all my #1 qualifiers yesterday. I'm not going to run down the list right now. We got to push the Street ET back action first. But we will get on that, and there will be award ceremonies this morning before the start of the big show for all of our #1 qualifiers. So if you were a #1 qualifier yesterday, please be aware for that. All right, stage and lanes are rumbling. We got plenty of bikes out there. We're ready to go to work. Thank you, my Liska Racing Street ET racers. You responded well. I know there's more of you coming up. You're going to hear them going hot and going down that racetrack straight away. V-Twin is ready to go. Pro ET, you will follow. Strongly advise you to bring those bikes up now. Bring them up, bring them up. All right, we are starting racing now. We are getting ready to go hot right this moment and roll those bikes out of Liska Racing Street ET Lane 1 and put our Liska Racing racers to work out here. Good luck to you all. There are hundreds and hundreds of motorcycles in competition this day, as one would expect. So please, be courteous to your other racers. If you're going down the racetrack and your bike breaks, please move to the closest wall as safely and swiftly as possible. If you have a problem when you launch or any problem during your run, do not go 10 miles an hour down the racetrack because you are frustrated and hold up the entire show. That was done 3 different times yesterday. You're holding up all the other racers and you're holding up everything else. And you're also showing everybody your issues. Please don't do that. All right, we are live and alive, my friends, with Ryan Johnson in the right lane out of St. Pete, Florida, and Vance Howdy Shell of Vero Beach, Florida in the left lane. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to rock and roll here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. Ryan Johnson, triple goose egg reaction time, and he's rocketing down the right side and goes too quick. He dialed a 950, went 945 and broke out on that. Round win goes to Vance Howdy-Shaw. Yes, we are rocking and rolling here. First pair down the racetrack at exactly 9 a.m. Now in Liska Racing Street ET, currently Bob Burt is number one in points, followed by Pablo Gonzalez, Jeremy Burt, and Vance Howdy-Shaw, who is in the number 4 spot. Chris Rolls in the 5th. Our points racers are really rocking it. Kevin Crest and Simon Carson up next. MPS Pro ET motorcycles to lane 3, please. MPS Pro ET motorcycles to lane 3. Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin Races, you should be in lane 2, please. Liska Racing Street ET is in competition right now. If you are in that crew, get with them.
Simon Carson bringing out the red light down there from Sarasota, Florida. 059 red and 973 on the 895 for Kevin Christ from Bruce, Mississippi. 18-year-old moving on here in Liska Racing Street ET. Up next, we have John Loney from Dalzell, South Carolina. 78 Honda CB750 single overhead cam on the Summit Racing side, looking for a 1065. Randy Parker, Jasper, Alabama native. The 2013 Kawasaki ZX14, looking for an 893. Strange Engineering side of the track. Racers separated by 046 on the Christmas tree. John Loney with an 013 light gets down there and breaks out. Look back, buddy. 10.623, 118 miles an hour. Giving the free win to Randy Parker. Runs 1281 on the 893 dial-in. Man, he's not going to be happy with that one. Jim Smart from Catersville, Georgia. The 1999 Kawasaki ZRX 1100. Summit Racing side of the track looking for a 1090. Zach Parker from Jasper, Alabama. The 2004 Suzuki GSXR 1000, Strange Engineering side. We're going to go to Zach Parker down there, 965.2. 145.96 miles an hour. Jim Smart gets out there and has a troublesome issue. Racers were separated by 1.2 tenths of a second. Zach Parker with the win light down there. Tonko Carrasquillo, Manny over there, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. The 2000 Sportster from Clearwater, Florida. 1290 the dial in over there. Summit Racing side, it's Landon Noble from Zachary, Louisiana, 16 years old on a 2009 Suzuki GSXR 1000, looking for an 897. Taco got in trouble down there, 1297 on the 1290, a 253 reaction time, spells the end of the weekend there. Landon Noble runs 072, 919 on the 897, 151.46. Here comes Chris Rolsey from Lithia, Florida, the 06 Busa, late first gen. Summit Racing side of the track looking for a 962. Stevie Hogue from Ellington, Florida, the 06 Busa as well. Strange Engineering side looking for a 1002. Hogue goes red. Chris Rolsey It was 228 on the tree. He said, man, you don't even need to chop that thing down. At a 961 on the 962, a 228 reaction time for Chris Rolls. Benjamin Summers from Aruba, 49 years old, aboard a gorgeous 1975 Honda CB750. Looking for a 1340. Jeremy Burt from Valdosta. The 2008 GSXR 1000 after a 950. Jeremy Burt goes 022 on the tree. Benjamin Summers stalls the bike off the line. It's coming in 1080, 121 miles an hour for Jeremy Burt down there on the 950 dial-in. John Bradley from Ingalls, Indiana, 63 years old, above the 2000 Harley-Davidson Road King, looking for a 1390 Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Dennis Padilla from Miami, Florida, 32-year-old on the 2017 Busa Summit Strange Engineering side of the track, looking for a 950. Racers separated by about 38, 39. John Bradley got to take the win lights on this one, 1425 at 88 miles an hour. A 1390 dial-in, a 120 reaction time. Takes Dennis Padilla back to the pits. Here comes Barry Pryor Sr. from Chesapeake, Virginia, 58-year-old. On the 99 Busa. Here comes Ed Ruffin, Navarre, Florida. The 2012 Kawasaki ZX14, Strange Engineering side, looking for a 933. Mr. Pryor after a 991. Ed Ruffin going to take the win lights on this one by 016, a 117 reaction time over Barry Pryor's 276 reaction time. That's a little hard to overcome down there. 964 on the 933 for Ruffin.
Ed Ruffin and Barry Pryor wrapped up their round. We're moving on with Cedric Mingo and Shamek Sempe now. The action is fast, furious, bright and early here as we knew it would be. Good to see them. Two Sharks in the house. I see them setting up down there with Bates Leathers right now. Right next to MTC. Be sure to visit the Manufacturers Midway this weekend. Lots of quality products down there. And a big, big thank you on that Manufactured Midway to all of our participants who are here supporting Mancup. And a shout out to all of our sponsors, Falicon Crankshaft, APE, Shinko, Western Power Sports, WPS, the Nitrous Express, Growth, the Strag Bike, Star Racing, Schnitz Racing, MRE, PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco Pistons, J&E Pistons, D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing, Cycle Exchange, Dunnigan Racing, Exotic Cycle, Warren Toys, DME, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gas, The Man Hill Garage, Kimmel White Precision Machine, Comatech Gaskets, Daytona Sensors, Webcam, McKinney Motorsports, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, thank you so much. Robinson Industries putting out #1 qualifying bonus of $50 in Ultra Street, Top Gas, Super Comp, Super Eliminator, Street Fighter, another $250 in #1 qualifying bonuses. Thank you very much, Rob Bush Industry. A real big shout out to Dunnigan Racing for their support and the bonuses they're paying out this weekend. Dunnigan Racing, extra bonus money available for racers. $1,000 to the number one qualifier in Top Fuel. $500 for the number two qualifier. $300 for the third place qualifier, and an extra $200 for the fourth place qualifier in Top Fuel Motorcycle, paid out by Dunnigan Racing. Dunnigan Racing also supporting Top Gas with an extra $200 for the number one qualifier. They're also giving away $200 for best reaction time, the semifinal loser, and also long distance award $200 cash, paid out by Dunnigan Racing. Thank you, Mr. Dunnigan and Dunnigan Racing. Eric Connor, Ackworth, Georgia. All set on that round. We're moving on to the next pair. I got Spencer Allen for Plymouth. And a vintage and that means it's pretty old. We have a big pause out on the racetrack where we check the surface, and they're all done with that. We're right back to racing now. Our chief starter, who's been doing a great job this weekend, is on the ball, and he's out there. He's getting ready to flip that switch and bring these boys down to 13-20 right now. Motorcycle away clean in the lane. Spencer Allen giving chase from the left lane. Spencer Allen out of Cape Coral, Florida, is eliminated on that round. We move on to the next. More heavy hitters pulling in the line. Lingier and Panera in the right lane. Stacy Smith in the left. This is bracket racing, ladies and gentlemen, so they are dialing in what they want to run. That's why you're seeing handicap starts out there on the starting line. In bracket racing, you predict what you're going to run before you run it, and then you try to run exactly on that number. So if you dial 1200, you want to run exactly on 1200. If you run 11 anything, then you've gone too quick. You've broken out on that pass, and that would eliminate you. Carlos Oliva, one of our pro street racers over there in the left lane. Getting a little extra seat time here, working in the Liska Racing Street ET rinks. He's dialed on a 9:60 laps time and goes 9:64 with an 0:63 reaction time. It takes the victory on that pass. That was Alvin Brito of Aruba that he sent packing. Nira Kumar Sharma of India, part of the elite Octane Racing group from India, all the way from India, part of the Ricky Gadsden Racing School. And he's going to take the win on that against very tough Wade Smith. Wade Smith with a red light start. Sharma, all right, our next pair up, ready to go. Dusty Brazel and Dwayne Schmidt. 004 reaction time for the dusty one. He takes the victory, dialed 894 with 896 for the 7. And we move on to that next pair. Perez and Roy Johnson. He's facing veteran. Perez has got him. He stayed with it. Something happened with Roy Johnson's bike, and he had to get out of the throttle. Dialed a 920, went 12.8. Fittipaldi did a great job on his pass. He dialed 955, went 963, and Fittipaldi will advance to the next round. Jerry Jones of Aruba, 002 reaction time, great reaction time. Taking the win on that one over Dwayne Schmidt Jr. And our next pair all queued up, ready to rock. Colin Nash and Chuck Donato. Chuck Donato of Aruba. Colin Nash left lane. Donato with a red light start. Colin Nash away clean. Victory automatically to Colin Nash. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Gasman is here. If you need fuel, please make your way down to the fuel shack located at the main gate, main entrance to the pit area. Head right on back down to where you first entered the pits, and that's where the gas shack is, immediately to the right. Racing fuel is now available. Rocking it right side, Sonu Sondetsoki of Elite Octane Racing in the right lane. Ricky Gadsden, student, he takes the victory. Red light start by Tate Horta of Bradenton, Florida. Sonu Sondetsoki with the victory. Ricky Gadsden, the teacher, is a happy man. The racers from India have been doing a fantastic job of bringing it to the competition and participating in competition. With honor, I might add. Gentlemen racers, staging properly, working hard on that racetrack. Very valued participants. Eugene Flanagan of Aruba. 083 reaction time, 038 reaction time, my apologies. And he had dialed 905, went 954, and took the win there against Michael Way of Aruba. Advancing in the rounds, we have many Aruba racers, and they race very hard and very strong. They do very well out there. Great to see the Aruba team here with us again this year. Very strong presence. Bob Burt and Tom Lagasse next. And I think we've got a problem with Mr. Burt's bike. He's backing away from the starter, yes. So solo for Lagasse. Bob Burt broke. There's liquid on the track being attended to. It looks very minor. Bob Burt gets his bike up. great job in doing that. He's staying over in the safe area where it won't affect anything else as he rolls his bike back. All right, Bert is clear now. A little bit of a delay here. Will they take care of the liquid in the left lane from Bob Bert's bike? Bob did a perfect job. That's exactly what we want to see from our... It comes out. Get over to the wall as quickly as possible and back that thing up in a man. The racing surface itself. So while they take care of the liquids and do a little cleanup in the left lane there, I get you up to snuff on the rest of what's happening today. We are on the Sunday race schedule. There are schedules throughout the pits. Everybody who entered this racetrack got a goodie bag, and the goodie bag has a schedule in it. Everyone has a schedule. If you cannot find your schedule, come on down to Mancup registration and we will get you a schedule. We'll hand you one. They are free. We have no shortage of schedules. Just come down to registration. If you don't have a schedule, we'll be happy to give you one. We are sticking to the schedule like glue all day. We started promptly at 0900 this morning with Street ET round 1. Then we're going into V-Twin, then we're going into Pro ET, then we will repeat that process a second time. Opening ceremonies are immediately following ET round 2. That's going to happen at approximately 11:45. And when we're done with the opening ceremonies, as we honor all of our #1 qualifiers and our prominent sponsors for this event, we will go right into Pingle Top Fuel. We are shooting for 12 noon for that Pingle Top Fuel, followed by Pingle Top Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Pelicon Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open, APE Pro Street, Shinko WPS Real Street. That is the order. You all know that order by now. We will then go into Sportsman Racing, and the Sportsman classes we're going to go out with Growthers Ultra 460, MTC Super Eliminator, Wiseco Street Fighter, and Star Power Top Gas. And we will repeat that process all day today. Please be ready for it.
We have Kevin Combs Jr. from Hinesville, Georgia. 23-year-old brings out the red light on the Busa. Strange side of the racetrack. Right-hand lane goes red by 006. 994 on the 991 dial in there. Now Team Elite Octane. Team Elite Octane comes Amit Sharma. Summit Racing side of the racetrack, one of the Ricky Ganson Drag Racing School students right now. 31-year-old, all the way from India. And on the left-hand side, we have a Yamaha YZF R1 on the strange side, looking for an 11-second run. Amit Sharma in trouble down there. 989, 151 miles an hour at 030 reaction time. 191 short time after a tire spin. Strange Lane going to go on to the next round there. Here comes Barry Purnell aboard the 2003 Kawasaki ZX-9. Summit Racing side looking for a 935. The Strange Lane. Mr. Angelo over there looking for an 870. Aboard the GSX-R 1000. .845 on the 870. 0:35 reaction time, a 1:44 short. Here comes Stanley Russell from Gray, Georgia, 50 years old, on the Summit Racing lane. After a 984. On the strange lane, got the Suzuki Hayabusa. After an 890, taking on Stanley Russell after a 984. Pair of Gen 2 Busas here. Somebody's holding a reaction time advantage there, and it is huge. Over a tenth difference here. 10:10 on the 984, 131 miles an hour for Stan Russell. 083 light. Strange lane is dead freaking late. Well, 195 reaction time. That will definitely send you home. John Upthgrove from Keystone Heights, Florida, the 2015 Kawasaki ZX14. Summit Racing side after a 930. On the strange line, got the Gen 2 Busa looking for an 853. All the way from Aruba. Here comes Walter Hodling, all the way from Mystic, Connecticut. Riding a Harley Davidson this weekend from Mystic, Connecticut. Looking for a 1460 Summit Racing side. Edmund Germer from Aruba, 24-year-old above the Gen 1 Busa. Racers separated by 4/10. That's exactly what I thought. 941, 145 miles an hour from Edmund Germer. The 920 dial in. 083 reaction time. Walter Hodling and uncharacteristic. 0.480 reaction time. Riley Colorina from Aruba, 38 years old. The 08 Suzuki Hayabusa Summit Racing side after a 936. And here is Ricky Gadsden. Strange Engineering side, the 2019 Kawasaki ZX10R. After a 903, he goes 003 red. Riley goes 955 on the 936 dial in, 089 reaction time. Ricky Gadsden, 3 to the red side. Raul Lopez from Aruba, 24-year-old above the 07 Busa. Summit Racing side looking for a 920. On the strange lane, it is Randall Long, the Suzuki GSXR 1000, after an 890. Racers separated by .125. It's 10:26 on the 890. They get down there and start messing with each other, playing games on that finish line. Pablo Gonzalez taking the wind lights out of that one. Leonard Haglier from Aruba on the Busa looking for an 890 Summit Racing side. Pablo Gonzalez, 38-year-old on the Gen 1 Busa, looking for a 918 down there. Leonard Haglier has some problems. 933, 125 down there for Pablo. He'll move on to the next round. The Leica Thiel from Aruba, 38 years old. The Kawasaki ZX6R, 636 cubic centimeters in the frame rails. Looking for a 1065 against Elgin Donata. The Summit Racing side, teammate from Aruba, looking for an 8.80. Ride 'em Cowboy. Elgin Donata, a gorgeous wheel stand. 8.892, 154.94 miles an hour for Elgin Donata. That will be the winning effort there. Miss Thiel aboard the ZX6R. Draws out the red light. Gen 1 Busa over here, Summit Racing side, looking for a 1025. Roderick Jones, Gatesville, Florida native, Strange Engineering Lane, looking for a 950. Another Gen 1 Busa. Summit Racing Lane goes red by 064. Roderick Jones going to get the easy win there. Still under power at 47 miles an hour. He'll be rolling off the track. Here comes Garvey Whirlman from Aruba. Summit Racing side looking for an 850 on the GSX-R 1000. On the left-hand lane, we have a 1999 Suzuki GSX-R. It would be the Hayabusa. I tried to say GSX-R because I've said it so much today. Garvey Roman spins the tire at a 192 reaction time. The Strange Lane goes red anyway. He'll catch a break there. Steve Schilling from Palmetto, Florida. The old school GSX-R 600, looking for an 1170 Summit Racing side. Strange Engineering Lane, it is a Jaeger Ching from Aruba, looking for a 914 aboard the 07 Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Schilling away, riders separated by .254 seconds. Steve Schilling, late on the tree and he knows it. He takes it out the back door to an 1147 on the 1170 dial. Jaeger Ching, 020 reaction time to Steve Schilling's 274. 923.6, 147.75 miles an hour. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be courteous of other racers. Make sure you move your starter carts, move your pit vehicles back from the stop line, and make sure you keep those pit vehicles down there organized. Angel from Aruba, 37 years old, the 1991 Suzuki GSX-R 1100. Adolfo Jinsor from Aruba, 28-year-old, above the GSX-R 1000, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. Angel going to get the win down there, 10:56, 129.34. 0.96 reaction time to Adolfo's Jinsor's 0.324 reaction time. That one's self-explanatory. But wrapping up, MPS is actually going to be, whoopsie, that is Hawaii. Oh, look at me go. What a morning. Liska Racing Street ET, we are wrapping that up. And we'll be rolling into Vance and Hines V-Twin ET. Left-hand lane looking for a 10:02 down there. 2:02 reaction time, 10:36 at 126 miles an hour. And we will be rolling into Vance and Hines V-Twin ET. Got 83 bikes competing in Street ET. All right, here we are in Vance and Hines V-Twin ET. Joe Galati from Painesville, Ohio. 63-year-old on the 06 Harley-Davidson Sportster. On the Strange Engineering lane, Norwood, Ohio native Donald Paul, the 2003 Sportster. Donald Paul after a 14:50. Joe Galati looking for a 13-second run. Joe Galati and Donald Paul are separated by almost half a second here. On the Christmas tree, about a 15:50 with a 0. A straight up second off the dial in for Donald Paul on the brakes down there. A 1:55 reaction time to Joe Galati's .550 reaction time. Ronnie Harris from Harlan, Louisiana, the 03 Sportster. Got a chicken on the wheelie bars. Not a live chicken, of course, just a rubber chicken. But still, that's funny. 11:33 the dial in. Freddie Barriero from Miami, Florida. 12:88 the dial in aboard the 2011 Yamaha V-Star.
All right, rocketing on that right side is Ronnie Harris to the victory. Freddie Barriero out of Vermont with a red light start by 0:46. He's all done on that one. We're moving on with Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin Racing. Great diversity in the motorcycles out there now, I'll tell you. I got a bagger in the left lane and a homemade dragster in the right. Scott DeLong out of Citro, Florida in the right lane got sideways on the launch with a red light stop. So the victory goes to the opponent in the left lane, competitor number 32B. All right, homemade dragster in the right lane. Well, good old shovelhead there. And a bagger in the left side. Competitor number 4321. Red light start for the bagger. He's out of here. The victory goes to Donald Paul of Norwood, Ohio. The homemade dragster from the right lane. And the next pair ramping up. Strong dry hop in the left lane by Vance Howdyshell of Vero Beach, Florida. In the right lane, Donnie Huffman. Correction on that, Tim Morris. Howdyshell dialed on a 10-20 up on the top end. He goes 10-71 and takes the win. Now I have Donnie Huffman on. He's over in the left lane. John Bradley of Ingalls, Indiana, in the right lane. Donnie Huffman is out of Lakeland, Florida. He gets away strong on that right side. John Bradley. Top end gets the victory. Goes 973 on 965 dial and takes out John Bradley. And we will see more of Mr. Huffman later today. Fire Sr. and Lauren Potter next. Lauren Potter, a very accomplished motorcycle drag racer, and a long time. Barry Pryor as well. Barry is stunned. Reaction time gets off that line. Goes 12-10 on an 1187 dial and takes the victory. Now we will see more of Mr. Barry Pryor. Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin, very well attended. Thank you so much to all of my racers. Strong turnout, every class. Exactly the kind of participation we would expect. Spencer Allen and Crosby Blair going at it out there. Crosby Blair with the victory. And we will again move on to this next set. Stacy Smith in the right lane and competitor 87 in the left lane. A nice old Sporty. I'd know that air cleaner anywhere. I couldn't wait to ditch mine. All right, both races away clean. Red light start for Stacy Smith. The victory automatically going to competitor number 87 in the left lane. And our next pair will be Tom Liassi and Michael Ray. Michael Ray out of New Braunfels, Texas. Tom Liassi out of Newport, Florida. Both racers are pre-staged right now. Moving into full stage mode. There they are. Here comes the tree. Staggered start, green light, both racers. Great reaction time by Michael Ray. Chops that tree with an 0.26 reaction time. And up on the big end at the stripe where it counts most, the victory goes to Tom Lagasse as Michael Ray broke out. Michael had dialed an 11.95.1183 on that. That's a little too quick. He went quicker than his 11.95 dial, so he automatically broke out into victory to Tom Lagasse. Don Horto and Shamir Machini next. Shamir Machini out of Stuart, Florida. Don Horto, Bradenton, Florida. A couple of Sunshine State races. Horto with a great reaction time, 0:38. Has a little edge there, but the dead bear, Shamir Machini with the victory. He dialed 11.97, went closer to his number and took it. Walter Hotaling and Scott Tomsey next. Walter Hotaling away first with a 1480 dial. 10:15 for Tomsey. He's going to try to play the rabbit and gun him down from behind. Tomsey flying down that left side, catches him at the stripe for the victory. Hotaling with a breakout. Walter dialed 1480 with 1469 with a 6. And Manny the Taco Man, the Flying Taco. Manny Carsacao. Left lane, focused on his destroyer. Loves that V-Rod, races it well. Taco Man gets away clean. Pretty slick no-bar bike, I'll tell you. Good looking motorcycle. Goes 10:06. And that was a solo shot, so he was able to wrap that up. And that takes care of V-Twin. MPS Pro ET coming your way right now. Liska Racing Street ET Racers, I need you back in lane 1. Liska Racing. We just completed Vance and Hines V-Twin. We are now on MPS Pro ET. And we are coming right back around to Liska Racing Street ET. So we are getting right back to it. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET, bring it back up to lane 1, please. We're wrapped up with V-Twin and we are moving on. Pro ET in progress right now. Good luck to all. Mark Kelly with a red light start, and the bike almost dies on the launch. Jason Hoffer with the victory on that pass. MP ET in action right now. Tight class, a lot of races, lots of participation. We'll see hundreds of bikes out here. I'm sure they'll go at least 7 rounds, if not 8 rounds of racing today. Tough stuff. But this is one of the things that makes drag racing the great sport that it is. You can start off with 100 bikes, but in one round of racing, you're down to 50. And then you're down to 25, and it just keeps going down like that. They get halved every time. 2 go down the racetrack, 1 come back. One of the things that makes drag racing the great sport that it is. Adam Rickakaus left lane, rocketing down that side. Red light start on the right. Adam out of Waterbury, Connecticut will take the win. And he will move on to the next round. as we queue up our next pair, Max Neeson and James Henson. James Henson is out of Orlando, Florida. Neeson out of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota on an 88 Suzuki. Suzuki versus Kyle matchup. Ah yes, this is the old Suzuki in the left lane with the GS 11 with the 1150 tailpiece and a CX14 Cowie in the right. Old versus new. Here comes the tree. Suzuki Barbite gets the lead and the victory. Red light start for Henson. Red light start for Henson, ends that one. Max Neeson with the victory. Good racing there too. Cut an 028 light. Ran 941 on the 940 dial. Excellent pap. And we got us a couple lanes worth of MPS Pro ET rolling out right now. Look very good out there. Dana Delk on that beautiful old Honda 1983 CBF. Dana Delk out of Rainville, South Carolina, taking the win. Red light start by Rick House. Dana Delk takes that CBF to victory. Honda Racing will be back again next round. Kevin Grist is about to put it in the beams in the right lane. Roy Hagdorn is already pre-staged. And Roy is a tough racer. We haven't seen his name for years. This man is one of the stalwarts in ET racing. Tough guy. You can hear that Suzuki screaming down the left lane. Hagdorn headed for the stripe, goes 9:034. And takes the victory on that pass over Calvin Grist. It really does not matter whether you race old school motorcycle or new school. Whatever your preference is, whatever you can afford, whatever your preference and however you corner that, it's your call. Out on that racetrack, it's all about skill and poise. That is part of it. Can't get rattled easily. You have to come off that line smooth. Very important attributes to racing. Shane Cunningham of Naples, Florida in the left lane taking on Darryl Perkins. 007 reaction time by Perkins helps him win on the top end. Dialed an 865, went up there and went 883 to take the victory over Shane Cunningham. Brandon Cunningham and Austin Bridgeneck. Brandon Cunningham out of Naples, Florida. Austin Bridge out of Bealton, Virginia. Bridge dialed on a 903 and an 887 dial for Cunningham. This is MPS Pro ET competition your way right now. Red light start for Austin Bridge. Cunningham will take the victory on this. Another interesting matchup coming your way right now. Tim Bexler out of Wildwood on an 05 Busa in the right lane. And the Busa in the right lane is unique in that it is set up with a hard strut and wheelie bars. Now Ryan Burnell out of Portsmouth, Virginia in the left lane is your more typical no bar bike, extended swing arm, all about the weight transfer. And we'll see how those two match up on this pairing. Great reaction time by Bixler. 004 reaction time. And Bixler goes on for victory. Dialed 921 to 937. That 004 reaction time is such an advantage. Liska Racing Street ET, lane 1 please. Liska Racing Street ET, bring them back up. Vance and Hines V-Twin Racers, lane 2 please, bring them back up. We're going 2 rounds, back to back. Red light start for Chino of Aruba in the left lane. Victory by Joe Clem. Love the quality of these bikes. Nicholas Bowling, the third, is ready to stage in the right lane, but we've got double red lights flashing, a little something on the racetrack, and our spotters who are down track are out there cleaning stuff up off the racetrack. Whatever that was, might have been a nutter bolt that fell off the motorcycle. But any debris on the track, we want to get it off the track before the next pair goes down. Alexander Ross of Aruba, that beautiful Pro Street style motorcycle in the left lane. Nicholas Bowling out of Holmes Beach, Florida. Bowling, longtime veteran racer, has done very, very well all across the Southeast. Nick Bowling on the top end will take the victory. Nicholas Bowling dialed 890 and went 930 on that. Still took the victory due to a red light start by Ross, who also broke out on his pass. David Fletcher, Plant City, Florida, and Francis Cope of Aruba. More of my Aruba contingent. We have great racers from all over the globe here this weekend. All over the globe. David Fletcher, Plant City, Florida. Good launch on that one. Francis Koch had a problem. Don't know what it was. But that is past tense now. All right, next pair. Dan Rudd and Robert Zaveski. Dan Rudd of MPS, if you've ever heard the letters MPS, and of course you have, they sponsored a class. Where you been? Wake up. MPS Pro ET. Mr. MPS himself, Dan Rudd, is out there on the starting line, ready to stage, but we have red lights flickering as we had a little debris out on the racetrack that needed to be picked up. So we're going to take care of that, and then we're going to get back to racing just as quickly as we can. Robin Savesky and Dan Rudd are queued up, ready to go at it next. And they will bring you that action. As they are fully staged, locked and loaded now. Tree comes down. Dan Rudd away with an 0:17 reaction time, killing that tree. Rudd going across the finish line on the big end with a victory. Double breakout pass for both racers, so Dan Rudd taking that one home. And he will advance to the next one. Joey Brandgard and Willie Evans. Out of Lolita, Louisiana. Hebert is fully staged. Has the green light. It's away clean. Joey Brandgard with a breakout pass, and the win goes to Willie Hebert. Mancup Franklin of Aruba is in the left lane. And we have competitor 243 in the right lane. On the old-fashioned jigsaw with the wheelie bars in the right lane. Not sure what happened, why the racer in the left lane did not launch. The light was green. Victory will go to the racer in the right lane with the competition number 243. RJ Racing annihilating the tire on the burnout there. You ever heard him? I don't see how you can miss it. Great job there. Richard of Aruba and David Young of Chandler, North Carolina in the left lane. Also locked and loaded on the left side, already into the stage. Concession stand is open. Hot chocolate, hot cocoa, hot coffee, and hot breakfast. Breakfast is still being served. If you're hungry, make your way to the base of the tower. Come on down to the concession stand. Get yourself a little something to eat. We are working with it though. Tom Clem right now in the left lane out of Davenport, Iowa. 1979 Kawasaki. And Cedric Mingo, Lancaster, South Carolina, on a 2008 Busa in the right lane. Both racers ready to go here. Concession stand is open. Hot coffee, hot chocolate, hot breakfast available. Come on down to the concession stand. Continuing on with MPS Pro ET. Continuing on with our MPS Pro ET racers. Concession stand serves very good hot food and very good hot coffee. So if you are hungry, want a good hot beverage, good hot breakfast, don't miss out. Concession stand is open. It is located at the base of the tower. Come to the timing tower, come around the back side of the tower where the staging lanes are. That's where the concession stand is. They'll take good care of you. Next, going down that track. As we move on to the next pack. Always cool up here in the tower to look out into the pits and the staging areas to see all the great people out there, all of our fans visiting this weekend, and see some of those luminaries out there. We had some great VIPs coming and going all weekend. Saw Johnny Ball, the owner at Express yesterday, Jim Fox of ART. I'm looking out there and I see Jerry Cooper out there right now. I also saw John Gregory and his lovely wife. They are up here from Florida. If you've ever heard of the Hog Slayer, well, John Gregory was very prominent part of that motorcycle. He was the mechanic, wrench crew chief working with T.C. Christensen, Tom Christensen. TC's main man, John Gregory. He was here all day yesterday with his lovely wife. Some serious history there. All right, rocking on with this program here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. If you have friends at home you'd like to see this performance and see what's happening here today, tell your friends and family they can see you live on MotorMania TV. Just go to motormaniatv.com and follow the prompts. All right, back at it. Angelo Ross of Aruba and Rick Eaton of Venice Beach, Florida. Eaton, a red-hot competitor. Very strong with Mancup. Dialed an 872, went 892 on that, and was able to take in the win. So Rick Eaton advancing to the next round. Looking good out there in the 1320. We got the lanes stacked. Everybody's working hard. We're going to push this event to the max. Yes, we are. Red light start by Eric Crosby in the right lane. Pablo Gonzalez with a solid reaction time, 0:17. Took the victory and eased his way down to 13:20. As we move on to the next pair, Mike Kotopaki and Scott DeLong. Boy, there's two veterans, the names we've been seeing for a couple decades now. And I mean that with all full sincerity. Two hardcore racers that have been giving it everything they've got all along. And I can't thank them enough for supporting our sponsors here at the Manufacturers Cup, because I know full well they're using products from Fast by Gas, MRE, MTC, MPS. Yes, they are. Right from Schnitz Racing. Those are the companies that make this place rock. Thank you. Kotopaki with the win. Scott DeLong did well on that, but not well enough on his overall run. Kotopaki ran a tighter package, took the victory, and you will see Mr. Kotopaki again later today. All the way down from Ontario, I might add. Speaking of all the way down from Ontario, there is a long distance award that will be given money this weekend. Let me double check my notes here. Yes, indeed he do, in Top Gas. in Top Gas. Whoever the long distance traveler is in Top Gas, there is a $200 cash award for you from Dunnigan Racing. I cannot thank Mr. Dunnigan and his company for their support. Dave Dunnigan, Jason Dunnigan, the entire Dunnigan family, Dunnigan Racing, thank you. A lot of cash bonuses there. You're going to hear more about that during our awards ceremony later this morning. To pair up Bob Burt and Leonard Heigler. Strong burnout, both races. They meant it. Leonard Heigler is from Aruba in the right lane on a 2004 green Busa. Bob Burt in the left lane, that copper and black Gixxer in the left lane. Both racers concentrating very tightly on that tree, and here they go. Evenly matched up. Pretty close on reaction time, but Burt's got to jump on him. Burt will take the victory, and Burt does not take the victory. He went too quick and broke out. He could not see behind him that Heigler had broken. Burt stayed in it. He dialed 950, went 946. He had Heigler by 3 bikes and stayed in the throttle and broke out on that pass. And Leonard Heigler, who was broken. He might be broken, but he won the round. Hopefully he can make repairs for whatever's wrong with his bike and get back out there for the next round. Speaking of the next round, Liska Racing Street ET, we should have lane 1 filled up with my Street ET racers because you're going to be running next. We are in Pro ET right now, but not for long. Tom Cole out of Davenport, Iowa. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman in the right lane. Time the bike just drifted to the right in an unusual manner. Something was not right with the motorcycle. He is now a roller, and it looks like he's going to stop right about the finish line where the scoreboards are. We will need help in getting that motorcycle off the racetrack. We have a roller left lane just after the scoreboard. He is now kind of sideways on the racetrack, didn't quite make it to the wall. We need to remove that motorcycle so we can continue racing. All right, I see lights on the top end of the racetrack, so I know my support staff is alerted down there. They're going to have to come forward and take care of that.
Okay, and Street ET, correct? Street ET, motorcycle number 994 is the buy. For my staff in the staging lanes, for my bikes in the lanes, bike number 994 is the buy run.
All right, out on the 1320, we've got blinking red lights on the start tree, so that means it just indicates we have a safety situation to handle, and we're going to do exactly that. We're going to help get Tom Cole off of that racetrack in the left lane. We've got staff down there now. I'm not sure if they need the dolly or not, but they must do whatever is necessary to clear that bike from the racetrack so we can get back to racing. That is not, if that is not the most unusual odd couple I've ever seen, there you go. Jeremy Teasley and Greg Underdahl next. JT at 11, Underdahl, Greg Underdahl on North Branch, Minnesota. Red light start by red light start by Greg Underdahl. Victory automatically to Jeremy Teasley. JT broke out on that pass, but the red light start by Underdahl trumped that. All right, next pair, Oriol Polina out of Santa Maria and Rob Honeycutt of Hendersonville, Maryland. Honeycutt with the victory.
Up next from Sedley, Virginia, we have Harvey Hubbard. Suzuki Katana base drag bike down there, 820 the number on the summit lane. Joe Holt on the strange side from Columbus, Ohio. The old school Busa has problems. Harvey Hubbard running on 3 cylinders down there, a wannabe Kawasaki H2 triple. 929, 139.36 miles an hour. Not the prettiest of runs, but he'll get that issue figured out, whatever it is.
Rocking it out there on that 1320, we are carrying on with the show and moving it well, I tell you. I thank you very much. George Kennedy in Pro ET and Leo Pina. Pina in the right lane. Kennedy in the left from Aruba. Pina gets sideways and straightened it out. Red light start for George Kennedy. Victory automatically going to Leo Pina, who is rolling in the right lane and hopefully will move with expeditiously and make it to the turnout. Leo Pina Leo Pina in the right lane launched his motorcycle, got sideways, came very close to the 60-foot clock, straightened out the motorcycle, went down the track, but is moving at a very slow speed. And Pina may or may not make the right turnout. Racers, if your motorcycle is under power, please do not go down the racetrack at 10 miles an hour. You are holding up the entire show. It has been done repeatedly both days. You are holding up everyone. Please don't do that. Gary Russell versus Jerry Jones here in Pro ET work. Attention in the pits, there is a GMC silver vehicle parked in the pits directly behind the grandstands, behind Bates Leathers. That vehicle needs to be moved. A silver GMC, Georgia plates, CLH2227. That motor vehicle John Civitarese and Irvin Medrano. Civi dialed 821, 832. That's not going to get it. Medrano with the win. Irvin Medrano of Aruba. Congratulations. Advancing to the next round. Next pair up, Steve Caddy and Elgin Donato. Caddy finally goes in stages. Bike bogs and he recovers, but that's not going to get it. Elgin Donato of Aruba with the victory. Very good pass by Elgin Donato. Dialed an 885, went 889 with an 060 reaction time. Excellent run by Donato.
Alrighty. Sitting pretty in MPS Pro ET here. Rodney Calorino, 079 reaction time from Aruba. Jesse Baker from Newton Falls, Ohio, gets off that starting line and spins that tire right away. .950, 137 miles an hour from Rodley. Alvin Brito from Aruba. 44-year-old on the Summit Racing Lane, the Suzuki Hayabusa. Nick Bowling Jr., Palms Beach, Florida native. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. The Kawasaki KZ Power in the Strange Engineering lane. 890 the dial in there. Brito looking for a 970 Summit Racing side. On the pipes, lights come down, here we go. Brito away first. Nick Bowling Jr. on throttle stop. Throttle stop is always fun. 10-12, 144.41. Alvin Brito takes the win lights there. 10:14, 137 miles an hour after a double 05 reaction time from Nick Bowling Jr. Brito still gets around him.
Attention in the pits, we have a motor vehicle that must be moved. There is a silver GMC. It is parked directly behind the Bates Leathers exhibit tent. That silver GMC must be moved. License plate is CHL227. That motor vehicle must be moved. Thank you.
Benjamin Jomo from Aruba. 991 the dial-in, Summit Racing side. Angel Lopez from Miaca, Florida, 35-year-old. Aboard the Suzuki Hayabusa. On the strange lane, you see a hood hanging out on the back side of his helmet. That's because he's wearing a hoodie over the top of his leathers. It is a cold one this morning. Mr. Jones of Aruba, Ben Jones of Aruba, 49-year-old on the Suzuki Hayabusa, looking for a 9.91 second elapsed time. Angel Lopez from Miaca, Florida, the 03 Busa, looking for a 9.24 second run down the strange lane. About a 9:30, 084 reaction time for Angel Lopez. Benjamin Jomo only 7th out behind that with an 091, 10:17 on the 991, too far off. 9:30 on the 924 for Angel Lopez. Omar Illinois of Aruba, Suzuki Hayabusa, looking for a 7.70 second blast down the strange lane. Ulacho Theo, Summit Racing side from Aruba, the Kawasaki ZX6R, looking for a 1065, Summit Racing side. Here goes Omar, 024 to the green side. Ulacho, 042 to the red. About an 801, 172.59 for Omar down there. On the 770 dial, 024 reaction time. Cedric Maduro from Aruba, 842 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Corey Washington, Palm City, Florida native. GS Power in the frame rails, looking for an 890, the Super Comp numbers. Corey Washington, Palm City, Florida, got the wind lights on down there. 033 light, looking for that 890. How about an 8.863, 146.94 effort. Cedric Maduro from Aruba goes 112 to the red side. 857 the number down there. Here's Mr. Welsh down here, Summit Racing side, 8.65 the dial in. 7-inch Mickey Thompson on the back of the Suzuki Hayabusa, Summit Racing side. Kelly McDaniel, Orlando, Florida native. ZX10 based KZ Power drag bike. Orlando, Florida native, also looking for an 865. Tree will drop at the same time. Heads up raced, first to the finish without going under wins it. Racers separated by 008. This will be a tight one down there. It's like McDaniel going to be at the stripe first. I'm going to give it up to the Summit Racing side, 8.68 on the 865, 025 reaction time on the Busa. Kelly McDaniel goes 33 on the tree, 8.81, 145.09. Eddie Doherty from Venice, Florida. The 07 ZX14 rolling up, 8.89 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Angela Zambrana from Orlando, Florida, 38-year-old on the Gen 2 Busa, looking for a 916 strange side. And you see the dash displayed down there on the scoreboards. That means Angela has requested no crosstalk. Racers separated by 011. Both of them get out there and spin the tires. It's anybody's game. But a 977, 150.30 for Eddie Doherty on the Kawasaki Power. 011 ahead of Angela. 030 light for Eddie, 041 for Angela. Got Eugene from Aruba, Summit Racing side, looking for a 905, the Gen 2 Hayabusa. On the strange lane is Luis Reyes from San Juan, Puerto Rico. The early Gen 2 Busa from 2005. This is why we call it the World Finals right here, ladies and gentlemen. We have people from all across the world here. Not only racing, but also watching. Right here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, 945.6, 140.12 the speed. Eugene from Aruba goes 918, 148 miles an hour, 067 behind his opponent, Luis Reyes, on the tree. Now, you can't get caught sleeping like that. Edward Remla from Aruba. 9 seconds the dial in on the Gixxer 1000. Here comes Igor Alberto. Igor goes red by 014. Edward is green by 002. About a 911 on the 9 second dial in, 151.60. 002 reaction time. Here comes Garvin Whirlman and Albert Pusoner from Aruba. 850 with a 6, 153 miles an hour for Garvey down there, a 142 reaction time over Albert's 207. And ladies and gentlemen, we are getting close to seeing some nitro go down this racetrack here. You hear one of the top fuel imports warming up out there. Also, want to welcome everyone watching live on MotorManiaTV.com. With us here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. In the comments section, I am with you guys. Let me know where you're from. I want to know how many people we got in here, all 560 of you. Here comes Barry Pryor Sr. This is going to wrap up what we have an MPS Pro ET here in just a few pairs. That was Barry Pryor Sr. looking for an 890, runs 900 with a 0 on the end. 089 reaction time. We got some lane loving going on, ladies and gentlemen. So, of my spectators here, I sure hope you guys are staying warm out there. Holy cow, it is a chilly one out there this morning. Let me see, in Adel, Georgia, currently we are seeing an air temperature of 54 degrees. In V20T, motorcycle number 357, you are the buy run. In Vance and Hines V20T, motorcycle number 357, you are the buy run. Also, because it is so cold, our corrected altitude is 400 feet below sea level. 400 feet below sea level. Also want to say hello to the world's fastest lawyer, Kenneth Schwartz, watching from St. Louis. What's going on, buddy? I miss you a whole lot. We got to catch up sometime. David Alwine watching from Michigan. Norwalk, Ohio. Jeff Smith watching. St. James City, Florida. William just down the road there. Oregon, Ohio from Kevin Heitzman. Amsterdam. Michael Maduro watching from Amsterdam. Jason from Florida, baby. Mark Martin from Aruba. Scott Collier from the United Kingdom. Mr. Memphis Blues from Tennessee. Donnie watching from Minnesota. Arthur Clay watching from Rhode Island. We have all kinds of people in here, and I just saw another comment from Sotil Martin. Curacao, watching from Curacao. But man, this is amazing. We are truly worldwide here. Folks watching from across the globe. We have racers from across the world here. We have spectators from across the world. And I just want to say thank you so much for dropping in this morning. Patrick Nielsen from Sweden, another person from across the pond checking in there. Mike Pereira. Watching from Canada, eh? But we are set to roll into we've got a few more pairs down there from Pro ET. Wade Rich working the drag right now. Also, my father from Wichita, Kansas, joining us. I bet it's warmer there than it is here right now. So we'll get back to our Motor Mania TV counterparts here in just a second. But what about here at South Georgia Motorsports Park? How many of you guys traveled from out of state to be with us this weekend? Just by show of hands, how many guys traveled from out of state to be with us here at South Georgia Motorsports Park? A whole lot. But we have a smorgasbord of racing going on this weekend. We have everything from the Street ET bikes, which anymore, if you ask me, you might as well call it the Hayabusa Nationals. Seems like at least it's one for, we have enough Suzuki Hayabusas on the property for one for every pair. It is crazy how good this bike is. Randy Lynch watching from Clinton, Iowa. Brandon Warren, I don't know when the bangers are coming up just yet, but we'll definitely see, and I'm sure you guys can hear from home that we've got Nitro warming up in the pits right now. Another one of the four-cylinder import-based drag bikes out there. And let me tell you, you guys from Aruba are freaking awesome. We have 38 or 40 racers here with 2 shipping containers full of equipment and motorcycles that showed up here on Tuesday. This is freaking awesome, I'm telling you. I know a lot of people are kind of biased on what they like. The Suzuki Hayabusa, the ZX-14, KZGS, Honda CB Power. Maybe has some Harley Davidson or Buell power down there. There's even a KTM drag bike here this weekend. You heard that right. There is a KTM 690 SMC down there that earlier in the day, yesterday, had ran in the 940s at 116 miles an hour. That little bike was wild. But anyway, guys, thanks for joining us here at South Georgia Motorsports Park for the 43rd Annual Field Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco Pistons. Also, we have a multitude of our sponsors out there. Just taking a look out of the manufacturer's midway, we have Wiseco, Fuel Tech, Bates Leathers, M2 Shocks, MTC Engineering, Mickey Thompson. We got George Baybord down there, APE, the PR Factory Store, Vance and Leathers down there as well, Paul Gaston, Grothus Drag Bikes, just to name a few. We have several guys coming out to support the Mancup. Thank you so much. Hats off to you guys. But the whole list, while we have a quiet moment, while Ray Rich is parking the tractor, Hawaii Racing, Balacon Crankshafts, APE, Shinko, Western Power Sports, Nitrous Express, Grothus Drag Bikes, Star Racing, Schnitz Racing, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco, JE Pistons, G&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing, Cycle Exchange, Dunnigan Racing, Exotic Cycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gas, Manhill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometic Gaskets, Daytona Sensors, Web Camshafts, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, Ralph Busch Motorsports, and Monster Race Products. Those are our 2019 series sponsors for the Manufacturers Cup. Now, here we go. Rolling back into Street ET. Here we go with Liska Racing Street ET. Here comes Vance Howdyshell from Vero Beach, Florida. 58-year-old aboard the Buell EBR looking for a 1016. Michael Gooding watching while he's on the holiday in Malta. Simon Carson, Summit Racing side from Sarasota, Florida, 54 years old, looking for an 870 on the Busa. Simon Carson goes red by 024. Howdyshell is to the green side by 041. About a 1018 on the 1016 for Howdyshell. 041 reaction time, 130.43 miles an hour. Here comes Landon Noble from Zachary, Louisiana, 16 years old on the 09 Suzuki GSXR 1000, looking for a 910, Summit Racing side. On the strange lane, we have Steve Hogue from Ellington, Florida, the 06 Gen 1 Busa, looking for a 1002. Racer separated by about 060. Landon Noble going to get to the stride first, 934, 118 miles an hour. And none other than Bill Baxter is walking up here. Bill, good to see you, man. I'm just all right, man. It's good to see you. How are you doing? How are you feeling about Alex's machine?
We're praying to the gods of aluminum to get through the weekend.
Well, aren't we all? You know, it's nice and chilly out here, so we've got some good air. Almost 500 feet below sea level. How are you feeling there?
Well, we have big jets and high hopes.
Bill Baxter, always a good man to talk to. I absolutely love the guy. Joining us here with the two-stroke machine of Alex Hughes. Brand new combination they're trying out on that one. Strange Lane after a 13:08 here at 2:46 reaction time. Going to send him home more than likely. Yes, sir. 007 line from Dwayne Schmidt Jr. ahead of his opponent by .239 seconds. Gavin Chris from Bruce, Mississippi, 18 years old, aboard the 2018 Suzuki GSXR 1000, looking for a 9-second blast. Dennis Padilla, Miami, Florida native, Strange Lane, the 2017 Suzuki Hayabusa, looking for a 9:37. Racers separated by 070. Off the Christmas tree, Padilla and Gris going at it. But a 9:53 on the 9-second run for Gavin. Dennis going to get down there and have some issues. Coast through at 68 miles an hour. Racers were separated by 070, a 107 light for Gavin and a 177 for Dennis. 10:25 the dial in here on the Summit Racing side for the Harley Davidson. On the Strange Lane, we have Randy Parker from Jasper, Alabama, the 2013 Kawasaki ZX14. And as I just turned to my counterpart, Tom McCarthy, and said, if I had $1 for every time I've said Suzuki Hayabusa this weekend so far, I'm telling you, it's going to be wild. Bill, we'll see you, man. Now here's a good one for you. The Summit Racing Lane taking the win lights on that one. 10:40 on the 10:25. 0:24 reaction time. The margin of victory, 13/10,000ths of a second. Just about the length of one of the front forks down there. John Loney from Dalzell, South Carolina. The gorgeous 1978 Honda CB750 single overhead camshaft 4-cylinder. Looking for a 10:62. Ryan Johnson, Strange Lane. 9:50 the dial in from St. Pete, Florida. The 06 Gixxer 1000. Racers separated by 0:34. It was actually John Loney holding the reaction time advantage down there, but he doesn't run the number. 10:76 on the 10:62. 9:53 on the 9:50. 0:74 reaction time for Ryan Johnson. Here comes the razzle-dazzle, Dusty Brazzle from Norman Park, Georgia. The 08 Kawasaki ZX14 Strange Lane. After an 8:96. Edmund Germer, the 24-year-old from Aruba. Gen 1 Hayabusa Summit Racing side after a 9:20. Edmund goes red by 002. Brazzle with a uncharacteristic 060 reaction time. Here goes Dusty, 10:26 at 139 miles an hour. Edmund, 002 to the red side again, 9:38, 144. Randall Long, 9:20 the dial in. Summit Racing side. On the Strange Lane from Farmville, Virginia, the 06 Kawasaki ZX14 of Roy Johnson. After a 9:23, you'll see the tree dance a little bit. Hardly. Randall Long goes red by 0:59. Roy Johnson, 0:81 to the green side with the twinkling wind lights on down there. 9:26 on the 9:23. 147.31 the speed down there. The red light foul, turning on the wind lights in his lane automatically. We're going to make sure we get something off the track down there, a little piece of something that we found. Summit Racing side, we have a Gen 2 Hayabusa after a 9:15. We don't have a name on file, not necessarily sure who that is on the bike. Gorgeous looking paint job on that motorcycle. But from Gainesville, Florida, on the Strange Lane, it is Roderick Jones after a 9:50. The 58-year-old piloting a 2001 Suzuki Hayabusa. Now the Gen 1s from about 1999 to 2000, they had two little circle type tail lights on them. And in 2002 or in 2001, they changed to this lens type bulb. It's about the only way you can tell an early first gen from a late first gen. Racers separated by 0.98. Roderick Jones just tossed a 0.008 reaction time out the window. 1068 on the 950, 139.59 miles an hour. Summit Racing side takes the win, lights 976 on the 915, a 106 reaction time. He was in trouble down there. Here comes Angel from Aruba. 37 years old aboard the 1991 Suzuki GSXR 1100. Looking for an 11:51 on the Summit Racing lane. Wade Smith from Dudley, Georgia. 31-year-old on the 07 Suzuki GSXR 600, looking for a 9:51. Racers are dead even down to the 1,000 off the Christmas tree. 967 on the 951 for Wade Smith is the winning effort down there. The racers were .161 apiece on the Christmas tree. 1120 on the 1055 for Angel down there. Giordano Blano from Aruba. 32-year-old on the early first-gen Busa. 1040 the dial-in. Summit Racing Lane. And check out this gorgeous 1975 Honda CB750. Sitting on the strange lane, looking for a 1340. Racers separated by almost a full tenth. .1404 at 92 miles an hour for Ben down there on the strange lane. Giordano goes 1076 on the 1040, 036 reaction time, while Somers had a lazy 130 reaction time. Steve Schilling from Palmetto, Florida, 41-year-old on the Suzuki GSXR 600 after an 1146 Summit Racing side. And from Bonaire on the strange lane, 955 the dial in of Fittipaldi Peters, 45-year-old on the Gen 2 Busa. Alrighty, another little piece of something we had to go get at the end of the racetrack there, but Fittipaldi Peters from Bonaire and Steve Schilling from Palmetto, Florida. Taking the beams now. Old school Gixxer 600 of Schilling. New school Busa Fittipaldi. Racers are separated by almost 4 tenths. Fittipaldi going to catch him at the half track. Got a 970 and the 955 dial in, 126 miles an hour for Fittipaldi down there. Steve Schilling, a .526 reaction time is going to park him on the trailer. Stacy Smith of Lazella, Georgia, the 05 Harley-Davidson Sportster. Summit Racing side looking for a 1248. Kevin Combs Jr. of Hinesville, Georgia, 23-year-old on the 08 Busa. Warming up that little Dunlop Q3. Stacy Smith and Kevin Combs rolling into the lanes now. Sportster and Busa power. Racers separated by almost 0:20. 0:19 the difference down there. About a 1276, 100 miles an hour on the 1248 dial for Stacy Smith. 082 light. Kevin Combs, 063, doesn't run the number. Yeah, Mike Pendergrass telling me if I had $1 every time I've said from Aruba this weekend, that'd be another one I'd be making some dough on. A lot of Arubans here this weekend. We love to see that. Absolutely love to see it. Stanley Russell, Gray, Georgia native, 50-year-old on the 2011 Busa, looking for a 968 Summit Racing site. Strange Engineering Lane, we have a Yamaha R1 after an 11:15, and yes, those are blue jeans. If you're not faster than 125 miles an hour or running any faster than 1099, blue jeans you can wear. At 11:29 to the 11:15 for the R1, they will move on, 126.61 the speed. Stan Russell brings out the red light by 0:16. Raul Lopez. The Aruban, 24 years old, above the 06 Busa. 920 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Zach Parker on the strange lane. Jasper, Alabama native, the 04 Gixxer 1000 after a 963. Raul Lopez, a 2:19 reaction time to Zach Parker's .180, a 9:47 on the 920. Zach Parker gets down there and breaks out, 9.61 on the 963 dial in, had plenty of room down there. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on the Busa. 42-year-old looking for an 890. Chris Rolls from Lithia, Florida. The 06 Busa. Looking for a 960. About a 901 on the 890 dial in for Dwayne Schmidt. 004.004. Margin of victory down there, 44.10 thou. For Dwayne Schmidt. Rolls runs 979 to the 960. Adolfo Jinsor from Aruba, 28-year-old on the Gixxer 1000 down there, looking for a 1050. Summit Racing side. Tom Lagasse from Sarasota, Florida, the 2016 Busa, looking for a 945 on the strange lane. Racers separated by half a second. 992 and the 949 for Tom Lagasse down there. 127.75 miles an hour. Half a second behind. Here comes NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle Racer Michael Ray from New Braunfels, Texas. 1187 the dial in, the 02 Harley-Davidson Sportster. Shows that it's good for these guys to slow down any once in a while. Colin Nash from Orlando, Florida, the 2013 Kawasaki ZX-14 after an 890. Racers separated by about 040. .970, 145 miles an hour for Colin Nash. 086 reaction time to Michael Ray's 138. I'm sure he's going to be swearing at himself up there on the big end. Tate Horter from Bradenton, Florida, 16 years old, 13.90 the dial-in down there on the Strange Lane. Summit Racing side, we have Joey Brangard from Northfield, Ohio, 25-year-old on the 2014 BMW S1000RR. Racers separated by a tenth and some change. Off the Christmas tree. Tate Horta getting chased down by that fast BMW, 878, 147 miles an hour for Joey Brandgard. Tate Horta. His time in Street ET is over for the weekend. 1394 in the 1390. A 2:42 reaction time spells the end to it. Here's a pair of tough customers. Spencer Allen from Cape Coral, Florida, 52-year-old, stepping down from Pelmrod just to take a break on the 2016 Aprilia 750 Supermoto. 12:18 the dial-in. Jim Smart, been racing that 1999 Kawasaki ZRX 1100 for a long time. Goes red by 0:37. Turns on the wind lights and the lamination station man's lane. Jim Smart takes that ZRX across the finish line with the red light. Spencer Allen, 12:25 on the 12:18, 0:37 reaction time. Here's Eric Connor from Eckworth, Georgia. Says he's old enough. That's what his age bank says here in the tower. Says he's old enough. 8:65 the dial-in. Summit Racing side. And John Bradley from Ingalls, Indiana, 63-year-old, aboard the 2000 Harley Davidson Road King, looking for a 1420. Oh man! Racers separated by 0:17. It's going to be Eric Connor with the win down there. John Bradley goes down there and runs 5 numbers under. Eric Connor, 870 with a 7 on the 865. The James Bond reaction time, 007 to John Bradley's 024. Manny Taco Carrasquillo from Clearwater, Florida, 55-year-old above the 00 Sportster. 13 seconds to dial in on the Summit Lane. Murray Lonsberry from Ontario, Canada. 890 to dial in on the 2006 Kawasaki ZX14. Racers are separated by about 0:56. How about Murray Lonsberry chasing down Manny? 13:18 and a 13:00 dial in for Manny. Lonsberry from Ontario runs 9:04 on the 890 dial-in, a 1:41 reaction time. Jaeger Ching from Aruba, 38-year-old on the 2007 GSXR 1000, looking for a 9:19. On the Strange Lane, it is Cedric Mingo from Lancaster, South Carolina. 57 years old, looking for an 8.85 second dial-in. Jaeger Ching, 0:10 reaction time over Cedric Mingo's 2:15, has a 2.205 second advantage there. 9:42 on the 9:19. Here's Lugene Eduarda from Aruba. 9:11 the dial-in. Summit Racing side. Pablo Gonzalez from Puerto Rico. 38-year-old on the 05 Busa. Looking for a 9:18. See that tree staggering down. Racers separated by 0:60 off the Christmas tree. It's anybody's drag race. This is going to be a tight one. 9:23 on the 9:18. 0:74 reaction time for Pablo Gonzalez. Lugene Eduarda goes 134 on the line, 918, 144 miles an hour. Here's Ed Rowe,
Doing a sound check.
Florida native, 2012 Kawasaki ZX14.
Sound check, test 1, 2. We're doing a live sound check out here on the start line. Sounding
The
good.
name on them just yet.
Y'all are loud out there, and I like it. Do more of that.
Ed Ruffin with the wind lights down there, 935. 146.15 the speed down there. Here comes Jeremy Mert from Valdosta. The 08 Gixxer 1000, looking for a 950. Sanmak Sampe from Aruba. Racers separated by just about a tenth. Whoa, 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 whoa. You hear him playing that finish line game. Getting down there and showing each other the chicken wings. 974 on the 950 dial for Jeremy Burt. Janmok Sampe from Aruba goes 959 on the 930. Has a 156 reaction time. Walter Hodling on the Harley Davidson from Mystic, Connecticut, looking for a 1460. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman from Aruba, 910 the dial in. Gonna chase him. 1470 on the 1460 for Walter down there. 081 reaction time, as opposed to Jean-Pierre's 132 reaction time. Niraj Kumar Sharma looking for the 9.11 dial in from India. Team Elite Octane with the Ricky Ganson Racing School. Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack. Barry Pryor is on the Strange Lane. Chesapeake, Virginia native, 58 years old. On the 1999 Busa, looking for a 1001. Looks like about a box stock Busa with a pair of slip-on cans on the back. Still has the duels. Racers are separated by 0.3 of a second. About a 10:23 on the 10:01 dial-in. Kumar Sharma goes 9:14 on the 9:11, a 4:60 reaction time. Here goes Sonu Sandeep Soki, also on Team Elite Octane. You see Ricky Ganson down there just to the right-hand side of the motorcycle. 9:50 the dial-in. Leleka Thiel from Aruba. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. 38-year-old on the Kawasaki ZX6R, 636 cubic centimeters in the frame rings. Strange Engineering side of the track. Soki goes red by 038. .942 on the 950 for Sonu. Leleka Thiel goes 1091 on the 1065, a 218 reaction time. Will continue her efforts. Here comes Benjamin Somers from Aruba. 991 on the dial-in on the Busa. Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack. John Upgrove from Keystone Heights, Florida, the 2015 Kawasaki ZX14R, looking for a 930. Upgrove goes red by 009 Somers. 136 to the green side, 999 on the 991 dial-in. Barry Purnell from Henderson, North Carolina. 46 years old, on a motorcycle you hardly hear of anymore, the 2003 Kawasaki ZX-9. After a 938, very impressive numbers out of those motorcycles. Summit Racing side. We have Mr. Angela from Aruba, 875 the dial in. Just making sure we get somebody off the racetrack down there. But rolling to you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Mr. Angela is from Curacao. Racers separated by 004 down there. Mr. Angela, 8.815 on the 875 dial in, 137 miles an hour. We'll move on to the next round, and we hear nitro. Whacking the throttle down there in the pits. Hayabusa on the Summit Racing side looking for an 856. Alvin Brito from Aruba, 44-year-old, also on the Gen 2 Busa. Strange Lane looking for a 980. Look at the wheel stand Summit Racing Lane. Gorgeous. Alvin Brito going to get the automatic wind light down there. 10:42 on the 980, 082 reaction time. Going to watch this play back here as the stream is a little delayed. Lights come down. Oh my goodness. Gorgeous. Carried it out all the way past the 60-foot cone. Chuck Donato from Aruba. 905 the dial in on the Gixxer 1000, Summit Racing side. Ahmed Sharma, Team Elite Octane. 883 the dial in for the 31-year-old Indian. On the Strange Lane. Ahmed Sharma goes red by 025. Chuck Donato from Aruba. 9017, 152.64 miles an hour on the 905 dial in. Ahmed Sharma. Quarter 10th on the red side. 8.879 to the 883. Ronald Calorina from Aruba, 38-year-old. Summit Racing side on the 08 Suzuki GSXR 1000 looking for a 935. Strange Engineering side. It's Bob Burt from Robinell, South Carolina. The 06 Suzuki GSXR 1000 after a 950. Racers separated by about 070. Not going to say who's holding what over whose head. Ronald Carolina breaking Bob Burt out. Burt was late on the tree, a 141 reaction time to Carolina's 074. That spells the victory out there. Here's Garvey Rollman from Aruba. The Gixxer 1000 after an 850 Summit Racing side. Carlos Olivo from Kissimmee, Florida, 28-year-old. On a motorcycle I haven't seen on the drag racing circuit until just this year, and there are two of them here. That is a Yamaha FZ09 down there, 4-stroke triple, inline 3-cylinder. Racers separated by about 065. About a 919 on the 850 dial in and 126 miles an hour. For Garvey Rollman, 850 dial in, 078 reaction time to Carlos Olivo's 133. 888 the dial in down here, Summit Racing side. For Elgin Donata, Summit Racing side. Leonard Haglier from Aruba, Strange Lane. 950 the dial in on the Busa. Aruba is here and in full force. Let me tell you, these guys are drag racing junkies down there. 903 on the 888. Okay, and Vance and Hines V-Twin. And Pro ET, and MPS Pro ET. Motorcycle number 243 in MPS Pro ET has the bye run this next round. Motorcycle number 243 has the bye run. Jerry Jones from Aruba. 934 the dial-in. 47-year-old on the GSXR 1000 Summit Racing side. Has the bye. .62 light for Jones down there. 926 on the 934. 145.33 miles an hour. And here we are in Vance and Hines V-Twin ET, where you'll see a smorgasbord of Harley-Davidsons. The occasional Buell EBR. Joe Galati from Painesville, Ohio. 13-second dial-in for the 63-year-old on the 06 Harley-Davidson Sportster. On the strange lane, we have Donald Paul from Norwood, Ohio. 1480 the dial-in on the 03 Sportster. Joe Galati going to get a freebie here. Donald Paul having to turn around with a malfunction. 17:15 at 53 miles an hour on the Summit lane for Joe Galati. That will be a round win. Here comes Donnie Huffman, Lakeland, Florida. 970 the dial-in. 2001 Harley-Davidson drag bike. Right-hand lane, good-looking old school shovel-head Harley. Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack looking for a 1050. Summit Racing lane on the shovel, going to go red. By 031, Johnny Huffman going to get down the track with a 150 reaction time. 966 on the 970, 134 miles an hour. Over down the strange lane for Donnie Huffman. Here's John Ard from Indianapolis, Indiana. 1543 the dial-in, the 2015 Honda CTX, being quoted the new school Honda-matic. It's basically a Grom with a CVT on steroids. Lauren Potter from McDonald, Tennessee on the strange lane. The 1999 Buell Lightning after an 1160. For next round of Street ET, motorcycle 6261, you are the bye. For Liska Racing Street ET, motorcycle number 6261, you are the bye. Jeff Godwin from Lake Park, Georgia, the 2019 Harley Davidson. Taking on Crosby Blair from Georgetown, Tennessee, the 2014 Buell EBR goes red by 016. 1278 on the 1550 for Jeff Godwin. Andrew Nobles III from Macon, Georgia, the 2000 Harley Davidson Sportsman, looking for a 1308. Tim Morse from Lakeland, Florida, the 28-year-old on one of the brand new 2019 Indian Scouts, looking for a 1280. Racers separated by 3/10 and a little bit of change. Whew, feels good to stretch. 1318, 98.31 miles an hour for Andrew. 1266, 103 miles an hour. Tim Morse forced to break out down there. A 4:01 reaction time spells the end to his weekend. Andrew Nobles III, moving on. Vance Howdy Shell from Vero Beach, Florida. 1025 to dial in on that rowdy sounding Buell EBR. Strange side, we have Freddie Barriero from Miami, Florida. 1390 to dial in on the 2011 Yamaha V-Star. Racers separated by about 040. Howdy Shell chasing Barriero down. Going to be a double breakout victory in Howdy Shell's favor. 1015, 127.92 the speed for Vance on the 1025 dial in. Here comes Scott DeLong from Stitcher, Florida. 52-year-old looking for a 1263. Strangely, Scott Thompson, the 47-year-old from Lafayette, Louisiana, the 2018 Harley Davidson. Look at that wheelie! But the shame in it is he's going to have to make it up and chase Scotty DeLong down. But a 1040 on the 1030. Scott chases him down with an 066 deficit, 128.15 miles an hour. Ronnie Harris from Harlan, Louisiana, the 03 Sportster. After an 1162, Stacy Smith from Lozella, Georgia, Summit Racing side, the 05 Harley Davidson Sporty, looking for a 1250. And yes, I have seen that before. Drag racing rototillers. That is beyond me. How they do that. Stacy Smith and Ronnie Harris taking the line now. Oh, Stacy Smith better get in there. Took every bit of 4 or 5 seconds to get in there. Racers separated by 010 down there. It's going to be Ronnie Harris, 1178 on the 1162 dial in, separated by 010 on the Christmas tree, and it's 039 the margin of victory for Ronnie Harris. Tom Lagasse out of Northport, Florida. The 09 Aprilia went red down there. John Bradley taking the win lights there. Don Horta from Bradenton, Florida. 48-year-old looking for a 1390 Summit Racing side. Michael Ray, Strange Engineering side from New Braunfels, Texas. The 02 Harley Davidson Sportster. Looking for an 1187. 1404 on the 1390 for Don Horta. 1186.2 on the 1187. 008 under for Michael Ray. He is not having the best of days here. Here comes Walter Hodling from Mystic, Connecticut. 1456 to dial in. Summit Racing side. On the 1996 Suzuki Boulevard. Summit Racing side. On the strange lane, it's Manny Taco Carrasquillo. Clearwater, Florida native. The 02 V-Rod Destroyer. Looking for a 1004. Here comes Taco chasing down Walter. Manny on that V-Rod Destroyer. 1457 and the 1456 for Walter. Manny runs on 1004, 7 on the 1004, dead 7. 1:33 reaction time. Spells the end of the weekend there. Here comes Barry Pryor from Chesapeake, Virginia. 1187 the dial in. Summit Racing side. Spencer Allen, Lamination Station Racing man. Cape Coral, Florida, 52-year-old on the 2016 Aprilia 750, looking for a 1219. About a 1223 on the 1219 for Spencer. Racers were separated by 005. Barry Pryor gets down there, runs 12:15 on the 1187, just plain doesn't run the number. Here is Dead Bear Machini, Stuart, Florida, 59 years old on the 2001 Harley Davidson Evo powered machine. 1197 the dial in. Got a little bit of lane living going to be happening here real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Dead Bear Machini making his way down to an 1193 on the 1197. 114.30 miles an hour down there on the bye run. And after this, shortly, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving into round number 2 of eliminations for MPS Pro ET. Another hefty class here this weekend. We have several classes that are 60, 70, 80 plus here this weekend, and it is an absolutely incredible turnout. I'm telling you, we haven't seen a race like this in years. It has been a long time. Absolutely. Hop in there.
Out of that race surface right now on the starting line in the right lane, we got a little bit of nitro royalty out there that some of you may or may not recognize, so I want to take a moment to bring that to your attention and join Jacob, welcome you all here to the big event today. Those gentlemen out there checking out the racetrack, it happens to be Jim Fox of ART, formerly of ART, and John Airwine. And I mention that because we have lots of veteran fuel racers from decades of drag racing here with us this weekend. And when you see someone... doing here where they're concentrating on on V-twin power and baggers especially is, look at a smile on his face. Look how much fun he's having now. You know, now that George and Jackie are retired from professional NHRA drag racing, now they race for fun. And it's a whole nother approach to racing when you come out, and it's all about having fun. Yeah, performance is still important, and no, you're not going to get a leg up on George Price anytime easily, but it's all about fun now, and they smile the whole time.
And right, now, here's another one. Greg Underdahl joining us. That is freaking awesome, seeing Greg Underdahl slow down a bracket race with us.
I was very, very impressed to see Greg Underdahl's name and number come up on that monitor, and I'm like, really? We got Michael Ray, we got Paul Ray here, we got Greg Underdahl here. We got so many old timers who've been in this game for so many years. Jerry Cooper's out there too. Cooper Performance, in fact, they're number one in qualifying right now in Falcon Pro Mod with Richard Gadsden in the hot seat. That was impressive.
Oh yeah, see Richard Gadsden and Ricky Gadsden both in Falcon Pro Mod. See, I wasn't aware that the Gadsden brothers, or Gadsden cousins, I believe it is Gadsden cousins.
There you go. That's his uncle. It's Uncle Ricky Gadsden, and then there's Richard Gadsden.
Oh, okay. Nephew, uncle and nephew, yeah. You see, I'm not around the Mancup just enough to realize what the relation is here, but I'm starting to catch on to everybody. But Tom, here we go, rolling into one of the most competitive classes on the property, MPS Pro ET. And I'm telling you, this is where you're going to find some of the roughest, toughest bracket racers on the property.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'm going to turn the mic back over here to my co-host, Mr. Jake McGreen. He's going to carry on with MPS Pro ET out there. We got ourselves a beautiful old Honda. Tell them all about it, Jake.
On the Honda, that is a 1983 Honda CB1100F. You hardly ever see these bikes anymore. 989 the dial in. Dana Delk from Raft Metal, South Carolina. Summit Racing side on the strange lane. We have a Generation 2 Suzuki Hayabusa looking for an 892. Dana's going to leave this starting line roughly a second before the Busa does. And the person on the Busa has to chase him down on the strange lane, get ahead of him and try not to take too much stripe. That's the name of the game here. Get down there, either take it or feed it to him. Here we go, we're in the beams. Lights come down, Dana's out of here. Busa's out of here. Racers are separated by about a tenth. Yeah, Dana Delk sleeping at the Christmas tree at .256 reaction time. To the strange lanes, 140. That was spilling into Dana's weekend. Mark Kelly from Mastic Beach, New York. 59-year-old looking for a 980. The ZX7 base drag bike with KZ power on the frame rails. Max Neeson in the strange lane from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. 88 Suzuki GS 1150. After a 945. Mark Kelly having issues off the starting line. Max Neeson goes 944 with a 1 on a 945, 009 under what he said he'd ran. 044 reaction time. He will get the win light. That red light foul is the worst foul. Summit Racing side, we have Blair Field from Denver, North Carolina. Busa power in the frame rails after a 914 Summit Racing side. Dustin Lee from Morristown, Tennessee. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. We have an 890 dial-in posted for him. Rolling into the beams. Lee and Field. Lights are down. Racers are separated by 007. This ought to be a tight one. Check out the breakout victory by Dustin Lee, 891 on the 890. 036 reaction time. Blair Field gets down there and takes way too much stripe. 908 on the 914, 029 reaction time. Jason Hofer from Ackworth, Georgia. Summit Racing side, 852 the dial in. Boost of power in those frame rails. On the strange lane, we have David Young from Chandler, North Carolina, 53-year-old on KZ power, looking for a 948. Racers are separated by 059. How about this margin of victory? 22 ten-thousandths of a second. 860 on the 852 for Jason Hofer. 014 light to David Young's 073. Robert Zaveski from Raymond, I believe that's Nebraska. Raymond, Nebraska. The state abbreviation is WE. I'm not familiar with the state abbreviation of WE. From a little town of Raymond, somewhere in the United States. Kawasaki power in the frame rails, looking for an 868. Adam Rakowskis, 947 the dial in for Waterbury, Connecticut native. Racers are separated by 002. 868 on the 868 for Robert Zaveski. 868, 143 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, that is an 023 package posted by Robert Zaveski. That'll win some races. Summit Racing Lane. Looking for a 9-second dial in. Spook Markham. On the strange lane, looking for an 890. Gorgeous old school KZ right there. Two Kawasaki's dishing it out here. Racers are separated by 001. John looking over his shoulder, seeing where he's at. 909, 123 miles an hour. All right, this looks like our bye run rolling up here. This is a competition by Darrell Perkins from Milton, Florida. David Fletcher unable to make the call here. 988 would have been the dial in. Summit Racing side, Darrell Perkins. Milton, Florida native, the 06 Kawasaki ZX14, looking for an 865. Perkins away on the ZX14, looking for that 865. 8.905, 130 miles an hour. Now here comes Rob Honeycutt in Hughesville, Maryland. 50-year-old on Suzuki Power Strange Lane. 8.20 the dial in. Looking for the top gas number. Summit Racing side. Suzuki GS Power of Mr. Field in the frame rails. 860 the dial in. Field goes red by 033. Honeycutt has a green light of 101. .818 with a 257.58 for Rob Honeycutt. Summit Racing Lane goes under by a whole lot. Also red on the Christmas tree. Here's Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa, the 1989 Kawasaki powered machine down there. Summit Racing Lane looking for an 850. Opposite side on the strange lane, it's David Rutkowskis from Waterbury, Connecticut, 63-year-old on a good-looking KZ after a 9-second run. Racers separated by .180 seconds. About an 876 on the 850. They still managed to make it a tight race down there. 86 10,000ths of a second from Joe Clemmy. That is his margin of victory. David Rutkowskis had a .202 reaction time. That will send him home to Waterbury, Connecticut. Here's Mark Rowland from Tennessee. 10:15 the dial in, the old school 1988 Suzuki GSXR 1000. Eugene Areps from Aruba. 9:15 the dial in on the Busa. Strange side of the racetrack. They're a second apart. Racers separated by about 040. Mark Rowland going to take the win here by 016, 10:20 on the 10:15, 0:33 reaction time. Eugene Areps runs a little closer to his number, 9:17 on the 9:15. Mark Rowland with a whole shot victory there. Here is Tom Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa, 59 years old, also on KC Power, 879 the dial in. Here's Brandon Cunningham from Naples, Florida. Strange engineering side of the racetrack, looking for an 887 out of his Kawasaki ZX14. Tom Clemmy goes 10 to the red side. Brandon Cunningham was a 34 green light. Going to have the automatic win down there, 8.870. Runs dead zero, 152.19. 34 reaction time for an 034 package. Tim Bixler from Wildwood, 57 years old on the 05 Busa, looking for a 935. Summit Racing Lane. Shane Cunningham from Naples, Florida. Strange engineering lane after an 835. Tim Bixler correcting his dial in, 936. Also, guys, it is important that you check your dial-ins before you pull ahead of that ready line. Racers are separated by 016 here. It's a double breakout victory for Shane Cunningham. 832 on the 835, 021 line. Tim Bixler tosses a 006 on the table, 925 with a 936. Here's Jesse Baker from Newton Falls, Ohio, 53 years old. The 2000 Kawasaki chassis, 832 the dial in. Alexis Baker from Berrien Springs, Michigan, the 23-year-old lady, looking for an 871. on her KZ powered machine. Racers are separated by 006. They both chopped that tree down hard, but look at Jesse Baker getting around the lady. 8:42 on the 8:32. 0:15 reaction time for Jesse Baker. Alexis goes 009 on the Christmas tree. 8:84 on the 8:71. Just doesn't run the number down there. Nicholas Bowling III from Holmes Beach, Florida, the 19-year-old on the Kawasaki Z1 powered drag bike. 890 apiece here, ladies and gentlemen. We got a heads up here. The 08 Busa of Cedric Mingo, Strange Engineering Lane from Lancaster, South Carolina, 57-year-old pilot. Heads up for the Super Comp number. See Mingo shaking his head down there. It's because he knows he's late. 018 light for Nicholas Bowling III will take him on to the next round. 909 on the 890 number. Cedric Mingo, a 132 light, runs 911, 159. Here's Gary Russell from Brattleboro, Vermont, 60-year-old on KZ Power, looking for a 965 Summit Racing side. Aurel Polina from Santa Maria, 37 years old, looking for a 925 aboard the Hayabusa. Gary Russell going to give this one up to the tune of 17 thousandths of a second on the Christmas tree. Aurel Polina going to win this one, 9:45, 144 miles an hour after a 3:50 reaction time. Here comes Austin Bridge from Bealton, Virginia, the 05 Suzuki GSX-R 1000, looking for a 902 Summit Racing side. On the strange lane, we have Willie Hebert from Galena, Louisiana. Top gas numbers is what he's looking for on his GS-powered machine. Willie Hebert goes red by 001. He's not going to be happy about that one. .909 to the 902 for Austin Bridge. 012 reaction time. He will be your winner. Summit Racing side of that round. Now here comes Austin Bridge. This will be Joey Brangard of Northfield, Ohio, the 2014 BMW S1000 RR. 870 the dial in, Summit Racing side. On the strange lane, from Aruba, we have Richard looking for an 890. .888 with an 8 for Joey Brangard on the 870. Racers were separated by 030 down there. 921 on the 890 for Richard. Had the reaction time advantage of 030. Couldn't get around him, didn't run the number. Here is Mr. MPS himself from Castleberry, Florida. Dan Rudd, the 04 Busa, looking for an 898. On the strange side of the racetrack, we've got a Gen 1 Kawasaki ZX14 after a 908. Racers are separated by 001. This will be a drag race down there. Dan Rudd looking at him like, what are you going to do, buddy? Dan Rudd, 9.004, 135.22 miles an hour. 076 light to the strange lanes, 075. Summit Racing side, we have Sean Welsh of Waynesboro, Georgia. Suzuki Hayabusa power. Summit Racing side, Sean Welsh from Waynesboro, Georgia, 46-year-old on the Busa, looking for an 867. Strange Lane on the stripped down Gixxer 1000, looking for an 881. Don't have a name on this racer, but we will be sure to get one. Racers are separated by about a tenth of a second. 895 on the 867 for Sean Welsh. They both got down there and hit the brakes on each other. 922 on the 881 for the Strange Lane. A 150 reaction time spells out the loss there. James Hinson from Orlando, Florida, 60 years old on the 06 ZX14 after an 882 Summit Racing side. Eddie Doherty from Venice, Florida, Strange Lane, looking for an 889 in the 07 ZX14. Whoa! Oh! James Henson like, man, forget this. I'm not going to fight this wheel stand. 912, 134 miles an hour. I know my guys down at Motor Mania TV will probably be looking at that one like, holy cow. That bike was on something else, I'm telling you. Omar Lanoy from Aruba, Summit Racing side. All right, he was fighting that bike. Came up twice. Omar Lanoy on the Turbo Busa, looking for a 780. Willie Hebert from Louina, Louisiana, looking for a 990. I'm going to go down there and take a quick look at the racetrack, make sure everything's all right down there. Going to be just a few moments here. Alrighty, looks like we have everything clear down there. Just wanted to make sure we had everything all right. So, we're going to wrap up MPS Pro ET here very soon. Then, of course, as per the tradition here, at the Manufacturers Cup, we'll have our opening ceremonies. We will award the #1 qualifiers and also the winners of the APE Pro Street Shootout and the Growth is Drag Mike's Ultra 460 Rider Challenge. Willie Hebert and Omar Lanoy making their way down. Omar goes red by 014 from Aruba. Willie Hebert goes 015 to the green side, 992.7, 128.24 for an 042 package. Francis Koch from Aruba, 960 the dial in, Summit Racing side. Amit Sharma from Team Elite Octane, 8.84 seconds to dial in down there. Amit Sharma gonna get the win lights on this one. 8:93.6 on the 8:84. 0:68 reaction time. Francis Koch from Aruba, a 2:10 reaction time, spells the end of the weekend there. 10:39, 125 miles an hour on the old school Gixxer 1100. Roy Hagedorn from Venice, Florida after an 8:77. Gio Husnino from Aruba. A 285 light on the Christmas tree spells the end of the weekend there. Roy Hagedorn. Stellar 018 light from Venice, Florida. 9:21 on the 8:77. Gary Stouffer, the husband of Karen Stouffer, from Gardnerville, Nevada, 57-year-old, looking for a 903, the old school GS Power Pro Street bike setup. Looks like one of the Pro Street bikes. Here's Jean-Pierre Zimmerman, 19-year-old, looking for a 930 aboard the GSXR 1000. That bike of Gary Stouffer's comes up in a huge wheel stand. Wow. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman fighting a wheel stand as well. 1070, 86 miles an hour. But he came off that wheel stand and about sent him over the handlebars there. Mark David asking how many guys came in from Aruba. It's somewhere between 38 and 40. A massive amount of Arubans here in force. This is awesome. Mancup Franken from Aruba, 826 the dial in. Now here's a worldwide matchup. Pablo Gonzalez from Puerto Rico. Strange Engineering side looking for a 950. Franken above that gorgeous Hayabusa. 7-inch slick on the back, looking for an 826 Summit Racing side. Gonzalez and Franken away. Mayenka goes red by 014. Pablo's going to break out at a 943 on the 950. 063 reaction time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, your eyes do not deceive you. This is Greg Underdahl from North Branch, Minnesota. 61-year-old former pro stock racer. The 1995 Suzuki GSXR looking for a 915. Summit Racing side. Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida, the 47-year-old on a 2006 ZX12R base drag bike, looking for an 885. Greg goes red by 026. Turns on the wind lights in Scott DeLong's lane. 880 with a 6 on the 885. 147.89 miles an hour the speed for Scotty. Greg Underdahl, 26 to the red side of the 915 dial in, runs a 924, 141.40. Here is Jeremy Teasley from Columbus, Ohio. 818 the dial in. Grudge style Suzuki Hayabusa. Shinko hookup on the back of the bike. Here's Bob Burt, the 2006 Suzuki GSXR 1000 after a 950. Bob Burt goes red by 011. Jeremy Teasley, 72 to the green side. Teasley goes 824, 180.24 miles an hour. Bob Burt goes 0-11 to the red side, 9:45 of the 950. Here's Marty White from Grove City, Ohio, 48 years old, on a Suzuki Katana 1000, earlier known as the Bandit. I should say this is a early Bandit. That's exactly what this is. 898 the dial on Summit Racing side. Elgin Donata from Aruba. On the Busa, looking for an 888. Marty White goes red by 039. 66 light for Elgin, goes 884 on the 888. As I was just telling my counterpart, Tom McCarthy, that's got to be the fastest Katana I've ever seen. 153.74 in the quarter mile, 9.39 the elapsed time. Jeremy Teasley got that bike to dip into the 8s yesterday. Here's Joe Holt from Columbus, Ohio, the 05 Busa, looking for an 841 Summit Racing side. Garvey Whirlman from Aruba, the 35-year-old on the Gixxer 1000, looking for an 850 Strangeling. Racers separated by 003. It's 863 on the 850 for Garvey Whirlman, the wind lights there. 82 light for Whirlman, 85 light for Joe Holt. 866 on the 841 dial for Joe Holt.
MPS Pro ET action coming your way right now. Out on the line, we have Barry Pryor Sr. in the right lane and George Kennedy of Aruba in the left. Team Aruba is doing a great job of hitting it hard in competition here with us this season. They're doing a great job at the World Finals. They always do, and we look forward to their participation with us every year. They don't disappoint either, I'll tell you. When they get out there, they get after it. Barry Pryor Sr. in the right lane, taking on George Kennedy. And the win at the big end goes to George Kennedy of Aruba. Congratulations to Mr. Kennedy and his crew. They did a fine job on that one. I'm sure you'll see more of them throughout the weekend as we continue on here at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. Ladies and gentlemen, from time to time out there on the race surface, you will see TV jackets, folks working with television. That is Lucas Oil Productions, and they're here filming this entire event for MAV TV, which you will see at a later date. A big thank you to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing for giving us the live feed this weekend. If you want your friends at home to see you on TV, and you're on TV now live, all they have to do at home is go to motormaniatv.com and follow the prompts, and they'll find their way to this event, and they can see you here live. Right now, double red blinking on the tree, which tells me we have a caution in place. And by watching the chief starter, I can see he's waiting for clearance on the top end. The radios will cackle and the word will come down, and we'll get right back to the action as quick as we can. Concession stand is open here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. If you come down to the base of the tower and go to the rear of the tower, the concession stand is located back there with hot coffee, hot chocolate, whatever you need to keep warm, we can help you out with that. And if you need a hoodie or an extra sweatshirt or something like that, please go to the Mancup souvenir stand. If you go to Mancup registration directly behind the tower, you'll see the souvenir stand is attached right to it. Go on down there and see Rich, and we'll get you a hoodie and a hat if you need a hat. It is a little chilly out there. We'll help you out with that and make sure that you are well protected. We are moving our way through MPS Pro ET, and once we conclude that, we'll start getting into our opening ceremonies, and in conjunction with our opening ceremonies, we'll be giving out our awards for our #1 qualifiers and the great teams that have been working here with us this weekend. All right, getting back at it out on the 1320s, hear those pipes wailing, which tells us that we are once again hot on that race surface and going back into competition where we belong. That's what we came here for at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. You want to check out the Wiseco piston display. Wiseco is located over by Mancup registration, right next to Fuel Tech. Come on down here and check out the products. You'll see Bates Leathers, you'll see Vanson Leathers, you'll see MTC and APE Corporation. BPM is located down there. The PR Factory Store, Dunnigan Racing, DME Racing, Grothus Racing, Fast by Gas. They're all here. Go check them out. Albert Pritchner and Rick Eaton. Pritchner fighting a power wheelie right off the launch. Rick Eaton with a good clean release. And Rick Eaton with the win on that one. Rick Eaton out of Venice, Florida is a very deadly, very proficient motorcycle drag racer. He's won a lot of races, a lot of events. He's won with Mancup, and he is out there slugging hard this weekend. Alvin Brito of Aruba and Corey Washington out of Palm City, Florida next. Corey Washington is located at left leg. Red light start by Alvin Brito. Corey Washington will automatically win this. The lights, the timing systems used at drag strips across the USA and around the world, those timing systems are extremely precise and very sensitive. Once a racer is staged, you must not move. If you wiggle that front tire at all, you will instantly trigger a red light. And once you're done. Okay, our next pair. Lou Rise, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Calvin Grice in the right lane. Both racers are pre-staged. The starter will not let them stage duel very long. All right, green light away, Lou Rise away. 0.26 on the reaction time. And he powers down that left side to a 963 on a 945 dial for the win with Louis Rees. Starting to get down there. This is MPS Pro ET, and we just have a sea of these motorcycles. We are so lucky, so blessed to have so many competitors here with us this weekend. Hundreds and hundreds of motorcycles as we make our way through the ranks, which you can do rather quickly. We can send out close to 100 motorcycles an hour down that track, if not more. We move pretty expeditiously. Right now we're only looking at about a dozen more Pro ET bikes, and once they're done, we're going to go into opening ceremonies and then proceed into Pingle Top Fuel. Some of the Pingle Top Fuel motorcycles are already in the lanes over there in lane 1. So if you are fans of nitromethane and the big Top Fuel teams, and I know many of you are, This is your one opportunity to go down there in the staging lanes and get your selfie taken or take a picture of some of your favorite top fuel teams as they begin to make their way into the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, all number one qualifiers. All Mancup number one qualifiers. We need you to the base of the tower, please. We're getting ready for opening ceremonies, and I need all of my number one qualifiers. Larry McBride, Jason Pridemore, Kirby Apathy, Richard Gadsden, Rob Garcia, Jeremy Teasley, Tyler Kamak, John Cracchiolici, Jim Chongris, Pablo Gonzalez, Wyatt Wisen, Mr. Wyatt Wisen in Top Gas. All my number one qualifiers, I need you to the base of the tower, please. And I tell you, my friends, it's the little things that count. I'm watching out there in that 1320 pretty closely. That's just my job, of course, and I'm noticing that Marla is out there handing out cups of hot chocolate. Those are the kind of people we race with here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. Very kind people. Very thoughtful. If you're ready for some hot chocolate or hot coffee, get down to the concession stand and fill up. Back to the racing action out on the 1320. Mike Konopacki of Hampton, Ontario is in the left lane, taking on Rondley Calarina of Aruba. Mr. Konopacki is a rather proficient motorcycle drag racer, and I say that in all confidence, knowing he's in the Canadian Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Not the motorcycle, he's in the Canadian Drag Racing Hall of Fame. He's been at it that long and he's that good. All right, Mr. Konopacki dialed on an 891 against Rod Lee. Konopacki with an uncharacteristic 112 reaction time. Anybody's drag race here, baby. Anybody's drag race, and the win goes to Konopacki. He keeps his front tire just in front of his opponent at the finish line, and Mr. Konopacki will advance to the next round. Our next pair, John Civitarese of Norwood, Mass. We have Civi in the left lane, and Lalacho Thiel of Aruba. Team Aruba, strong presence in the house this weekend. Working hard. Racers are staging very carefully. Here comes the tree. 015 light for Civi. He's going to try to gun him down in the lights. Here comes the Rapid Rabbit. Civi with the win, 8:14 with a 1. An 0:15 reaction time for Civitarese. So Civi advancing to the next round. And we'll bring up our next pair, Doug Fisher and Eric Crosby. So many heavy hitters here this weekend in so many classes. We're going to have very, very impressive close racing right up till the last pair, late tonight, whatever that is. Doesn't matter to win it. And I want to thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here for the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. This is one massive race. We have contestants and visitors from all over the world. All over the world. Doug Fisher and Eric Crosby. Fisher with a red light start. Crosby with the win, 937 on a 910 dial. 003 reaction time for Eric Crosby. That is killing it on the tree. A perfect reaction time would be 000. And we do see a few of those, but not many. I was kind of shocked and very impressed to see Mike Konopacki register a a triple O perfect reaction time twice, and he did it consecutively earlier this weekend. And I asked him about it, and he said, it must be the tree. Yeah. All right, next bet on that racetrack, Tom Cole in the left lane taking a win. We got a breakout by Edward Remla of Aruba, dialed 900, went 897. So Edward Remla went quicker than the dial that he posted, and that's what you cannot do in ET drag racing. When it comes to bracket racing, you predict your number before you run it, but you can't run quicker than what you predicted. If you go quicker than what you predicted, that's called a breakout pass, and you eliminate yourself. In the event of a double breakout, whoever broke out first gets the loss. And a breakout by Angelo Ross. Harvey Hubbard with the win. And Harvey Hubbard will advance to the next. MPS Pro ET getting down to the last half a dozen bikes. And then we're getting ready for our opening ceremonies. You go Alberto of Aruba. Going solo, looks like Cedric Madano could not make the run. So Igor will advance to the next round. And our next pair, Cedric Madano. Let me correct that, refresh my screen here. Leonard Heigler and Jerry Jones. Jones on that beautiful yellow and black motorcycle in the right lane, 2007 Suzuki. Jones from the island of Aruba, part of our Team Aruba contingent here racing this weekend. Red light start by Jones by a bunch. So he will rock it down that side, but he is all done. Heigler very wisely knowing he'd already won the round, just took an easy pass down the left lane, saving parts, saving his engine. He's getting ready for the next round. And that's the name of that tune. All right, that wraps up MPS Pro ET. We have concluded this round of Pro ET. And the next motorcycles down that racetrack are going to make a whole lot of noise, because that will be Pingle Top Fuel. But before we do that, we have opening ceremonies that we're going to start with, so we're preparing for that right now. Number one qualifiers to the base of the tower, please. All number one qualifiers to the base of the tower. Qualifier in Shinko WPS Real Street. right, we are moving on with the show, getting ready to do our presentations for our number one qualifiers. We're also going to give special thanks to our manufacturers who have been supporting us here with Mancup. We have a lot of thanks to give all the way around. Let me tell you, we are truly, truly blessed to have such a great organization and such great sponsors behind us, backing us, working with us, making this all possible. It's one big, massive organization, and a whole lot of work goes on all year. And the whole year that we do this, we're angling towards this event, the World Finals. And let me tell you a little something about the history of the World Finals here at Mancup. This is the 9th year of operations for Mancup, and every year the Mancup World Finals gets bigger and bigger. We're getting ready to go live down on the starting line. Mr. Jay Reagan, the president and leader of Mancup, is going to take over. Don Dowling, I'm going to need you to the tower, please, sir, for the invocation shortly. So, Mr. Don Dowling, please make your way to the tower. Base of the tower, all my number one qualifiers. I need all number one qualifiers. Come on down there and join Kirby Apathy. Out on the line, all of my photographers from dragbike.com, Eat My Ink, as well as Cycle Drag. All photographers, base of the tower, please. We're getting ready to do presentations. All number one qualifiers, I need all of you to the base of the tower, and I see most of you down there. Thank you. We are getting ready to do our thank yous.
All right, everybody, thank you for coming out to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. It's been an epic event. It's been a great time out here. We've got some awards to hand out for all the guys and the gals who have been wearing it out and qualifying. I'd like to start with the Rysco Street Fighter, number one qualifier, which is Pablo Gonzalez. Pablo, if you're here. Pablo Gonzalez, number one qualifier, Rysco Street Fighter. How about Wyatt Neeson, my number one qualifier in Star Racing Top Gas? Wyatt Neeson. Come on over here, Wyatt. Don't be scared. I'm talking. It's Wyatt Neeson all the way down here from Minnesota. Our number one qualifier in Star Racing Top Gas. Congratulations, Wyatt. Good luck today. All right. We got Wyatt Neeson out of the way. How about Super Eliminator? Do we have Jim Chongris? Jim Chongris in Super Eliminator. Well, that was a mistake. Rick Steiner is paid to be the number one qualifier in Super Eliminator, and we appreciate that. Rick, congratulations. Best of luck today, Super Eliminator. Good job. Yeah. Okay. How about our Growthus Ultra 460 number one qualifier, Tyler Kamek. Tyler Kamek. Tyler, all the way down from Delaware, right? Congratulations. Tyler Kamek, number one qualifier in Growthus 460. Thank you. Best of luck. John Krakalici. John Krakalici, MTC Supercomp, number one qualifier. John Krakalici. Over here. Clearwater's own, John Krakalici. Good luck today, John. Tear him up. Hang on, let's see what we get. Look that way. Okay. Thanks, man. All right. Our WPS Shinko #1 qualifier, and that's going to be Jeremy Teasley, please. Jeremy Teasley, #1 qualifier in Real Street. Jeremy, you also have a special bag from the huge contingent of people from Aruba. It's a gift. Come on right over here. I'll take your picture. Good luck out there with your 759 motorcycle. Good job, Jeremy. Way to get it done. We do have Destiny Spurlock. Destiny Spurlock, I'd like to recognize her as the 460 Challenge winner. Destiny Spurlock. Went out there and whipped up on all the boys. We have a little bag for you from the fine folks from Aruba. Destiny Spurlock, your #1, your winner in the 460 Challenge. Great job, Destiny. Congratulations. No. Just ours. Well, he's done it once, so we're going to do it again here. Jeremy Teasley is our APE Pro Street winner, #1 qualifier, and also the winner of the shootout. Jeremy Teasley on his way to doubling up out there. See if he's got it in there. Fine ladies at Webcam Camshafts. There he is, Teasley, the natural. Ride anything and ride it that well. Congratulations. And I am going to need Rob Garcia. Rob Garcia, he's our #1 qualifier in Nitrous Express Pro Open. Rob Garcia won a 634 on his turbocharged entry, setting the pace in Pro Open. Rob, you also get something from the wonderful folks from Aruba. Let's go get him, Rob. Good job. Thank you, Rob Garcia. Rob. Kirby Apathy, our #1 qualifier in 6-second machine in Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Kirby setting the pace in the 6s again. Congratulations, Kirby. Good job. Best of luck to you out there. Good job. Richard Gadsden. Richard Gadsden, our #1 qualifier in Pro Modified. Richard Gadsden. Richard, you also have a bonus coming of $250, courtesy of Robinson Industries, transmission supplier to the Stars. #1 qualifier in Falcon Pro Mod. Richard Gadsden, 4 flat. Good luck today, Richard. Jason Pridemore, if you're here, with the incredible gunslinger. He's our #1 qualifier in Pingle Top Fuel Twin. Incredible pass. #1 qualifier out there. Congratulations. You also receive a bag from the Aruban people. Hold that. There's a hat. It's all yours. Good luck today, Jason, on your quest for the 5s. Good luck. Go out there and get them. Yeah. There's Jason's team, hard-working guys. Larry McBride, if you're in the house, Larry McBride, Dave Vantine, Ian King, and Sam Wills as well. One more shout out for Pablo Gonzalez. Pablo, if you're in the house. I'm giving these away. All right, Larry McBride set the world on its ear on Thursday and continues to. Now it just makes 560s look easy. Just go out there, oh, it just went 560. Larry, congratulations. And I know you'll appreciate that. Yeah. Come on over here, Larry. Number one qualifier. Here we go. Best of luck today. You're in a championship battle. All comes down to today. Go get him, Larry. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. We're going to see what we can do for y'all here. And I'd like for everybody to help old Jay out over here. I tell you, he's had a heck of a weekend. And we just want everybody to back the Mancup. And we're just proud to be here. And Jay's allowing us to run. And if everybody would just work with him, it'll all come out just fine.
I did announce for Dave Vantine, Sam Wills, and Ian King as well, because once again, Dave Dunnigan has got cash money for you. Dave Dunnigan, one of the most generous people in this sport. We have qualifying money for the top fuel bikes, which is so very generous. Ian King, if you're there, Sam Wills is definitely on the hop. Sam is coming. Gonna get a group shot. If Ian makes it, he makes it. If not, we'll just move on. Well, we'll just take this shot right here. These are your numbers 1, 2, and 4 qualifiers in Pingle Top Fuel. And Dave Dunnigan, thank you for your generosity, helping make this happen. Very greatly appreciated. All right. Late to the party as usual is Mr. Ian King. So we're going to take and get it one more time. One more time with the ageless Ian King, sponsored by Cannon Engineering, all the way out here to America, and couldn't be able to do it with the great help of John and Dia Morgan getting that motorcycle out here. It's fantastic. Okay, good job, guys. Best of luck to everybody today. All right, so we are down to our event sponsor here. I need a representative from Fuel Tech. If you could stop in. Dunnigan Racing also providing a top gas bonus of $200 to the number one qualifier, a semifinal loser bonus of $200, best reaction time of $200, and long distance of $200. Dave Dunnigan's generosity is unmatched in this sport. But I've got Fuel Tech. Obviously, the direction things are going to. Fuel Tech, thank you very much for your support of Mancup. Great products from a great company. Guys, check out Fuel Tech on the vendor midway. All right. Thank you, sir. I've got one last shout. I want to give a yell out to the contingent of the racers from Aruba. There must be more racers in Aruba per capita than anywhere in the world. They've got 2 full shipping containers here of motorcycles, and they've brought gifts for some of our number one qualifiers. It's just been fantastic to have them. They've been coming. They were here last year. They brought twice the bikes this year. And when you're racing them, they're out there. They are racing hard and winning. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the Reuben contingent. If we've got a group here, we'll do a group photo. Do we have that? All right, thank you very much for the support from Aruba with Mancup. And our final award, usually as late as ever, right to the lanes, is El Jefe himself, Pablo. Number one qualifier in Wiseco Street Fighter. Okay. Plaque out front. Pablo here, number one qualifier. Yep. Pablo Gonzalez, second generation motorcycle drag racer, doing it very, very well from the island of Puerto Rico. You guys bring it home. Pablo and his wonderful family here, his dad, very generous also in his support of motorcycle drag racing. Pablo Gonzalez will wrap up our pre-event ceremonies, the awards for number one qualifiers, all very well deserved. Guys, in your bags, the giveaway bags that we gave away at the gate, you've got your 2020 Mancup schedule in there. We'll be starting the season at the great facility in Orlando Speed World. That'll be in April. We'll come back here to South Georgia in May. We'll head back to Dragway 42 in Ohio in July. Rockingham, North Carolina in September, and next year's World Finals will be right back here. The greatest spectacle in all of motorcycle drag racing will be back here. This time next year, set your calendars, set your watch, get your vacation time lined up. And with that, we're going to let the great staff here at South Georgia Motorsports Park that have worked tirelessly for the last 5 days, giving you guys a world record-setting racetrack. Again, every year they do it. Quickest pass in the country returns here. It seems every year. The staff at South Georgia, second to none. Starts up top with Nelson and Marla Hoyos. The management team here, Linda Weeks and all the fine folks. Wade Rich up from their sister facility in Orlando to help out. This is a staff second to none, and if you haven't already, please take the time to thank a South Georgia Motorsports Park staffer for their hard work over these last 5 days. We had rain last night, and they've got you a racetrack that's just as good, if not better, Wade said, than it was. So you can expect record numbers. We're going to let Wade and the staff of South Georgia do their thing, and we're going to take, when they give us the clear, we'll bring you back with the invocation, followed by the national anthem, and then we'll make some noise. Thank you one and all for coming out here to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco Piston. Thank you.
All right, we are getting ready to go into action mode here, ladies and gentlemen, as the motorcycles roll forward. So I beg your patience with that while we continue on with track preparations out there. As soon as the track preparations out on the 1320 are done, we will indeed go live and begin our Pingle Top Fuel Twin E1. That's what's coming up next. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all of you to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. We have just concluded our presentation ceremonies. We are clear with that. And what we are doing now is just that little bit of final extra track prep that is necessary before we unleash these 1,000 horsepower plus machines out here on the racetrack. And that's what's going to happen next. Keep in mind now, with the I-4 bikes like Larry McBride's bike, Ian King's, etc. These I-4 machines are pushing upwards of 1,500 horsepower. Trying to hook up 1,500 horsepower with just one rear tire, that's a massive effort. And in doing that, it takes a little extra something out there in track prep so that there's sufficient adhesion for the tires to hook up with and boogie down that 1320. Our first pair out will be Dave Van Tine over in the left lane, and a man we affectionately refer to as Sushi, Mr. Juha Kunien of Stockholm, Sweden, will be in the right lane. You'll see his motorcycle over here at the base of the tower, the black bike in the right lane, all ready to fire up. We're ready to go with that. And we are going to do that once we see the high sign down on the track after we get the last bit of track prep done. It's going to happen here very shortly. A big shout out to MAV TV, Lucas Oil Productions, who are filming this entire event. You're going to see yourself on TV once again in the future, courtesy of MAV TV, Oil, and Lucas Oil Productions. Our thank you to Jack Corpella for helping to coordinate that with Cycle Drag. And our final track prep is done. And I would say we are about ready for the invocation, ready to do that. If we are good to go, we're going to roll with that, and I see that they're going to park that, and our teams are in place. So I will make the call on that right now to go ahead and proceed with the invocation. All rise, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm thankful to be here. It's been my 21st year of being with all you guys and gals, and I've been blessed. God's given us another year, and we can never thank Him enough. I'm going to ask you, I got a friend down there that's got a birthday today, Brittany. Happy birthday, and anyone else that's got a birthday. Father, we thank You for Your presence. We thank You that You have give us a beautiful day, a beautiful weather. Even though it's cool, we're just thankful. We're thankful for America. We're thankful for our soldiers and those that have protected us and given their lives. Father, we thank You for the owners, Marla and Nelson, for giving us a beautiful track. We ask Your blessings on all these, and we ask Your blessings on everyone here today, and we ask for safety for everyone that gets on this track. Top fuelers on down to the smaller bikes. Lord, it's about being safe and being blessed to being here. So we're giving You the glory in Your Son, Jesus, who died on the cross to give us a new life, a new day. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Have a good race. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Round of applause. Come on, live it up out there. This is the biggest drag race of the year. Let's make it sound like it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, one and all. Welcome to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing. All right, what's going to happen out of that 1320 right now is a whole lot of noise and a whole lot of horsepower. You are hearing 4 cylinders of Puma power underneath Dave Van Tine. And that monster in the left lane that is painted yellow That is the Van Tine Motorsports motorcycle. Dave Van Tine in the hot seat, currently qualified number 1. His last trip on that racetrack. Yeah, baby, that's what we came here for. His last trip down the racetrack was a 571 at 251 miles an hour. That is hauling the mail, my friends. Now, coming up in the right lane, get ready to fire, is Mr. Sushi's motorcycle, Mr. Hatkunian from Stockholm, Sweden. We have several teams from Sweden here this weekend. I'll tell you more about that as the day progresses. Now, you notice he fired up late. He didn't really fire up late. He just fired up in accordance with the other team's plan, so he'd give them enough time to do their thing and stage. They do a very different starting routine with a Top Fuel Harley. They do a short burnout, and then they pull up and stage. That's it. They're ready to go. So Sushi and his team have got his bike ready to go. Oh, yes. Now you notice he's all done. He's ready to stage. See, it's a very different warm-up and routine for a 2-cylinder bike versus an I-4. Mr. Sushi, and God, how he loves this sport. So many of our Top Fuel pilots do. Dave Van Tine in the left, pre-staged. Sushi taking his time going in. He's finally in there. Dave Van Tine waiting on him now. All right, here we go. Now Van Tine will come in last. Tickles the beam. Van Tine on a lung. Oh, he is on a run. Pick that tire up at half track. 6-0 at 200 miles an hour. That was exactly what Dave wanted to do. And he knew once he got halfway down that racetrack, if the candles would stay lit and the tire would be stuck to the racetrack, he knew he'd run a number. His team did a fantastic job of calling the shots on that tune-up, which is very tricky to do in this cold weather. All the nitro teams have got their hands full today. It's a little bit on the chilly side out here. And when it's chilly, nitromethane does not like cold. All right, Mr. Hatkunian's motorcycle is stopped at 8th mile. And you'll notice that the retrieval team is already on their way down there to come pick him up, get that bike off the racetrack. We'll take care of that and escort him off the surface safely so that we can get rolling on with the next pair. That was a really stellar job by both teams. This is very tricky in this cool to cold weather. Nitromethane is never happy under 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's kind of pushing the envelope on that right now. And that makes the Top Fuel teams all look at their data and kind of scratch their heads. The European racers who are used to racing in this weather know exactly where to go and what to do with their tune-ups. Ian King and his team, as well as Per Bankston, they've got to look at their data, and they've got a lot of cold weather data to work with because they race in the Nordic Series over in Europe as well as in England, which isn't exactly known for its hot weather, even though they get their warm spots now and then. So they've got a lot of data for cold weather to work with, whereas the American teams, they may have to fish a little bit on that. The next pair coming up your way, over in the left lane, on the opposite side of the racetrack from the timing tower, that is Jay Turner's motorcycle over there, Jay Turner Racing. And the Bulldog himself, Mr. Jay Turner, will be piloting the motorcycle. The motorcycle is Lucky 7. That is the 7th motorcycle in the series he has built for Bobby Buckley. And that motorcycle has a Pro Charger on it. That is a Top Fuel Harley racing a Top Fuel Twin. Jay is very capable of running 6.0 and into the 5s. So don't be surprised if Jay puts a 5 up on that board. But if he does put a 5 up on that board, you better stand up and applaud very loudly and then take a picture of it, because we have yet to have a 5-second pass by a Top Fuel Twin here in the USA. It will happen. It may well happen today. Jay is quite capable of running that number. So don't take your eyes off that motorcycle when he goes rocketing down to 1320 in the left lane. In the right lane, you will see the motorcycle of Sam Wills. Mr. Wills and his partner there, Mike Dryden. That motorcycle has been in development for a while. They debuted it in 2013 at the Battle of Bradenton, and they've been refining the motorcycle ever since. They have gone into the fives. Sam has got his 5-second time slip. He knows they can go back into the fives, but they've been on a little bit of a hunt to get back there. It's a little bit frustrating too, because they know they can do it. They know they have the machine for it, but yet the actual combination has been elusive for them to run in the fives. They're certainly looking for it today, and I guarantee you when they get the call to fire up, they're going to throw the kitchen sink at that thing, because today is the day and now is the time to do that. This is the final race of the year for these motorcycles in major competition here at the World Finals. If you're going to let it all hang out, now is the time and this is the place. All right, firing them up. Once again, you've got a V-twin Harley left lane and an I-4 on the right. So the I-4 will do his burnout first, and while he's backing up, you'll see that V-twin fire up and do the same thing. I-4s do these monster burnouts past the starting line, and then it takes him a while to back up. So while he's backing up, that's when you'll see the V-twin fire. Sam Wills, been throwing a leg over nitro bikes since 1974. He's been at it a while. Oh, he stayed right in that. That sounded very crisp. And that's exactly what his teammates are saying to themselves right now. That's precisely the kind of burnout he wanted to have from that bike. That was textbook. Textbook I-4. Now in the left lane, Jay Turner and his crew are getting ready to flip the switch and spin that bike over. Jay will tell him when. Mr. Turner gives the call, and you hear that rumble of thunder as his bike comes to life. Now, Jay's motorcycle is supercharged. He has a ProCharger on it. So you're looking at fuel-injected nitro with a supercharger. Yeah, baby. V-Twin Thunder coming to the starting line, courtesy of Jay Turner Racing. His team operates like a well-oiled machine. Every member of the team knows exactly what to do and when to do it. Safety is out of the parachute. The bike is ready to launch. Over in the right lane, Mike Dryden tells Sam you're good to go, and we're going racing right here, right now. There they go, side by side. Got a good drag race underway. They're right there with each other the whole way. Sam Wills with a 6.0.98 at 216 miles an hour. Jay Turner Racing was right there with him, right down the racetrack. Jay had a 1:14.60-footer. At the 8th mile, Jay Turner was trucking with a 4.30, and in the other lane, Sam Wills was 4.03. Jay had 171 mile an hour in the 8th mile. Sam Wills with 195 at the 8th mile. And on the end of the racetrack, you saw the result, 6.09 for Sam, a strong 7.21 for Jay Turner. And we're moving on to that next round, which will feature Mitch Brown and Ian King. Now, this matchup with Mitch and Ian is a very good one. And there's a very friendly and intense, we could call it a rivalry. Maybe that's pushing it a little much. Let's face it, they're racers. They both want to win. And Mitch definitely wants to do so for his team, which is the team of Dennis Bradley Racing. That is Dennis Bradley's motorcycle. Dennis has been racing in Top Fuel as a competitor and with a team for decades. Dennis Bradley and Dennis Bradley Plumbing, they absolutely love the sport. They love the class of Top Fuel, which is like no other class. It is truly the competition of kings in motorcycle drag racing. So Dennis Bradley owns, operates, puts that motorcycle together, and the hired gun in the hot seat is Mitch Brown, a man with a lot of talent who raced a lot of different pro bikes for a lot of years, and Mitch Brown does a very, very credible job, great job piloting that motorcycle. Now this time out, you're going to have a pair of I-4s going at it, and Ian King is getting ready to fire his bike. They both are. Ian King from the United Kingdom is a 10-time European champion. He's done a fantastic job in many years of development in his bike. Ian and Mitch give each other the nod. They're good to go, so they're both going to fire up now. And now you'll have side-by-side burnouts with the I-4 bikes. All right, both bikes are sounding very good and warming up very well. Ian King and the Gulf Oil team head for the starting line. Mitch Brown with the Dennis Bradley bike. Dennis and his team are down there ready to receive. Ian King, 10-time European champion. He has made hundreds of passes on this bike. Ian and this bike are one, and that is a big thing, Ian feels very comfortable and very at home on this Top Fuel motorcycle. But I tell you, it really is something the way they have to get in tune with that bike, get in touch with that bike, because they have to make corrections before they're needed. They must stay in front of the motorcycle. You can't just react to what's happening on the racetrack. You have to react before, because if you react to what's happening, it's too late. All right, both motorcycles are pre-staged and ready to rock and roll here. Full stage for Mitch. Here comes Ian King. Here's the tree. Great drag race in progress. Ian King is trucking out that right side. 5.81, 235 miles an hour. A fantastic pass by Ian King. He put that one in the bank. An excellent run by Gulf Oil team. Congratulations to both teams. I saw the bike break loose a little bit for Mitch Brown out there just before the 3:30 clock, and as soon as he started to lose traction, Ian King just ran away like a high-speed rabbit. A magnificent pass by the Gulf Oil team. Congratulations. They went 5.81 at 2:35. Ian King's personal best with that motorcycle. The quickest that motorcycle has ever gone is a 5.66 at 246 miles an hour. So they've got more in the bank with that bike. You will see more. Be watching for it next round. Bingle Top Fuel in progress here right now. And the next pair of motorcycles out. Two old friends, two old competitors that have been racing with each other for a long, long time. And they are a wonderful matchup. In the left lane, you have Mr. Chris Hand on the Redneck Express, the red motorcycle in the left lane, out of Nauvoo, Alabama. And in the right lane, ladies and gentlemen, the world record holder currently in Top Fuel, the quickest and fastest motorcycle on the planet. That is Larry Spider-Man McBride. Chris Hand puts the spurs to that and sends it downtown. They'll be backing it up. Larry is the world record holder right now with a 5.60 at 263 miles an hour. Cycle Specialist horsepower right there. That is Larry McBride's monster that they have created at Cycle Specialist. The motorcycle in the right lane, you are looking at a motorcycle that is handcrafted by Cycle Specialist It is the first bike that they have made from the frame rails up. The entire motorcycle is completely crafted, designed, engineered, and built by Larry McBride and his brother, older brother Stevie McBride. That is their first creation. It's not their last. There are 4 clones of that motorcycle under construction right now. You're going to see more of that. Roland Stewart on the starting line, pointing exactly where he wants Larry to plant that motorcycle as he begins to line up. Chris Hand pre-staged in the left lane, ready to rock and roll. Roland Stewart on the left of Larry, to the right is Stevie McBride. All right, here we go. Larry's out of here. Larry's on a run. He's got this one. On top end, Larry McBride, 5.64. A 5.64 at 258 miles an hour. There. If you like apples, how do you like them apples? That's getting it done. So, Mr. McBride, serving notice to one and all that he has the horsepower and knows how to use it. A great run by the Cycle Specialist team, and that certainly bodes well for the next round. All right, taking care of administrative duties up here. My apologies for going silent, but we're going to do that now and then, but we got that covered. All righty, trucking on with our program here. We have just concluded round 1 of Pingle Top Fuel. Now, we're moving on to round 1, which is going to be E1, of course. This is eliminations of Pingle Top Fuel Twin. Pingle Top Fuel Twins race basically on Super Twin rules from Europe. All right, Pingle Top Fuel Twin is getting ready to fire. Motorcycle at the base of the tower. Right now, the black motorcycle, that is Jason Pridemore. And he's waiting for the official word to fire up. Jason was our #1 qualifier in Top Fuel Twin. He thundered down that racetrack with a 6:17, one of the quickest passes he's ever made in this motorcycle. And you may see history right here, right now. This motorcycle definitely has the horsepower to run a 5. Anything in the 5s will be world record, world shattering here for us in the USA. 5s have been running. The man who ran one is out on the starting line right now, Mr. Yasa Salakari. Yaska's out there right now. I know Vesa Luppinen is here too. They have both run 5s in Europe. And sooner or later, they're going to run a 5 here in America. You'll see it happen. You might see it happen right now here. All right, that's a big Sprintex screw-type supercharger on the front of Jason's bike. Mr. Pridemore has built this entire motorcycle himself. It is like a piece of jewelry. It is so beautiful. And you're looking at his craftsmanship, his work, his development. Jason has a lot of heart in this motorcycle. And boy, how he loves it. One of Jason's idols is the late, great Elmer Trett, and he has a picture of Elmer on that motorcycle. And I can tell you without hesitation, if Elmer was here today, he'd be smiling. He'd like that motorcycle a whole lot. That's the direction Elmer would have gone in. had he continued on for his tragedy in 1996. Jason Pridemore in the right lane, because he is low qualifier, because we have an unbalanced ladder, he's going to do a competition single by himself here. He gets the bye run. Jason Pridemore of Ohio. He settles himself. The bike is pre-staged. Here we go. All right. Unfortunately, the motorcycle broke traction quickly. Jason immediately got out of it. Now, it's very important with top fuel bikes that when the rear tire breaks loose from traction, they have to get out of it quickly, and it is very best if they stay out of the throttle when that happens. The reason for that is, unlike a gasoline bike where you can get out of the throttle and get back into it, the power flows somewhat smoothly. With nitromethane, as soon as the power is interrupted, the tire, if there's no load on the motor, fire there to really fire up all that liquid. So they can't ignite the liquid. You've got to get out of the throttle, because if you try and reignite it after it hasn't lit, you're going to blow the heads off. And it's rare occasions you will see a top fuel pilot go back into them, but it's never a good idea to do so, because this is when the motors blow. Every top fuel pilot out there right now has a blast vest on underneath their leathers. It is mandatory. They have to wear a chest protector, because when these bikes go boom, bad things happen. Real bad things happen. If a cylinder head comes up off the cylinders and slams into the frame, drives the frame into the chest of the driver, and that's when injuries occur. So over the years, they've learned the hard way that they have to wear a blast vest, and also with a blast vest, they also have straps on these motors. Look at the fingers going in the ears down there. I know why, too. This is Per Bankston's bike, the Beast. This is the Beast. It is being piloted by Tommy Grimes. Very unique. Yeah, that's a burnout. And the reason the motorcycle sounds so different from your other V-twins, because it's not a V-twin. This is a parallel twin from Sweden. All the way from Sweden just to race this race. The pilot of this bike is Tommy Grimes from North Carolina. Mr. Bankston hired Tommy to put him in the seat, and Per Bankston is still calling all the tuning shots. It's his bike. He created it. He crafted it. He loves it. Okay, firing up now in the left lane is Don Becker's bike, the Southside Harley Davidson. And Becker gets in a burnout. Something happens on his bike, and I believe he has gone silent over there. Yes, Don Becker he's dismounting the bike. So Don Becker is broke after the burnout. Tommy Grimes on a solo shot here. And as you saw, the tire broke loose as soon as he snapped the throttle. So Tommy snapped the throttle, the tire broke loose, and he got right out of it. And he's going to idle down, take the first turnoff. Don Becker is being rolled back from the burnout box, and we're going to go on to our next pair. And our next pair coming up here will feature Rich Vreeland in the right lane with the Circle One sponsored bike. Rich Vreeland and Circle One and Dream Chaser Racing, Jeanette Thornley, they are all one team right now. Jeanette Thornley and Rich have teamed up, and they're going top fuel racing with the NHRA next year. They're here getting a little extra seat time and competing with the Mancup, and we thank them for joining the show. I always welcome all the quality teams from around the world here. Love having them. And Rich gives a thumb up to his counterpart. That is Ty Tharp in the left lane. All right, getting ready to rock and roll out there. We have Ty Tharp on the left and Rich Vreeland on the right. All right, Rich, on that line. I got Rich all ready to stage. Ty Tharp, the man I refer to as the champ. NHRA two-time Top Fuel Harley champion in the left lane. Ty Tharp ready to let the beast loose. There they go. Tharp is on a run. He's hanging his foot out. That's his style. 641 at 213 for Ty Tharp. And a 690 at 199 for Rich Vreeland. Great run there by the champ. Ty Tharp and that motorcycle have really gotten to know one another in the past 2 seasons. He's won 2 NHRA championships with it. The motorcycle was built, serviced, tuned, designed, created from J. Turner Racing. Another great creation by the folks down in Liberty, North Carolina. And we get ready to make a little more thunder here in Top Fuel. Tyler Wilson's bike is in the right lane. Tyler had just fired up. And over in the left lane, I believe that is Tim. Nope, that's Ricky House. That is Ricky House over there. That is Sharky. All righty now. Tyler Wilson. No longer a pro fuel pilot. He's a top fuel pilot now. And good life. Sharky and Tyler Wilson. Good side-by-side burnouts. Dorothy Olson out there taking the safety strap out of the parachute. Over on the right, I think that's Jeremy. Turning on the data collection. Mark Connor, another veteran fuel pilot out there. All part of J. Turner Racing. In the left lane, Ricky House of Humboldt, Texas. Watch that bike in the left lane carry the front tire. Go, baby. Go, baby. There they go. Sharky's on a tear out there. 654 at 211 for Ricky House. And he's still thundering down there. He's going to need the whole racetrack to blow that thing down. Ricky House in the left lane really put it out there. He was thundering. Tyler Wilson got off to a good start and was definitely side by side there at the launch. But right at the 330, you can see Sharky hike the front wheel up and just go right down Broadway. So great run there by Ricky House. And you're all in for a great round of racing again next round when all these monsters come back out. I got more nitro for you right now. Don't go away. We have just concluded Pingle Top Fuel Twin, and we are now moving into Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. A big thank you to Johnny Vickers and Hawaii Racing for their many years of support of this class and all the nitro racers out there. Johnny Vickers Nitro School down at Rockingham Dragway. Johnny ran that school down there for years, and most of the Top Fuel Harley pilots you see racing today, many of them are graduates of Johnny's school. All right, we're getting ready to make some serious Pro Fuel noise out here now. Now, Pro Fuel motorcycles are carbureted. That's mandatory for the class. They have to run one carburetor. They also have no transmission. These motorcycles are direct drive. Rules of the class. It's all about the clutch and hooking it up. This is Kirby Apathy, our number one qualifier. And with an unbalanced ladder, he's got the bye run. And Kirby's going to power down that racetrack, but he's not going to drop the hammer on it. He's conserving parts because he knows he's got to come out and race hard in the next round. So Kirby's going to come out, motor down the racetrack, take his wind light, and next time Kirby comes out, you'll see him really stand on it. During qualifying yesterday, Kirby dropped a 696 on everybody's head when most of the bikes are running 750s and 740s. Kirby just, bam, came right out of the box and went 696. Now, Kirby is the world record holder with a 685, which he ran at this event back in 2017. So Kirby's got more in the bank. And our next pair is ready to rock and roll. Bobby Hoover's bike just fired up. He's ready to go. The pilot for Bobby Hoover will be Mike Beeland of A1 Cycles, North Carolina. Mike Beeland in the hot seat. Sam White is in the left lane. Sam's bike's all fired up. And the White Lightning racing team of Sam White are ready. Mike Beeland waiting patiently, showing great poise, not nervous at all. Just waiting for Sam. Mugging for the camera with Tim Haley. All right. There you go. All right, both bikes, good burnouts. Pro Fuel motorcycle action coming your way. This class sponsored by Hawaii Racing. Sam White on the left, Mike Beeland on the right. Anybody's drag race. In the points right now, Sam White and Preston Bartlett are very, very close in Pro Fuel. Coming into this race, Preston has 384 points. Sam has 343. Sam needs this win. Mike Beeland pressing him. Sam with a good run. Sam White 750 at 168 miles an hour. Mike Beeland on Bobby Hoover's bike goes 8-0. Nice clean pass by both bikes. And we get ready for the next pair. If you could look up some of the photos of some of these Pro Fuel bikes online. You look at Sam White's bike, Preston Bartlett's bike, Kirby's bike. It's really interesting to look close at the photographs because you'll see the amount of reversion, back spray comes out of the carbs as the motors start working their way up to speed. Any photographs taken after the 60-foot clock, between the 60-foot and the 330 clock, you see all this spray in the air outside the carburetor. That's all nitromethane being pushed out and sucked back in by the motors. It's just the way a V-twin operates. It's a V-twin thing, best I can tell you. Very cool to look at. All right, in the right lane, right now, that is Michael Ray on the seat of the Wilson Concrete Pro Fuel bike, formerly ridden by Tyler Wilson. Left lane, Preston Bartlett. Current points champ, leading in the points, but he's not ahead of Sam White by a whole lot. So it's very important for Preston to go rounds today. Very important. Michael Ray in New Braunfels, Texas. Michael Ray in the right lane is an extremely accomplished nitro pilot. He can definitely handle this motorcycle, and he will give Preston a run for his money. The tune-ups must be there. Without the tune-up, driver's got no chance. All right, Michael Ray's bike stumbles off the launch, and that's all for him. Preston Bartlett trucking down that left lane, 7:35, a great run. Not a good run, that is a great run for Preston Bartlett. He's been down in the 7:30s before, but that's one of his best passes ever. And it couldn't come at a more important time. Congratulations for Walter Holonsky and the team out there working in support of Preston Bartlett. That run was just what they needed, just when they needed it to stay in the race. Sam White and the White Lightning team did a great job with their pass. So they're still neck and neck in points, and it's anybody's ball game. How that points championship will play out, my guess is we won't know till the last round tonight. We still have more nitro action coming your way. The next pair out in the right lane, I see Jim Martin. And in the left lane from Canada, that is Al Miles. Got a bunch of Canadian racers here this weekend, and they all do so well. This is one of the things I love about this international event, which we call the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. The international flavor. We've got Al Miles from Canada over there. Gene Goslin's also from Canada. Mike Konopacki is from Canada. We got a bunch of Canadian racers here. I know Jeff Pollard and the crew up in Canada, they're all listening live on Motor Mania TV, and you can too if you tell your friends and family to tune in to Motor Mania TV on the internet. They can listen in and watch this event live right now. Tell them where you're seated in the stands, wave to them, it'll work. They'll find you. Talking about the international flavor here. We have racers from India, we have racers from Japan, we have racers from Australia, racers from the UK, Sweden, all over, Germany. Lots of racers. All over the world. Athol Williams is here also from Australia. Lots of standouts. Nikki Zach will be out shortly with her bike in Pro Open, the world's fastest woman. She'll show you what fast is all about. All right, Al Miles' bike fired up, ready to go. And Jim Martin got his beautiful Pro Fuel bike all lit too. I see Jeanette Thornley ready to fire next, and David Larson. All right, Al Miles nailing it over there in the left lane. Great job on the burnout, same for Jim Martin. These big thundering Harleys on nitro generally run somewhere in the mid-sevens. 740 be a really great pass at around 170 to 180 miles an hour. We'll see what they can bring to the table here now. Al Miles out of Edmonton, Alberta. Jim Martin from Palestine, Illinois. Great reaction time by Jim Martin. He nailed that tree. Win by Al Miles, 761 at 162 miles an hour, 797 at 162 for Jim Martin. Good short time there for Al Miles, a 1.2. They try to get him down around 115, 110. They shoot for that when they can, but it's more important to not break the tire loose than it is to hook up a little too hard. It's the 60-foot launch that makes the quick ET possible, but you've got to hook up before you do anything. That's the bottom line there. All right, I see the high sign given by the starter to both teams. They are now ready to fire. Jeanette Thornley, Pro Fuel champion with the NHRA on more than one occasion, also with Mancup. Jeanette, a very accomplished fuel bike pilot. Crouched down next to her bike with her husband, Buddy, starting it up here now. Jeanette working with the injector. They bring that bike to life. Now I can see the bike clearly. That's Rockstone. That is the Rockstone. That is Rocky Jackson in the left lane. And Jeanette Thornley on the right. Couldn't see through the crowd to ID the bike, but now I can. Alrighty, baby. Rocky Jackson cranks out a... Jeanette does the same. That rhythmic thumping sounds perfect. That's what they're supposed to sound like. And I'll give you a little something as a man who's been around these bikes a while. If you're ever out there as a photographer and you hear one that doesn't sound right, get away from it. I'm not kidding. They need to sound right. They need to sound just like this. Just like that. All right, buddy, give Jeanette a tap, and they're ready to rock and roll. Here comes the tree. Jeanette's bike stumbled a little on the launch. Rocky Jackson cranks down that left side and goes 8-0 for the win. Jeanette Thornley, 878. When Jeanette left the starting line, it sounded flat. I don't know what happened, and I'm not going to speculate. I can only tell you that when Jeanette snapped the throttle open, the bike normally has a lot of throttle response, hikes the front wheel up, and goes downtown. But on that one there, it came off the line a little bit lazy for whatever reason. And unfortunately, that's it for Jeanette on that one. And big congratulations to Rocky Jackson. Good to see the Rockstone going rounds here. Rocky Jackson has won 2 Pro Fuel Championships with the Mancup Motorcycle Drag Racing Sanction in the past. So the Rockstone knows where he's going, and he's been there before, and you look forward to see more of him in the next round. 2 more real good fuel bikes ready to run next. Ladies and gentlemen, you still have more nitro. I got one more pair of Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel bikes ready to run next, and there'll be a brief track prep right after that as we prepare for Falcon Pro Mod. All right, back to the action. David Larson, a man with 2 decades plus under his belt racing fuel bikes over in the left lane, the far side. That's the black motorcycle. And the red, white, and blue monstrosity and beautiful motorcycle in the right lane with that very scary facial helmet, that's Kurt Sexton. That is one bad boy motorcycle. Yeah, it is. All right, dual burnouts. Side by side Nitro Thunder. Gotta love it. I sure do. We live for it. That sounded awesome. We get lucky here in the tower because they point those pipes right at us when they snap the throttle open. The nitromethane that these bikes burn, they generally run nitro right from the can. 98%, sometimes 96%. They might cut it with a little methanol, but more often than not, they just tip the can and run straight nitro. Larson gets out on Chassis Works bike. David Larson got a little bit of a jump there, and he put it to work for the win. 776 to a 782 over Kurt Sexton. David Larson's bike just hooked up and boogied. He had a 123 60-footer compared to the 130 360-footer of Kurt Sexton. And from there, he just built on that. 321 versus a 329 at the 8th mile. Sexton had a 487 with a 492 for Kurt. And David Larson just ran away with it. Congratulations. And his historic Harley-Davidson sponsored bike. Well done. All right, that concludes Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel qualifying, and we are prepared to slide into Falcon Pro Mod. Your next classes, ladies and gentlemen, will be Falcon Pro Mod. You'll see Nitrous Express Pro Open. Then you'll see APE Pro Street, the amazing Pro Street bikes, followed by Shinko WPS Real Street motorcycle. We have got lots and lots of action coming your way, so don't go away. But I will tell you, concession stand is open. Hot beverages, cold beverages available. Also, if you want some barbecue, there's a real good barbecue available right here on the premises. Over on the opposite side of the racetrack from the tower is Sweet Tea's. And Sweet Tea's barbecue is top shelf. If you want a good pulled pork sandwich, $5. Step up to the window. You will not regret it. Out on the 1320 right now, you'll notice that the dragging is underway out now. The gentleman out there working with this is Wade Rich. And Wade Rich is one of the premier track preparation guys in the country. He is one of the sultans of stick. He has passed on his skill to the other members here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. And they know exactly how to prep a surface. They could turn it into human flypaper out there where you can't even walk on that track. If you try to walk on that track, you're going to need assistance getting off of the track. And if you've got like $150 pair of Nikes on, sorry, they're going to be two-piece sneakers in short order. I've seen it happen more than once. Oh yeah. Here's a little snippet of information. They actually have a little scoreboard going. And when somebody gets stuck to the track and falls down, they put another notch on the scoreboard. Gotta love it. Little track cube in there. Can they prep a racetrack? Oh yeah. Yeah, they can prep a racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, between rounds, when you get time, and you will get restless and get up and wander around, please go to the Manufacturers Midway and go on out there and visit all of our vendors and sponsors on the Manufacturers Midway. Going down the Midway, I see Bates Custom Leathers, M2 Shocks, MTC is out there, Vanson Leathers is out there, BPM Motors, Fuel Tech, right? We got a strong contingent this year. You're going to see even bigger, better, and badder next year for our 10th anniversary. It is going to be mondo. Wade Rich gives the thumbs up and the circle signal. He's telling the track to go hot, and the track is going to go hot. And here they come, the Falcon Pro Mod Monsters. I'm not overstating my case at all in saying that. The first motorcycle out on the right side, that red rocket ship, will be piloted by none other than Paul Gast. If you've been around motorcycling any number of years at all, even going back to the early 1980s, then you should know who Paul Gast is, unless you've been living under a rock. Paul Gast has been in this game from the beginning. He started in the early 70s. In the mid-70s, he went pro stock motorcycle drag racing when pro stock motorcycle began. Raced a two-stroke bike, Kawasaki H2, with Dave Schultz, and they were legendary, and they were feared and formidable. Paul has been a competitor in this game ever since. He continues to do so, and this 70-year-old man has the reflexes that are as sharp as anybody else out there. Never underestimate Paul Gast. He can bring it, and he will. Waiting for the word now to fire up. All right, we are rocking and rolling out here. All right, out on that 1320, you're hearing the noise, and they are ready to bring it. Paul Gast in the right lane. All right, Ricardo Knight in the left lane, ready to race Paul Gast. Falicon Pro Mod, we're ready to rock and roll. All right, Gast in the right lane, Ricardo Knight in the left. And here we go. Rocketing down that track. Gast falters a little, but not enough, I'll tell you what, because it doesn't matter. He won the event. That's all that matters. He won that round. Paul Gast takes it across the field. And we are going to move on to the next pair. Here's a little something for you coming up in the not-too-distant future. Right after Real Street, we're going to have a special bagger matchup featuring George Bryce, and it's going to be $3,000 cash on the line. My guess is he's probably going to be match racing with Mark Frick of Chi-Town out of Chicago. So we got a special bagger match going to happen right after Real Street. Attention in the pits, Super Comp. When you do come up, your E1 will be random pairing. You will not be laddered. This is only in effect for Super Comp. All other competition categories will be laddered. Super Comp will not be laddered. There are so many bikes who are coming up random pair and will race random when you are called up. All right, next pair screaming down that line. Lots of horsepower, and there you go. Winning in the right lane. And we will continue on here. A little bit on that bagger match. The Star Racing machine of George Bryce, also now known as Star Power, will be the feature there with Mark Frick. And in getting back to the action here on the starting line, we are clearing up issues that need to be addressed and getting ready to fire. I see Ashley Owens in the right lane ready to go. McKinney Motorsports Pro Mod. One of the interesting things about these Pro Mods is how quickly they have to apply their shifts in basically 4 seconds. They've got to hit 5 gears in 4 seconds, sometimes less than 4 seconds. Sometimes these bikes actually go up there and turn 3s. So they really are they really are amazing to watch. Terry Schweigert in the left lane out of Abbotsford, BC. Ashley Owens on the right. Ashley Owens out of Decatur, Illinois, racing with McKinney Motorsports. That is Mr. McKinney lining him up right now. And a big thank you to McKinney Motorsports and Dunnigan Racing for sponsoring the Motormania TV live feed, which is going on right now. Tell your friends, put it on Facebook, let everybody know. Motormania TV live. They can see and hear the whole event. It's going on now. The TV cameras you see out there on the starting line, recording very carefully, those are Lucas Oil Production TVs, and they are filming this entire event for a television production which you will see later on MAV TV. Tycho Drag will give you the drop on that at the appropriate time. Thanks to Mr. Corpello for making that happen, and welcome MAV TV. Ashley Owens, ready to rock in the right lane. His signature flame paint job. There he goes, baby. Schweigert right there with him. Side by side, you blink, it's over. Ashley Owens, 4-0 with a 5. Great run by Ashley Owens and Terry Schweigert. Monsters, monsters, monsters. Oh, bike, short time for Terry Schweigert, 1.00. Short time for Ashley Owens, 1.03. Seriously quick motorcycles. You blink, it's over. One of the things I love about Falcon Pro Mod. They really are monsters. Our number 1 qualifier in this class is Richard Gadsden on the Cooper Performance bike. And Richard cranked out a 400 for the number 1 spot. We'll be watching him closely to see if he can turn that into a 3. I got to give mad props to my racers for keeping their calm and being cool, calm, and collected with the TV cameras right in their mush. That's kind of hard to do. Racers are racers, and they're here to race. And some racers can adapt to that stuff, and some can't. When the TV cameras are rolling, yeah, they put them right in your face. Focus, baby, focus. Brunson Grothus out of Davenport, Iowa, in the right lane. That beautiful Indosil painted motorcycle. Beautiful bike. In the left lane, Mike Chongris on that black Bullet over there. Mike is an extremely talented veteran, great on the tree. So is Brunson Grothus. So they're very even matched. All right, both bikes ready to rock and roll. Here we go. The tree coming down. Away they go. Good reaction time, both races, and the win goes to Brunson Grothus. A 4:11 versus a 4:14. 0:43 reaction time for Brunson. An 0:34 for Chongris. But Chongris is just a little bit less on the elapsed time. His 4:14 not quite as quick as that 4. Brunson got to the finish line first, and the win goes to the Grothus Drag Bikes machine, piloted by Brunson Grothus. Ed Grothus and his crew do a great job preparing these bikes and building them from scratch. If you want to see more of these machines, please visit Brunson Grothus and the entire Grothus Drag Bikes display directly behind the tower. Ronnie Smith in the right lane, and Deshaun Wheeler. Ronnie Smith out of Pasadena, Maryland in the right lane, Deshaun Wheeler out of Louisville, Kentucky on the Suzuki Pro Mod in the left lane. These are big inch motors with lots of laughing gas. Lots of laughing gas. All right, big nitrous bikes coming your way now. There it is. Ronnie Smith with the win. 4-0 with a 1. 4-0 for Ronnie Smith, 4:27 for Deshaun Wheeler. Something I want to watch for later, especially when the lights come out. Ronnie Smith's bike. He's got these little short zoomy headers in the front of his bike, and that's why his bike sounds so different from the other bikes. Those little short zoomies that point left and right. At night, you can see the nitrous flames come roaring out of those pipes. And at nighttime, that just looks so cool going down a racetrack. Next pair manning up here. Tough stuff. Lance Hines out of Dublin, Georgia. A very accomplished Pro Mod racer. Over in the left lane, Lance Hines. In the right lane, Cooper Performance Pro Mod, piloted by Richard Gadsden. Everybody knows the name Ricky Gadsden. Ricky Gadsden is world renowned. He's certainly earned it. His uncle, Ricky Gadsden, out there with Richard, helping him along. He is out of here. Richard Gadsden laying it down, 412, 170 miles an hour. Richard Gadsden with the round win. Lance Hines, the bike faltered a bit. And he's all set. We have a track spotter out there at the 8th mile, giving the track a look, making sure nothing's wrong with the surface. So we're clear up there, and we're getting ready to fire the next pair. And this is going to be a good matchup. Somewhere out there on live TV, Walt Timberland is watching this one, and he's smiling. Because his main man, Travis Davis, out of Douglas, Georgia, is lighting it up. And he's going to match up with Rick Perry. I must say, spectacular visual presentation by the Perry team. George Babor, part of that mix. Babor Performance Motors. Really looking spectacular over there. When the leathers are sharp and the bike's sharp and the whole team's wearing uniforms, etc., that is just spectacular. That's the show we want to put on for our fans. Right lane, Travis Davis. Travis qualified number 2 with a 4:01. Let's see if he can expand on that. He's on a good run, and then he got a big puff of smoke about 3:30. Travis Davis with a 4-0. 4-0, and the win for Travis, a 4-12 for Rick Perry. And a big puff from Travis Bike just after the 3:30 clock. Our track spotter out there checking the surface. And I think we're good to go. We can continue on here. Getting ready with our next pair. Speaking of stunning presentations, look at Ricky Gadsden's bike. What a gorgeous motorcycle. Alrighty. Wait for that call to fire up, and we are good to go. There's the call. The motors are lit, and we're back to action. All right, something not right out there, and one of our members of the starting staff has called to shut them off. I'm not sure what generated that, but we're going to watch this and watch it closely. They are working very hard to get everybody out of the area that don't need to be there. And I see we're also receiving notification on the top end that something needs attention, so as we are rolling track equipment. And Wade Rich is going downtown here to address the race surface. As soon as we get the word to get back to action and go hot, we will do so.
Alrighty. Set up here in the tower, the motorcycle making the pass last time around the Summit Racing side. Had a little bit of an engine failure. That would have been Travis Davis down there. One of the new billet 4-valve per cylinder Suzuki heads from Monster Race Products. Actually being a whole shot victory for the other side, whoever's on the other lane. The name escapes me right now. But the next pair will be Ricky Gadsden from Atlanta, Georgia. GS powered drag bike with a gorgeous Industrial Art drag bike body. Gorgeous Industrial Art paint job down there. Ricky Gadsden, your number 12 qualifier, currently 4:14, 168 miles an hour. Chris Garner Jones from Harvest, Alabama, Strange Engineering side. 30-year-old. The next of kin to T.T. Jones. Number 5 qualifier, 4093, 172 miles an hour. And our friend, the milkman, Terry Schweigert, having an expensive weekend. That is either his third or fourth bullet he's spent going down the racetrack. Definitely not a good weekend from the man from Abbotsford.
In drag racing, as we know, anything can happen out there. Every week is another week. Every race is another race. Teams do their best to prepare their machines and their teams for the conditions that they're going to face. But every time they go out there, they swing for the fence. They want to put it all on the line. And sometimes that's a combination that works and sometimes not. So that's racing, baby.
Here's what I always say, Tom. Parts are parts, and parts have their fatigue point, and past that fatigue point is failure.
All right, back at it with the action out on the 1320. This will be a great matchup. Chris Garner Jones in the left lane. Chris Garner Jones is matching up with one of the great legends of Kawasaki racing, Ricky Gadsden. Notice that magnificent Indosill paint job on Ricky Gadsden's bike. How spectacular is that? When you get the light like this and you can see the colors, it is just awesome. Chris Garner-Jones in the left lane, what a talented gunslinger he is. I tell you. Watch these guys on the tree. This is going to be a great matchup. Reaction times. Here we go. 0.34 to an 0.32. What did I tell you? Go, baby. And the win goes to Chris Garner-Jones. 4-0 with an 8 of 420 for Ricky Gadsden. And that's that. The matchup on the tree was an 0.34 reaction time for Chris Garner-Jones, and you had an 0.32 light for Ricky Gadsden. They were right there with each other. And as soon as they hit it and rocketed down that racetrack, the 60-foot clock, you had a 103 for Chris Garner-Jones, you had a 104 for Ricky Gadsden, but now you've got a 10th difference between the two bikes, and that just gets more difficult to deal with as they get on the race surface. When they got to the 3:30 clock, it was a 276 for Chris Garner-Jones and a 275 for Ricky Gadsden. And come to the stripe, well, that's all she wrote. Chris Garner-Jones, 408. Ricky Gadsden, 420. And we proceed to the next round of racing, which is going to get really interesting as we have concluded E1 with Balicon Pro Mod. We are now moving into E1 in Nitrous Express Pro Open. Let me tell you a little something about Nitrous Express Pro Open. This is the wild, wild west. You can race any combination you want. If you want to run a turbo, if you want to run a turbo with nitrous, if you want to run a turbo with nitrous and nitromethane, and you can afford the parts breakage, whatever combination you want to run, you can do that.
All righty. Here we go, Nitrous Express Pro Open. Anything goes. Slick and bar bike or no bar, small tire, slick bike. Nicky Zach on the Summit Racing side from Sydney, Australia.
My friends, you want to keep a close eye on this matchup. You got a lot of horsepower out here. In the left lane, Richard Avery of Aruba. Now, that motorcycle he's on looks a lot like a Pro Street type motorcycle, and he's really going to have his hands full against Nicky Zach. Now, Nicky Zach's motorcycle, she has gone 6.40 at over 217 miles an hour. That thing is a real rocket ship. She loves that motorcycle very much. She refers to it as Pony. She used to ride horses and compete in dressage. But Nicky likes major horsepower now. And there she goes. Off that line, she's out of here. The world's fastest woman on two wheels, top end. I see fire under the bike. She had 7:19 on that pass. At 138 miles an hour. There was an ugly puff from under the motorcycle right at the finish line, and I could see bright orange under the bike. We're going to need to check the racetrack on that. Nicky coughed up a motor the other day, and they managed to take it out, take care of that, take care of business. So this is just one of those things we deal with. When the bikes go rocketing down there, they'll give it a visual and get back to us. Our next pair is firing up. Shane Ipper-Jesse in the right lane, Tommy Shaw on the left. And they are getting ready to go. Shane Ipper-Jesse out of Lake Dallas, Texas. Tommy Shaw out of Bogart, Georgia. All right, both my guys are ready to rock and roll out there now. They are up on the line. Shane, part of the crew racing down there with Growth's Drag Bikes. And Growth's Drag Bikes has just got a great stable of racers down there. Gene Gosselin, Shane Epper-Jesse, Brunson Growth's. A lot of talented people down there. A lot of talented builders and racers. They do both. All right, Shane Epper-Jesse off on a shot, looking good there. Epper-Jesse on the top end takes this one. 6:30, 6:30 at 221 miles an hour. A great run by Shane Epper-Jesse. Tommy Shaw with a worthy effort, 7:46, 139. You can see the change by the 8th mile. Tommy Shaw was trucking on the line there going 4:58, and that 4:13 by Shane had him by 2/10. Shane just ran away and took that round. This is Nitrous Express Pro Open, and we are continuing on here. Okay, we are getting ready for our next contestant. Gene Gosselin getting ready to make a run now. He's currently our points leader in Nitrous Express Pro Open. Gene Gosselin from Canada should be racing John Terranova right now out of Wagner, South Carolina, in the left lane. Gosselin bringing his bike forward. And they're going to fire that up. Gosselin has a competition single, and where he is the only contestant in the round, he's going to choose to just go up and tap the beam and take the win thusly, and we will bring out our next contestant. Our next pair lining up. Pretty sure that's Luke Rist. If you are hungry, make your way down to the concession stand. Get yourself a little something to eat. The little concession stand is located at the base of the tower to the rear of the tower, facing back to the staging lanes. Go on down there and get yourself a little something to feed the need. If you are in the mood for some barbecue, make your way across the staging lanes. Wander on over there to Sweet Tea's Barbecue and get yourself some barbecue. The manufacturer's midway is also a great stroll. When you're ready to stretch your legs and go out there and get a little exercise, please make your way down to the manufacturer's midway and go on down there and check out all the goodies down there and all the manufacturers who support Mancup motorcycle drag racing. Strong burnout in the right lane by Louis Grist. Rob Garcia, number one qualifier in Nitrous Express Pro Open, in the left lane. Rob Garcia had a 6:34 during qualifying. And we know he's got more in that bike, so he could tune that up a little bit and drop the number. Lou Grist in the right lane is going to have his hands full with Rob Garcia. That bike is a monster. You should see some of the tire distortion that happens with that bike in some of the photos. That thing is a beast. Serious horsepower, probably north of 600 horsepower. Very strong bike. Louis Grist in the right lane gets away quick, looks good out there. Garcia well behind the curve on the launch, but he takes the win, 644 to a 675, and he needed that with a .205 reaction time. Lou Grist had an 070 reaction time, and that's how Lou got out on him, so strong and so quick. Rob Garcia does not normally take a 2/10 slight on the tree, but it happens every racer sooner or later. But he certainly had the horsepower to pull it off. 644, 213 miles an hour for Rob Garcia for the win. More big horsepower out there with Nitrous Express Pro Open. Grimmer Helgensen, left lane. No bar bike. Getting ready to mix it up with Rob Giardnek. In the first year of Nitrous Express Pro Open, the very first champion to win in the class was Rob Giard. He's also a former two-time funny bike champ with the old ProStar organization. Rob's been motorcycle drag racing since the 80s. He started off car racing in the 70s with an old AMX. I don't know how many people we have here right now that are old enough to know what an AMX is. Yeah, he had an AMX Javelin back in the day. All right, motorcycle in the left lane is broken, so we have a competition single now for Rob Giard. Rob ready to rock and roll. Green light. And Bob takes the beam, and he's going to use that and advance to the next round. There's only so many parts that they have in their inventory. The reason they break the beam when they have a competition single and there's nobody in the other lane is they know they still have a long day of racing ahead of them, and they're going to eat parts every pass they get on that racetrack. So if they could save parts, what they do is, the rules read you must break the beam. They just break the beam. And there you go. So they're going to save parts, bring that bike back from the starting line, and the bike is ready to rock and roll for the next round. And we are ready to send our next pair out there. Now the word is given, fire up. Next pair, good to go. We are continuing on with Nitrous Express Pro Open. APE Pro Street will be next. Again, we had that odd matchup that happens. Larry Hayes in the right lane gets away clean with that old turbocharged 750, but he's no match for the Pro Street Monster in the left lane as that bike of Jason G goes repping down that left side and takes the win with a 7.0. Larry Hayes is a roller. Attention on the line, we have a roller in the right lane. He may make it to the scoreboard, he may not. We have a very on-the-ball track staff here, and I'm very grateful to them. We already have service equipment out there rolling, ready to come on down and push Larry from the racing circuit. But we'll get Larry Hayes taken care of. And once he rolls off, we'll get on to the next pair. And I'll tell you a little something about the next pair. Right now, Mark Rendeluck is in the water on the right lane. And I'll tell you something about that bike, which is when Rendeluck brings it to the line, keep your eye on the scoreboard. He ran a 6:30 earlier in testing this week. And his tuner, the gentleman standing to his left, Chris Wedman, they want very much to run another 6:30. They are conservative when they need to be, but they have the horsepower on tap, and they're not afraid to use it. They want to see at least a 6:30 out of this bike this weekend. And in the future, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, you're going to see them run 20s and 10s with this bike. This thing is a monster, and they're just getting to know it. Friends and family at home can see you live. Motor Mania TV, tell them to tune in. All right, Kenny Hill out of Bainbridge, Georgia in the left lane. Mark Rendeluck of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma in the right lane. And I do believe this will be our final pair in Nitrous Express Pro Open. TV camera out there on the line you see pointed at Mark Rendeluck. That is that is MAV TV, Lucas Oil Productions. They're filming for a special TV show in the Mancup World Finals, and you will see that at a later date. Rendeluck drops the hammer, away he goes. Both bikes, Kenny Hill looking good out there. Kenny Hill, 676, win by Mark Rendeluck, and there's that low number I told you about, 632 at 216 miles an hour, an excellent pass by Mark Rendeluck and Chris Wedman. That motorcycle has a Pete Brown chassis underneath it, and Pete is quite the craftsman. You want to see what a fantastic modern day design chassis looks like? Go look at that bike with the bodywork off. It is a work of art, solid as granite. Track prep out there, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to take long. They're going to do a full spray on the track. They may do a drag, but they're giving it a little extra love out on the racing surface right now because APE Pro Street is coming out next. If you've never seen Pro Street motorcycles race before, you are in for a treat. How about no bar bikes? No wheelie bars, working on a glorified street tire, and these bikes will run in the sixes at well over 200 miles an hour. These bikes make upwards of 700 horsepower. Some of them are turbocharged, some of them have nitrous. Every bike is its own unique combination, and you will see both combinations out there. These pilots really have their hands full. The Pro Street motorcycles have a habit of going into power wheelies with second and third gear, and it's not unusual to see them stand those bikes up with over a foot or more of air underneath the front tire. Well, if you like seeing high power, high speed wheel stands, yeah, stand by for some action, baby. The next classes are going to give you exactly that. You're going to see it with the Pro Street bikes. You're also going to see it with the Shinko WPS Real Street motorcycles, which will follow APE Pro Street. Here's a little more action for you following Shinko WPS Real Street. Right after that, you're going to see a special bagger match race. George Bryce and Mark Frick are going to go at it. We're talking Harley Davidson Dragon Baggers. There's going to be $3,000 cash on the line. Winner take all match rate. The orange motorcycle. All right. Right at this time, Grothus Ultra 460. I need you to lane one, please. Grothus Ultra 460. I need you to lane one. Bring them up, bring them up. Getting ready to move on with our Sportsman program here as well. So the spray is done. Now there's going to be a drag to knock the gloss off and improve on the traction. Wade Rich is out there dragging it. As soon as he's done, APE Pro Street will run, followed by Shinko WPS Real Street. All right, ready for our next pair? We are moving into APE Pro Street. A little more dragging to go on out there. Wade will give us the high sign when it's time to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibble White Precision Machine and Wiseco. The Manufacturer's Cup presented by Vance and Hines. And check out all these wonderful sponsors we have out there. Stop down on the Manufacturer's Midway, get you some goodies, drag racing swag, what have you. But right now I need Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the staging lanes pronto. Once again, Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the staging lanes pronto. Doing a little bit of lane loving right here, right now. But as we roll into APE Pro Street, you guys need to be watching those timing clocks. Several of these bikes have a history of being in the low 640s and high 630s even for a couple of them. But Mark Rendeluck, that last pass down in Nitrous Express Pro Open, a personal best for him. 6.321, 216.41 miles an hour. And Kenny Hill land down a solid 676, 155 miles an hour. Also, I've got the man himself. Right in front of me, Steve Johnson. He's with us on the property this weekend. If you bump into him, just shake his hand, say, hey, thanks for coming, buddy. We appreciate you here. It is so cool here. It is so cool to have Steve here. It's so cool to have...
Booking my flight to come next year.
Very cool. Steve Johnson says he's booking his flight to come next year. Freaking awesome. It's so cool to have these pro stock racers with us, taking a break to slow down and watch the Sportsman guys and see the stuff go real fast. But here we go. APE Pro Street. Jeremy Teasley, the 32-year-old that has thrown down the pass herd around the world. The Suzuki GSXR 1000. Number 1 qualifier in APE Pro Street, 6.486 seconds, 224.47 miles an hour. You got to think about this, guys. They're on a street tire and no wheelie bars. Just keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind. DOT legal street tire and no wheelie bars out back. On the Summit Racing side of the racetrack from Berlin, New Jersey, the 38-year-old Ryan Bonitatis, your number 20 qualifier. Didn't get down the track too good. But here we go, the first pair in APE Pro Street. Rolling into the beams now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have a seat, you might want to grab it, but you only need the edge. It is APE Pro Street, the 6.5 second, 230 mile an hour street beasts. The world's quickest and fastest motorcycles without a wheelie bar. Once again, Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. I need you guys to lane 1 pronto. Scoot those scooters up here. On the limiters, here we go. Bonitatis out first. Here goes Teasley on a pass. Check this out. 6.490. 220.15. Over Ryan Bonitatis, 720. 168.47 effort. Wild drag bikes, ladies and gentlemen. Wild drag bikes. Here's Jason Dunnigan from Jackson, Montana, the 37-year-old aboard the DME Hayabusa. Number 4 qualifier, 6.716, 220.49 was his effort. Summit Racing side, we have Sydney Marshall, Altamonte Springs, Florida. The Gen 1 Busa, number 17 qualifier at 8:03, 126 miles an hour. You see Marcus McBain down there of M2 Shocks. Of course, we're thankful for him for all the wonderful product he's got out here. Also, the man can work some straight up magic. Into the beams we go. Dunnigan rolls in first. Come on, guys, make some noise for him. Nobody wanting to go in. Dunnigan finally goes in. Look at the front end of Sydney Marshall, but here goes Jason Dunnigan. How about a 6.639, 218 miles an hour for Jason Dunnigan. Sydney Marshall looks great out there until about the 330, then has to set it down. Jason Dunnigan, 441, a $176 to the 8th mile. 663, 218 miles an hour to back up that 671, 220 yesterday. Here is Luis Sicua from Caguas, Puerto Rico. Number 19 qualifier currently. On the opposite side, we have none other than Richard Gadsden from Jonesboro, Georgia. The Brad Mummert Suzuki GS-powered Pro Street drag bike. Number 2 qualifier at 649.2, 215.68. The world's quickest and fastest GS-powered no-bar drag bike. Here goes Gadsden into the beams, Sicua following behind. Sicua, one of the few ZX14s still in Pro Street. Look at Gadsden having to set it down, fighting that front end the whole trip down. Still runs 688, 205, but he rips that front end up off the track twice. Richard Gadsden going to move on the next round. Here's Chris Edwards from North Carolina, 32 years old, the 2018 Busa Summit Racing side, the number 13 qualifier, 722, 200 miles an hour. Jason Angela from Aruba, the Strange side, the number 8 qualifier from Aruba, 210.47 the speed, 6.982 the elapsed time. Jason Angela completing the burnout over there. Chris Edwards getting the Busa in the beams. Watch his track crew. This will show you how sticky that track is. I like how my good friend Tom McCarthy puts it. Human flypaper. Best not be carrying a great big camera out there because you trip and fall. That's about a $10,000 trip. Here we go on the limiters in the beams. Edwards and Jason Angela all the way out there saying hello to the barrier wall. Here goes Chris Edwards, 729, 198 miles an hour to move on to the next round over Jason Angela. 867, 103 miles an hour is what he coast through to, getting all the way over there, probably just inches from the wall. Frankie Stotts from Schaumburg, Florida. 34-year-old aboard the Honda CBR 1000. The world's quickest and fastest Honda. Number 3 qualifier 665, Mike Kovacevic, Summit Racing side from Mancup, Illinois. Number 18 qualifier goes double 08 red, and check out Frankie Stotts. Check this out, 6.645, 205.29 miles an hour. We're going to hold him up real quick. Going to go check on Kovacevic down there, 707, 205 miles an hour. Looked like a great lap out of the Stotts crew. All right, but our next pair, Frankie Stotts taking the win out of that one. 664 after qualifying with a 665.7 will be Carlos Olivo, Strange side from Kissimmee, Florida. 28-year-old on Busa Power, 780, 152 miles an hour, the qualifying effort. On the Summit Racing side from Wold Ridge, Missouri. One of the Midwesterns, one of my good neighbors, Gabe Frederick. The 07 Busa, the number 5 qualifier, 673.6, 213.10 the speed. All right, we are good to go. Also, just want to say welcome to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. Turn around and check out our manufacturers midway when you can.
Got several of our wonderful sponsors here this weekend at the Manufacturers Cup World Finals. Now, I just want to do a check-in real quick. How many of my guys out there in the stands came from out of state to see this race? By show of hands, how many people are here from out of state? Several people. How many people are from outside of the country? How many people from outside of the country? Any Europeans? Wow. Any Canadians? Anybody from Canada? How about from South America? Any South Americans out there? Puerto Rico, Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, anybody? We are truly amazed wherever you came from. Thank you so much for making this attendance possible. We have Motor Mania TV here on the property. We also have Lucas Oil Productions who are filming this entire event. MAV TV is going to air it later in the year. At a later date, that is, a later date. Don't know if it's going to be this year, but it'll just be at a later date. Jack Corpella at SackleDrag.com will keep you posted on that. I'm sure a lot of the guys at DragBike.com are going to keep you posted with that as well. Also, for my guys on the live stream on Motor Mania TV, in the chat bleachers, let me know where you're from. Where are you watching from in this good wide world? Let's get a tally. Growth is Drag Bikes Ultra 460. One more time. I need you guys to the lanes. Looks like we're looking good out there. Just want to get all 45 of you guys here. Heard that right. There are 45 motorcycles in Growth is Ultra 460. Amazing. Also, just looking at the view count on MotorManiaTV.com, we currently have 1,000 people watching around the world with us. Cool. Flat out cool, man. Gabe Frederick, Carlos Olivo taking the lanes here. Here we go, lights come down, we're away. Gabe Frederick spins the tire. Holy cow, look at how Carlos Olivo is riding that motorcycle. Here comes Gabe Frederick to take the win. 756, 213.84 miles an hour after that starting line procedure he had to go through. A 163 short time, got out there, spun the tire, still runs 756, 213 miles an hour out the back door. Got people watching from Tallahassee, Joplin, Salt Lake City, Corby, Netherlands, 20 miles away from Sanipod, Montreal, Canada, Montana, San Diego, Columbia, Tennessee, Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Watching from Australia. Hello, Miss Bachelor. Mark David watching from Montreal. Holy cow. We have people watching from all over the place out here. Here comes Rudy Sanzatera. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, St. Peter's, Missouri native. 47 years old aboard the Busa. 793, 495 miles an hour. On the Strange side, Ryan Hable, your number 7, 685, 211. Roberts, Wisconsin native, 35 years old. Taking on Sanzatera. Well, look at Rudy Sanzatera. Ryan Hable going to get down there 683.8, 215.34 miles an hour. Now, ladies and gentlemen, rolling up next. Your eyes do not deceive you. Summit Racing side. From Metairie, Louisiana, 36-year-old GT Tonglet. Summit Racing Side. On the Strange Lane, from DeMont, Indiana, 26-year-old Gage Herrera. Number 6 qualifier at 683.6, 203.09. GT Tonglet, your number 15 at 742, 193.90. Same some more locations. Montgomery, Texas. Greetings from Curacao. Well, greetings from the United States to you. All the way from Sweden. And aloha back to Hawaii. Tonglet and Herrera taking it up. Here we go into the beams. Gage Herrera battling that bike, but here comes GT Tonglet nice and straight down the right-hand lane. GT Tonglet not going to win that one. 730, 200 miles an hour from Gage Herrera. Tight race down there. 0.26 the margin of victory. GT Tonglet, a 1:20 reaction time to Gage Herrera's 0.28 was the difference there. A whole shot win for Gage Herrera. Brad Christian, Brighton, Illinois native, 42-year-old above the 16 Busa. Summit Racing Side, number 11 qualifier at 7.004, 209.07 miles an hour. On the Strange Lane, here comes Patrick Borg from Jasteras. 7.003, the number 10 qualifier, all the way from Sweden. Coming to race with us here at the Manufacturers Cup in APE Pro Street. Brad Christian taking it up in the beams now. Patrick Borg from Jostera, Sweden. Says, hey man, I'm going to make you wait just a second. Whoa, look at the wheel stand from Brad Christian. He's going to battle this one all the way down the racetrack. Patrick Borg, look at the pass he's putting on. 698, 207.59 for the Swedish man. Brad Christian, behind the turbo smoke down there. 744, 199. He will finish his weekend. Here comes Lorenzo Ortiz from Riverview, Florida. 46-year-old on the Busa. Number 12 qualifier at 703, 189.87 the speed. And on the Strange Lane, here comes Justin Shakur from Manchester, Connecticut. The 2015 Hayabusa, the number 9 qualifier, 7.001, 157.93 the speed. You see a lot of these guys lining up to the left-hand side of the groove in the left lane or the right-hand side of the groove in the right lane because they want the most traction compound. We saw Frankie Stotts do that yesterday, got him down the track of that 663 he was looking for so desperately. Put him high up in the ladder. Ortiz and Shakur making their way down. Justin Shakur a little toward the left-hand side there. How about a 6.782? 208.14 miles an hour, no 46 reaction time to Lorenzo Ortiz running 710, 191 miles an hour. Justin Shakur coming out of nowhere with that one. All right, so we're going to go check on the motorcycle real quick, make sure we don't have any fluids coming out of it. Always a good step to take. And I believe that will conclude APE Pro Street. We will be moving into Shinko WBS Real Street. Ladies and gentlemen, you might not want to go anywhere just yet. These motorcycles here in Shinko WPS Real Street, let me tell you something neat about them. When it comes to Real Street, there are a set of rules we have. It has to have a hand clutch, no sliders. Can run turbo or nitrous, you're choosing. You can run whatever combination you want. But here's the catch. It has to have a factory gauge cluster, a factory engine control unit, factory headlamp, factory tail lamp, working turn signals, has to be tagged, titled, and insured. That's right, you have to be able to ride this bike on the street as it is right now. You guys need to watch how fast these motorcycles go. The current record is being held by Spencer Claycomb, 7.590 at 190.65. These guys are bad to the bone. David Stewart from Mooresville, North Carolina, the 40-year-old on the 08 Busa. Number 3 qualifier at 7.730, 189.90. Number 12 qualifier Reuven Pinnell from Stacia, 31-year-old on the 2012 ZX14R. Rolling into the beams. Here we go. Lights are down. Racers are 66 apiece off the Christmas tree, and look at Reuven Pinnell fight that motorcycle the whole trip. 809, 174 miles an hour for Dave Stewart. The riders were 66 apiece off the Christmas tree. Jamie Lopez from St. Eustatius. 31-year-old on the 09 Busa, the number 4 qualifier at 776, 189.76 miles an hour. Summit Racing side is Mike Sancho from Wesley Chapel, Florida. The Gen 2 Busa, number 11 qualifier at 810, 182.38 miles an hour. Lights are down, here we go. Jamie Lopez fighting that motorcycle the whole trip. Mike Sancho shuts it down. 819, 160 miles an hour. That front end was way up in the air. Just watching this on Motor Mania here, yeah, that front end was way up there. From Sarasota, Florida, 50-year-old Johnny Turbo Dobrin. Summit Racing side, the number 10 qualifier, 806 at 182.60 miles an hour. He'll be on the Summit Racing side. There's Mark Hilton from Eden, North Carolina on the Strange Lane, the number 5 qualifier. 7.834, 174.91 the speed. On the Strange Lane, wearing the beams. Look at Turbo Dobrin carrying that front wheel almost to the 330 cone. Check out this one, 7.865, 171.69 miles an hour. Turbo Dobrin runs 822, 179.61. 018 reaction time, holding 8 ton over Mark Hilton. Alicia Malone from Swansea, Massachusetts. The 06 Booster, the number 8 qualifier, 796 at 166 miles an hour. Jason Heron from Lexington, South Carolina. The 40-year-old is your number 7 qualifier, 796 at 186.38. He is posted up in the Strange Lane. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are missing a wallet. If you have found a wallet, please return it to the tower. If you have found a wallet, please turn it into the tower immediately. Alicia Malone going to have to push out there. Jason Heron, Lexington, South Carolina, runs 835 at 172 miles an hour. Here comes Bud Harrod from Americus, Georgia, 50-year-old on the 15 Busa. Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Annabelle Mercied from Harrisburg, North Carolina, the 40-year-old aboard the 2009 ZX14, your number 2 qualifier, 7.691 seconds, 187.26 miles an hour. Bud Harrod with some problems here on the starting line. Annabelle Mercied runs 7.809, 181.86 miles an hour. That's a nice lap. Out of a real street bike, that is a nice lap. Keep in mind, guys, these bikes are tagged, titled, and insured. You can ride them as they are on the street. And here's an example of just how sticky that track is. Look at Bud Harrod having to peel his own boots up off the track. And the sole of that boot is gone. That is how sticky this track is, having to get a putty knife underneath it. Mr. Nelson Hoyos, let me tell you, this is one hell of a racetrack you have here. You got one of the best prep guys in the world, too, Wade Rich. Let me tell you. That's the magic man behind the operation. Suede Wade. Here comes Steve Holmberg from Tampa, Florida on the Summit Racing side of the track. He is your number 9 qualifier. 806, 186.48 miles an hour. And Spencer Claycomb, Rockford, Tennessee native, 27-year-old Amish outlaw. Number 6 qualifier at 7.906, 184.09 on the Strange Lane. Here's your current Manufacturer's Cup Shinko WPS Real Street record holder. 7.590, 190.65 miles an hour. Set earlier in this event. You got to think, I wouldn't want to ride a motorcycle that goes that fast on the street. Into the lights we go. Claycomb, let him go. Look at him go. Down the left-hand lane, 7.597. 184.55. There's that backup right there. 7:59.7, 184.55 miles an hour. That is a damn fast street bike. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. If you don't have a seat, you might want to hang on to it. We have the bagger match race. $3,000 on the line here. Jeremy Teasley taking his bye run. Jeremy Teasley taking his bye run down there, but now we go into the bagger match race. You might have heard this name before. Ladies and gentlemen, you know his name. That is none other than the man behind Star Racing himself, George Bryce. Summit Racing side of the racetrack on Bagazilla. On the Strange Lane, the identical motorcycle of Mike Frick. Bryce on the right-hand side, Frick on the left. $3,000 on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Winner take all. Frick says, get in here, man. It's time to go race. Better get your wallet ready. We're going to bring this one back around, ladies and gentlemen, a malfunction on the Christmas tree. George Bryce going to wait for Frick to come back around. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring him back around after that starting line malfunction. It happens. Trust me. This is something that happens more often than it should. The equipment we operate on here at South Georgia Motorsports Park and a multitude and a So, ladies and gentlemen, what was going on here is Mark Frick got in there and double bulled George, and George was waiting on him to courtesy stage. Courtesy staging is when one racer pre-stages and then the other racer rolls into pre-stage. That is all you have to do. Whoever stages first is up to the competitors. Now, if there's one racer that is staged and the other racer is not, the racer that is not staged has 7 seconds to get into the beams, otherwise the computer will red light them. So what happened is the tree got tripped a little bit too early. We'll bring George and Mark right back around. We'll rerun that. We're going to have to run it back again. It was a malfunction we couldn't really handle. But up next, we have Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 rolling up to the lanes. So Steve Johnson bringing some insight to us. We were taking a look at that pretty close to see what was going on. So, ladies and gentlemen, as per usual, I'm being joined by my good friend Bradley Growthis.
I'm glad we're making a thing that is becoming per usual.
Yep, and you know, it's awesome that you get up here and help us out a little bit. You know, you can kind of provide some insight to us as to what's going on out there. You being around 460 for basically its entire lifespan, know what can happen down here.
Yeah, Growthis Drag Bikes has been a proud sponsor of the class from its inception down here at the Manufacturers Cup. The shootout and challenge race that occurred earlier into the weekend was really awesome. Very cool to see Destiny Spurlock take the win there. And bringing up our very first, looks like a single lap for Tyler Kamek on the Summit Racing Lane.
And Tyler Kamek going to have a competition bye. It looks like Kamek went dead on with a 0. 4.600 seconds.
Yeah, and that happened real early in qualifying, and when you qualify so well, you deserve to have these competition buys. I'd expect him to either stick the number here yet again.
We actually have 2 in the system, so I believe his opponent was broke there. 460 with a 9, 149.13. I bet Tyler's going to look at this time slip and be glad that he didn't have an opponent in the other lane. That is uncharacteristic of Tyler.
Yeah, the reaction time being 175 is definitely a little uncharacteristic, just like you said. Sometimes when you don't have an opponent in the other lane, you're not always in the exact same mindset. At Growthis Drag Bikes, we obviously like to try to be in the mindset no matter who's in the other lane, even if no one's there. But the 460 with the 9, I know they're going to be real thrilled with that.
So rolling up to the line next, Brad, I'll let you take this one.
In the strange lane, we've got Aaron Pirley from Baltimore, Maryland, qualified number 24 with a 465.9. And then lane opposite in the Summit Racing lane, Smokin' Joe Rodney, number 23 qualifier, also with a 465. Very, very evenly matched up here.
Smokin' Joe Rodney all the way from Clarksville, Tennessee, and Aaron Pilair making the long haul from Baltimore, Maryland to be with us in this monstrous 50 motorcycle field.
Smokin' Joe with problems even before the 60-foot cone, and is going to run 492 for the loss. Aaron will take the win with a 468 at a very slow mile an hour, 137. He definitely saw that Smokin' Joe Rodney was not there, wasn't in contention, and Aaron did not want to break out. Moving on to round number 2.
Brad, I thought we were setting up to have a race there. Racers are separated by 001 on the Christmas tree there. This is a really competitive class.
Yeah, it really is, and it continues to grow year after year. A lot of diversity within bikes. I know we've been talking about throughout the weekend. NHRA Pro Stock bikes coming in, old Pro Mods coming in, a few true purpose-built bikes coming in, even some Top Gas bikes such as Governor out of the Growthis Drag Bikes camp. So if you got a bike, whether it's 68-inch wheelbase all the way up to, I think this class has got bikes that are 84-inch wheelbase, you can make it go 460.
Absolutely. Now, I need MTC Super Comp to the lanes. MTC Super Comp. Also, Super Eliminator. I need Super Comp and Super Eliminator to the lanes, please.
Left-hand side of the track, we have Mike Arrington. The right-hand side, Matt Smith. Matt Smith with another 28 reaction time, and will get the win, going 471.
Now, Brad, where did that number from Mark Arrington came from? A 452.
Yeah, pretty fast. Qualified with a 461, so you know the bike is certainly capable of running the number. To pick up almost 9, though, they definitely had that bike hot.
Yeah, 452, 149 miles an hour down there. Alrighty, Rick Scott from Columbia, Maryland. 40-year-old on the Summit Racing side, the number 30 qualifier. Then we have Wes Hawkins, 37-year-old, the number 17 qualifier on the Strange Lane.
A couple of East Coast guys here who I have a feeling do battle quite often. A little bit of mix-up on the tree there. A couple uncharacteristic reaction times. The tree took a while to fall. We were 151 reaction time for Hawkins and 307 for Rick Scott. The official winner there will be Hawkins, going 469 at 139 miles per hour.
Here comes Bob Foster, Strange Engineering side of the racetrack from Sherberville, Indiana. The ZX14 base drag bike. And then here we have, I believe this is Brody Grothus.
Yeah, Brody Grothus racing from our camp out of DeWitt, Iowa on Governor. In Docile Art painted motorcycle. And Docile Art out of Rock Hill, South Carolina. A custom helmet painter who does all kinds of wild things for many NHRA racers, such as Steve Torrance and Tommy Johnson Jr., the Bush brothers in NASCAR.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, attention in the pits. I have a white Silverado Georgia plates RJA 3136 that needs to be moved now. RJA 3136.
On the right-hand lane. As Brody's trying to get the nitrous pressure down to ideal pressure. It appears they would have that squared away. Both bikes pre-staged. Throw this in first. Foster to follow. The tree drops. Brody with the reaction time advantage.
They're down there swatting the throttle down there too.
Yeah, they are. Brody goes 471, but at a low mile an hour, 141 miles per hour to Foster's 476 at 144.
Here comes Chester Lee, Summit Racing side from Spring Hill, Tennessee. Number 7 qualifier, 460 with a 5. Once again, we have a truck that needs to be moved. Georgia plates RJA 3136 on a white Silverado. You have to move that truck now. It's going to be south end of the midway at the MPS trailer. You guys need to move that truck pronto.
Chester, one of those racers who would oftentimes be seen racing top gas. Now heavily evolved within Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 competition. Chester does not get the starting line advantage, but does have a better bike this lap and goes 466 for the win at 136 miles an hour.
I think Chester was doing something really smart there. You saw him get down the track and kind of take a glance over his shoulder and see if his opponent was there, and looked in the other lane, saw nobody was home, so he got down there and dumped the throttle.
Yeah, Racer in the Strange Lane truly had issues well even before the Christmas tree with a 140 60-foot time. Not going to get you really anywhere on race day, and he'll be looking for his trailer.
Gordon Johnson from Leeton, Alabama. 1,570 cc's of Kawasaki power in the frame rails there for the number 29 qualifier. 468 with a 1 his effort. Now, Bradley, I'm going to let you have the pleasure of talking about the racer in the Strange Lane. Who would she be?
Yeah, Destiny Spurlock came down here, I believe, at her first ever Manufacturers Cup event down here in southern Georgia. Was part of the Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 Challenge. and found the winner's circle there. One who I first saw ride in Richmond earlier this year. Quite impressive, really, from the burnout box to the end of the racetrack. This is going to be a really great matchup. Gordon Johnson, I think, wasn't probably thrilled with his 468 qualifying effort because he's typically truly closer to the number. So if I would say there is a dark horse for the first round of 460, or so to speak, maybe an underdog, it's probably going to be Gordon Johnson. And the way he lights up that rear hide is always a fan favorite.
Well, Gordon Johnson, I always thought he was breaking in a new slick every pass.
You would almost think so, the amount of smoke that he gets off that. I don't know if someone donates tires to him or they're sponsored, because he has got to go through them.
No, you don't want to do that with the smaller tires, especially the MTC or Mickey Thompson 7-inch slicks are smaller, because you'll actually grease them up that way.
Yeah, there's a lot of different theories out there as to what the ideal tire temperature is for your setup, especially with tire pressure and track temperature. I don't have all the answers there, that's for sure. But Gordon is never shy whacking that throttle and keeping that bike in the water box for some time.
Spurlock and Johnson rolling them in here. Johnson goes deep, turns off that top bulb. They're still separated by a 10th.
Spurlock, your winner that round, 463 forward, 136 mile an hour to Gordon's 475. Gordon's 60-foot time, 120. Awfully slow for competition, and he's only able to muster a 475. We saw Johnson turn that top bulb out there, going deep, looking maybe for a little bit of reaction time advantage, or potentially to try to scrub a little bit of ET. Totally legal. And requires a fair amount of extra focus as to these riders in this class to not let that affect them, and Spurlock certainly didn't.
There's Montez Thompson from Decatur, Georgia, 36-year-old on Suzuki Power, the number 12 qualifier, 4.618, and Jeff Lundy from Beach Park, Illinois, 57 years old on GS Power, the number 36 qualifier, 474.7.
Yeah, it's tough to think that if you go quicker than 462, that you're not even going to be within the top 10 of the qualifying order. Thompson goes 461.8 and finds himself in the number 12 spot. Just a testament as to how competitive this class continues to get and the excitement which it truly deserves.
Once again, MTC Super Comp, you should be in the lanes, as well as Super Eliminator.
Lundy not able to get the bike to launch, and Montez does see this. He makes note of it, gets out on the throttle at the big end to a 477 at 131 miles per hour.
Thumbing through the qualifying order there. We have 3 pages we have to go through before we get back to the announcer screen.
Yeah, that's something I absolutely love seeing. I know a lot of the sportsman classes here at the Manufacturers Cup, especially at this final race of the year, are chock full, and really, really glad to see Growth of Drag Bikes Ultra 460 becoming part of that.
So rolling up next, Bradley, who do we got?
In the Summit Racing side, on a 2015 Growth Drag Bikes built bike, it's Harvey Hubbard. And in the strange side, from the state of Iowa, pretty awesome out there, it's Jason Buss on a 2005 Busa. I know Jason over the off season contacted us, and we got him some nice parts to be able to update his bike. He wanted to really make it, try to get some more competition, make it a little more competitive for this 460 racing, and really happy to see him out here doing so. I think this is Harvey's second weekend out on this bike.
That's impressive.
Yeah, qualified number 25, mid 460s. Definitely seeming to get a little bit more of a handle on it. Yet again, one of those top gas racers that's seeing the excitement of 460 and wanting to be a part of it.
Now, we were talking about how tight this field was yesterday. Jason Buss, your number 22 qualifier at 4.647, only 0.47 off that number and he's all the way down the list at number 22.
Yeah, we already saw the 23 qualifier and 24 qualifier. They're truly most evenly matched up already here in round number 1. This is what I guess we would consider the second most evenly paired. 2 bikes here, separated not by very much. Number 22 and 25 qualifiers getting ready to do battle here in Grotha's Drag Bikes Ultra 460.
Harvey Hubbard's certainly not a guy you want to mess around with on that starting line.
Yeah, he's been a guy that has a lot of racing experience, but is a little uncharacteristic of a 460 race here. This is going to be interesting. A 469 is going to get the win light. Jason goes 482 at 146, not enough to best Harvey Hubbard's 469. Jason got the bowl, but not by enough, and he will be heading home.
Well, Jason, I heard somebody out there spin that tire. You can always listen to these engines. They listen to the engine speed, and if it raises too quickly, you can always tell who's rattling that tire out there. And with that 60-foot time, that only further enforces that, a 116 as opposed to Hubbard's 111 or 110, which is more characteristic of what you would see in the 460 class.
Yeah, in terms of kind of the most common setup, absolutely. You're going to see anything probably from a 109 to a 113.60. That's not to say that a 116 from Jason couldn't have gotten the round win. He's just need to gonna pick up quite a bit by the 330, and he didn't that lap. In the Summit Racing lane, we've got John Butch Schwartz, and in the Strange lane, it's Charlie Farrar making a 460 debut here. They're both identical 0.54 on the reaction time, but Schwartz 462 at 147 with the win light.
It's Charlie Farrar's best run of the weekend, as opposed to that 459.7 in first round.
Yeah, I can tell you what, I'm sure he would have loved to be able to have that 459.7 tune-up or package kind of back in that bike, so he was a little bit tighter down at the stripe, but 148 mile per hour effort, not going to get the job done here.
Well, that and Farrar getting down there and shaking the tire as well, a 113 short time. It didn't spend as much time rattling that tire, but look at the short time for John Schwartz, 111 and 2.984.
Yeah, based upon those numbers, I got to think that John was actually on a little bit of a breakout and got down there towards the 660 cone, took a peek, and did his job.
It's like these guys have mirrors on their bikes or something.
Yeah, on these bikes, I don't think you can quite do as much turning around as you may in some of the other sportsman classes. But now up in the Strange lane, David Tybert, and in the Summit Racing lane, Randy Butler. Butler with a large starting line advantage. He's 0.29 on the bull, and he goes down there for a 471 at 128 mile per hour win light.
Now that is a killer 60-foot, a 107. That's starting to get up in the Pro Mod region right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was faster than some of the Pro Mods that I saw here in round number 1 as far as 60-foot times go. He's definitely getting out of the beams in a hurry, and with an 0.29 bull, he was well out in front of Tybert by the 60-foot cone.
Now we go back to Nitrous Express Pro Open, where I want to talk to you about the pass that Shane Epperjesse laid down.
Yeah, brand new bike out here. First weekend out with that, and he goes 630 at 221 miles per hour.
And I've known Shane for a number of years, and I know that's the quickest and fastest he's ever been. I bet Shane is tickled pink right now going that fast. Yeah, he was
smiling from ear to ear down at the big end when I went to get him, and that's truly a testament to what my dad's able to build as far as the chassis and the components we're able to build on it.
I'll go pick Shane's brain about that pass later on. I know what he's going to say.
Yeah, for sure. Great work by DME as to the turbo system, and Dan Wagner as far as the wiring job. It's truly a team effort. I'll be the first to recognize that, and real happy with it. In Summit Rain, though, this lap here, Mike Murphy in the Strange lane, the left side of the track, it's Durwood Rawlings. Durwood has been plagued with issues this weekend. Was able to get a little bit further out before issues arise, but a 528 in a 460 index class, it's just, gosh, hate to see that for them, but they're going to be finding the trailer early.
Mike Murphy ahead of Woody Rawlings by 0.30 on the tree. Here comes Megan Bowers from Nashville, Tennessee, 26-year-old woman.
And Johnny Bond in the Strange lane from Peoria, Illinois. A little battle here of youth versus veteran. Johnny been racing for some time, and Megan, this is her first year. in the 460 class. Hasn't raced even a full season. It's her rookie debut on a bike they call Queen of the South.
And check out what the Queen of the South has measured, 4.605. And that only earns you the number 6 spot. You're 005 off the index, and here you are sitting pretty just outside the top 5.
Yeah, it really is. It's almost mind-shocking at how tight this field was this weekend. And, Johnny Bond is definitely going to have to pick up some performance here. Qualifying effort of 5:05. The bike is capable of running in the 460s. I've seen it do it many times. And if he ever needs it to do it, it's going to be this round here against Megan Bowers. We got a bike that goes silent out here, and it's Megan Bowers not going to get the win light against Johnny Bond. Very uncharacteristic race there. I think Johnny had some issues staging. The bike did go deep. He was able to keep it from going red, and as Megan is looking to get on the two-step, the bike dies. It's when we start getting into some of these colder events late in the year, some of these bikes really have to have a lot of heat in the motor before you can fully put them on the wood, and if I had to guess, that's probably what happened there. Certainly heartbreak for Megan Bowers, as she had a very competitive bike heading into that round.
Don Chavos going to be up next from Cedar Hill, Tennessee. Richard Gadsden on the Summit Racing lane, doing triple duty this weekend, if not more. This is another one of our guys that will race 3, 4, 5 classes in the weekend at Mancup.
Yeah, and with the Gadsden last name, that's almost to be expected of you. Richard on the Crusher bike, which has been a very competitive bike for quite some time. And Don on a fairly new bike, not on a bike that we've seen very often, and I don't know that we've seen Don racing a whole lot this year. It appears he's got the bike in gear now on the left-hand side of the racetrack, and his burnout has started. Richard Gadsden lights the hide in the Summit Racing side.
Don Chavos having some problems there in the water box. Acts like the motor's a little lazy, you know, like you mentioned the cold air. I know these high compression motors aren't that much of a fan of the cold air, but for some reason we like it because it's more dense. It puts us further and further closer to sea level, even below sea level at points. But here comes Richard Gadsden and Don Chavos.
You're able to better burn that fuel as part of the combustion when we get air such as this, and a lot of these riders have to take that into consideration as far as determining what jet sizes they're going to be running. That can change from round to round.
Now, here comes Richard Gadsden, the number 19 qualifier at 463. Here's another example of how tight this field is. It's 463. And then Don Chavos, 467, the number 28 qualifier.
Yeah, Don looking to pick up some performance here. Like I said, a bike that's not out here very often. Richard away with an 069. Don actually does get the ball with a 062. And Don, your winner. He runs 4:59.8 to Gadsden's 4:59.3.
It's a strange double breakout victory. I think it's a case of a double breakout hole shot.
Yeah, very tight margin of victory down there. They're separated by 7 thou when they leave the starting line, and separated by 5 at the finish line.
Here comes Uncle Ricky from Atlanta, Georgia. 1425 cubic centimeter Suzuki. Number 11 qualifier at 4.617, and
Taking on the number 37 qualifier, Brunson Grothus out of Davenport, Iowa. Both bikes pre-stage here. We were able to find a little bit of issue with this bike yesterday. We'll see if this stays that way.
it's like Brunson gets down there and rattles the tire a little bit. He's going to get down there, and oh boy.
Yeah, it breaks out. Takes too much stripe. There goes 4:59.4 for the loss compared to Ricky Gadsden's 4:76.
Number 11 qualifier takes down Brunson Grothus. Always a tough customer when it comes to Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Runs 006 under. Didn't hold the reaction time advantage per se, but
No, he
had plenty of room down there.
Yeah, I got a couple of riders there who are oftentimes riding many a bike. Not sure what happened down there at the big end. A little uncharacteristic of him, that for sure. We'll come back and focus on the Pro Mod effort now for him for the rest of the day.
Hold the mic closer if you need to.
But the next pair involves Ralphie Medrano Jr. This is another guy that races just about everything, including the kitchen sink. You know what I mean?
For sure, coming up from Davie, Florida, to be racing with us here at the World Finals event. And we'll take on Jerry Scott out of Decatur, Alabama. Decatur, somewhat of a hotbed for motorcycle drag racers, as it may be.
Oh yeah, a lot of guys coming from the Cajun country. Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, especially down in that area, we get a lot of guys come in from there.
Yeah, you see a lot of those guys racing at, say, Huntsville Dragway when they will do some of their all-motorcycle events.
Now, Jerry Scott has an interesting nitrous purge nozzle out there. Looks like it may have come loose or something. It's kind of spraying back at him inside the front fairing. You wonder if his fingers are getting cold?
They're probably already cold, but thank God for a little bit of sunlight. When I got here to the racetrack this morning, I had multiple layers on, but I've since shed those, and we've got a great day for racing.
Oh yeah, there's a good friend of mine, Craig, that I've met from Australia here. They've just started the summer down there, and he showed up to the racetrack in a t-shirt and shorts.
Oh my gosh, Medrano with a very large starting line advantage, 0.29 on the bulb, and with that advantage, he'll go 460.19 for the win light.
Now that is Ralph Medrano Jr. for you. He has always been a super tough customer when it comes to competition on the starting line. 461.9, 144.58. Yesteryear being Ralph Medrano's rookie year in Gorthas Drag Bikes Ultra 460, he was just saying, "Oh, you know what? I want to give it a shot. I've ridden Top Gas for long enough." And then here he is going rounds.
Yeah, almost a textbook lap. Goes 0.29, 461.9, puts together a really nice package. And that was a great bike that he had been building, I believe purchased with the help of Dan Wagner, an ex-Pro Mod style bike that he hung a different body on and set a Growth Drag Bikes axle box, and out here doing well.
Here comes Rob Honeycutt from Hughesville, Maryland, holding some over Rock Sanders from Columbus, Mississippi.
That one's a great race. Rob Honeycutt wins on a hole shot. He's got 0.77 on the bulb, 464.7, compared to Rock Sanders' 106 on the bulb, 463.7.
That is an example of a whole shot victory, ladies and gentlemen. The slower elapsed time beats the quicker elapsed time. That being said, that is because of the reaction time advantage. Rob Honeycutt was holding almost 0.30 over Rock Sanders. Actually, it was 0.30 and change, 0.31 is what he was holding.
Yeah, it's tough to try to give up that much on the starting line and be able to make it up on the other end in this style of racing. In the strange lane, Ronnie Bones goes deep on a turbo bike, expecting to see a lot of mile an hour here. He's drifting left, has to get out of it early. And with that, Kenny Cornell goes 467.7 for the win light in the Summit Racing lane.
Yeah, Kenny Cornell from Manassas, Virginia, 467, 144. Ronnie Bonitatis from Voorhees, New Jersey. Is that really what you call Ronnie Bonitatis? Ronnie Bones?
Ronnie Bones.
Awesome. I'll remember that. I'll take note of that. Douglas Robinson from Fredericksburg, Virginia, 40-year-old.
And Mike Chongris from Eastlake, Ohio in the left-hand lane. Chongris riding his Pro Mod bike. He really had a great effort this weekend. The bike does really well in the middle of the track from about 60 to 330. We ended up actually racing him very first round. My oldest brother Brunson, we were fortunate enough to get the win light. But Chongris with a little bit of issues with the bike back there. He is still pre-stage. He's now staged, but the bike is not running. Robinson, provided he does not go red here. Again, we've got a little bit of tree malfunction. This one, a little bit of confusion down here on the starting line. I imagine we will push these bikes back.
All right, guys, we're going to take a look at this one real quick and to find out what's going on here.
Yeah, some uncharacteristic malfunction here with the timing system in the tree. Certainly both riders not happy about this. We're going to have a brief delay in action as this lap here gets sorted out.
So thankfully, we have the ability to kind of roll things back a little bit. We can turn back time. So we're going to take a quick peek at what's going on here.
As we clear the starting line, we will have our next matchup getting ready in the water box. In the left-hand lane, it's going to be Deshaun Wheeler, hailing from Louisville, Kentucky, on his 2012 Suzuki. As Jacob said, very fortunately with the live stream here, we do have the ability to take a look at video and use that in a final determination as to what happened here with that last pair. 460 competition coming closer to an end here in this first round. Points implications on the line. Currently leading points, we've got Tony Mullen, not far behind Hollywood Broderick Jackson. And Mike Chagres in the hunt as well. So Mike with the round win at this point. Again, working to get the racing surface cleared here so we can fire our next pair up. Hill on the right-hand side of the track in the Summit Racing lane. His dad racing Pro Mod this weekend as well as Pro Open here on Sunday. Deshaun Wheeler, our number 2 qualifier, with a 460 with a 2, nearly sticking the number right on the nose in the left-hand strange lane. We've got a rookie versus a veteran here as round number 1 continues.
All right, clearing up some confusion here. So what was happening out there on the starting line? The motorcycle in the left lane did not stage under power. The rule states that you have to stage under power to be committed to the tree. The confusion was the computers thought the computer doesn't know the difference if you're under power or not. Then the racer in the right-hand lane commits to the tree and then backs out. That's why we saw the red light. But the racer in the right-hand lane is your winner for the round.
Speaking of the tree, we're away here. Hill on the right-hand side. Summit Racing Lane has the reaction time advantage, but the setup is way too quick. He goes 450 at 151. Deshaun Wheeler, 463.3 in the left-hand lane. Your winner, moving on to round number 2.
Yeah, check out that 60-foot time, 108, and the 330 of 2.91.
Yeah, that he was on a lap there.
Tony Mullen. Looks like this is a buy run here.
Tony Mullen, number 4 qualifier. Yet again, when you qualify quite well, oftentimes you will have these earned buy runs as a little bit of a reward of your great performance.
Or sometimes some of the qualifiers can't simply make the call.
Indeed.
A lot of parts breakage happens here. This is a class that you're going to see that in. You're going to see a lot of carnage out there.
Yeah, some of these bikes really trying to push it to their limit. Some bikes really not having to based upon their motor size. Some of them trying to get every single ounce of performance out of them. Tony Mullins, 0.29 on the bulb, goes 3 flat here. Expect a really nice lap of 4:58.8.
You can hear when Tony hit that nitrous too. That motor came right up.
Yeah, it started singing, didn't it?
All right, up next, Hollywood Broderick Jackson from Decatur, Georgia. Strange Engineering side, your number 16 qualifier, 4:62. That says something. 0.22 off the dial, 0.22 off the index, and your number 16.
Yeah, can you imagine if we only took the top 16 like we do in some of our professional classes? Just would have been crazy.
Oh yeah, then we have Blake Harvey from Montgomery, Texas, the 24-year-old on a Growthis chassis.
Yeah, Harvey's making the long haul here from South Texas on a bike that is new to them. Very clean setup. They're still working some bugs out of it. I know they raced an event in St. Louis. Did not quite perform as they had hoped, but the best way to try and improve that is to get out to the racetrack, and very happy to see him here. We got both bikes pre-staged at this point. Blake Harvey goes ahead and stuffs it in. Jackson is also in. They're pretty evenly off the starting line. Jackson goes 0.56. Harvey 0.59. Your win in the right-hand lane. They found some performance. They go 4.61.9 for the win light.
There you go. Blake Harvey taking the win light there. Racers separated by 003 on the Christmas tree. And here comes Sherrod Fulgham.
Yeah, you would kind of consider Harvey there a little bit of the underdog, but when you go 4.61.9, it's going to put you in the ability to win a lot of races, and right there he just did so.
And Sherrod Fulgham, the number 3 qualifier, 4.602 from Adel, Georgia, just 10 minutes up the highway there.
Yeah, I've got to think he may be the closest competitor of the many, many competitors we have here, truly from across the world. The amount of times that some folks would have to make the trip here. Fulgham, bike sounded a little funky through the center of the track. Yes, indeed. Goes only 4.76 at 148 miles per hour, but certainly good enough on that buy run to send him into round number 2.
All right, so Sherrod Fulgham going to move on to the next round easily. Just has to make a trip down the racetrack. All he had to do is really take the beams. But up next, Bradley, thanks for joining me, brother.
Yeah, always a pleasure. You know that I'm happy to kind of get away from the midway just for a little bit, spend some time up here with you. But if folks are ever in the market for some of our real high-end product, they know who to get a hold of.
I'm still interested in coming down to grab that practice tree, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it's still there, and we'll get it plugged in. Maybe do a little bit of testing.
Oh, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. You and me, how about it?
Let's do it.
All righty, Bradley. Thank you so much, man. Bradley Grothis from Grothis Drag Bikes coming to join me for their sponsored class of Ultra 460. Here comes John Krakalici from Clearwater, Florida, the 1978 Kawasaki. 890 the index here, ladies and gentlemen. Krakalici is supposed to be on the right-hand lane. Jaeger Ching from Aruba on the left-hand side. Hearing a lot of nitro going on down there. Here comes Austin Bridge from Beagleton, Virginia. The 05 Gixxer 1000, Summit Racing side. Angelo Rouse from Aruba. Dead freaking late, but still gets that win light down there. 9:10 on the 890, a 2:04 reaction time. Austin Bridge has an 060 down there. 993 on an 890 index. This is the 8.90 index class of MTC Super Comp. So I need Super Eliminator to the staging lanes. The staging lanes, please. Francis Cope gonna move on from Aruba. Simon Carson from Sarasota, Florida. Gonna find his trailer early, 9:28, 139 miles an hour for Francis Cope down there. Here comes Barry Pryor from Chesapeake, Virginia, the 59-year-old on the Busa. Summit Racing side, and on the strange lane we have Jason Angela from Aruba, the 42-year-old on a GSXR 1000. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you have found a cell phone or a wallet or keys or anything, please turn it into the tower. If you have found a cell phone or keys or any other sensitive valuables, please bring them to the tower pronto. Jason Angela from Aruba runs 891.8, 147 miles an hour, a 132 reaction time. Gives him the twinkle and win lights down there. Barry Pryor, 093 light, runs off the number, 897, 146.89. Here comes Nicholas Bowling III from Holmes Beach, Florida, the 19-year-old on KZ Power. Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Strange lane of the racetrack, we have Eugene Eduardo from Post Chiquito, Aruba. 45-year-old on the 08 Busa. A whole lot of problems going on down there on the 1329. 67 for Eugene Eduardo. 103.55 miles an hour will be the winning effort down there. Gavin Christ from Bruce, Mississippi, the 18-year-old on the 2018 GSXR 1000, looking for an 890. Lemony Gio from Aruba, 43-year-old, also after the Super Comp number of 890, strange side. Racers separated by 0.46. Not going to say who's got what just yet. How about 898 on the 890 index for Elgin Donala, 0.11 reaction time. Absolutely stellar down there for the Aruban. Nick Bowling Jr. goes 0.57, 899.8, 142.29. He will be finding the trailer as well. Here comes Corey Washington from Palm City, Florida. Strange side of the racetrack. Taking on Pete Hubbard from Olive Branch, Mississippi. MTC Super Comp, the 890 index class. That being said, I need Super Eliminator to the lanes. Wiseco Piston Street Fighter, I need you to the lanes as well. Wiseco Street Fighter to the lanes. 14 light for Corey Washington. He will get it on a little baby hole shot. 904 on the 890 to Pete Hubbard's 903. 038 reaction time to Corey Washington's 014 sends him to the trailer. Gyros Page from Aruba, 42-year-old on the first-gen Busa strange side. Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida, Summit Racing side on the 07 ZX14. Dwayne Leachman looking real early. 9:01.2, 144.53 for another hole shot victory. A 1:16 reaction time over a 1:88 reaction time of Gyro Page. Mr. Page will be making the long haul back to Aruba. Chucky Hoover from St. Petersburg, Florida, the 40-year-old. 2012 Kawasaki ZX14 straddled underneath him. Danny Hawkins from Winfield, Alabama. On some old school GS power, Strange Engineering side. Super Eliminator, if you're not in the lanes, you're going to be late. Super Eliminator, if you're not in the lanes, you're going to be late. Danny Hawkins, 912 with a 6, 137.40 miles an hour. On the 890 index, Chuck Hoover goes under 8.878 on the 8.90 index. Here's Charles Posky from Alabaster, Alabama. 53-year-old on Busa Power, Summit Racing Equipment side of the racetrack. Dusty Brazel, the Razzle Dazzle from Norman Park, Georgia. Strange Engineering lane. 35-year-old on an 08 ZX14. Holy cow. Charles goes out there and breaks out by a bunch. 801, 142.31. Dusty Brazel will win the round. 9001, 147.89. A 183 reaction time to Charles is 114, but Charles goes out there, tries to set the world on fire. Richard Crows from Aruba, 40-year-old on the Busa. Roy Hagedorn in the Strange Lane, Venice, Florida native, 60 years old on the old school GS. Racers separated by roughly 040. 918 on the 890 for Roy Hagedorn, 115.91 miles an hour. Richard Crows goes 931 on the 890. Has some issues off the starting line there. Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida, Summit Racing side. On the Suzuki Hayabusa. Strange Lane on a gorgeous old Cowie. KZ Power in the frame rails. Scott DeLong shaking his head. We know what that means. 003 to the red side. A 106 reaction time for the Strange Lane will turn on the wind lights. 892, 142 miles an hour. Scott DeLong. Taking on Joey Brandgard. Brandgard on the 2013 BMW S1000 RR. Summit Racing side. From Citra, it's Scott DeLong. Separated by 018, it is Scott DeLong with the reaction time advantage. 8.919 on the 8.90 index. This 064 package will take the win there. Here is Mr. MPS Dan Rudd from Castleberry, Florida, the 61-year-old on a 2004 Suzuki Hayabusa Summit Racing side. And Murray Lawnsberry, all the way from Woodstock, Ontario, the 69-year-old on a 2006 Kawasaki ZX14 Strange side, draws out the red light. Dan Rudd goes 044 to the green side. 8.947, 150.61 for Dan Rudd down there. He'll move on to the next round. Mike Perry from Venice, Florida, the 57-year-old, aboard KZ Power there. Summit Racing side will be facing Dustin Lee, a tough customer from Morristown, Tennessee, 32 years old, on a 2008 Busa Strange Engineering side. Perry says, come on, Dustin, let's go, buddy. Racers separated by about 1.5 tenths. Mike Perry forced to break out down there, still doesn't take the stripe, running 886. Dustin Lee runs 899 with a 4. 025 reaction time, goes 132.37 miles an hour. Jeremy Teasley from Commercial Point, Ohio. '15 Suzuki Hayabusa in the lanes. Carlo Testa, Akron, Ohio native. Racers separated by about 020. About a 904, 133 miles an hour for Jeremy Teasley. Going to send Carlo Testa packing up to the trailer, 911, 137 miles an hour on the 890 index here. Alex Kupets Jr. from Portsmouth, Virginia. The 09 Suzuki GSXR 1000 looking for an 890 Summit Racing side. Ronnie Johnson after the Super Comp numbers as well. Mobile, Alabama native, 65 years old. One of these guys is dead freaking late. About this, an 8.905 for Alex Kupets Jr. The 062 reaction time will put him on top with an 067 package. Ronnie Johnson runs under 8.885 on the 890 index. On the strange side, we have from Roottown, Ohio, Joe DeSantis. The 08 Busa taking on David Fu from Cedartown, Georgia. The 2011 Suzuki Hayabusa. Both racers fighting that tree. They are separated by over a tenth. You can probably put 2 and 2 together on that one. 930 with a 5 for Joe DeSantis, 143.02 the speed. David Fu runs 928, 135 miles an hour with a .384 reaction time. Here comes Elmer Cromer from Nokomis, Florida, the 2013 Busa Summit Racing side. On the strange lane, we have a Kawasaki ZX14. Strange Lane going to get the win down there. 911 with a 1, 145.77 miles an hour. An 051 reaction time to Cromer's .115. Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa, 58-year-old aboard some GS Power down there, Summit Racing side. David Young from Chandler, North Carolina, the 53-year-old, sporting GS Power as well. An old school pro stock bike down there. Good looking Track Dynamics chassis down there. David Young unable to make the pass down there. Here comes Rick Eaton from Venice, Florida. Summit Racing side aboard some GS Power. Strange Lane, we have the man we know and love as Peanut from Chanchula. 52 years old aboard some Kawasaki Power down there. He claims it's a 1200 motor. If this is a 1200 motor, I am thoroughly impressed at the numbers this bike is turning. Because usually you don't see those little 1200 motors turning those kind of numbers. With the right help and the right rider, I suppose. Racers separated by 066 on the Christmas tree. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to step aside for the man himself, Tom McCarthy, for a little bit. And I will return here just before the pros come up. So, ladies and gentlemen, you might want to think about returning to your seat here as we get into the rounds here at the Manufacturers Cup 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibble White Precision Machine and Wiseco.
Super Cup action coming your way right now. MTC Super Cup. Rick Eaton just completed his pass against Peanut, and Eaton takes that one home with him. He's going to advance to the next round. He went 8.97 on that 8.90 index and 0.40 reaction time. Rick Eaton out of Venice, Florida. Very accomplished racer. We see a lot of Rick. He's a strong running dude. All right, action continuing here. That is Donnie Huffman rocketing down that left side on his Super Comp bike. Donnie turns in an 880. A little too quick. A lot of horsepower coming from that Harley. Naturally aspirated, no power adders, no problem. 890, you betcha. Donnie Huffman will hand you that any day of the week. It's amazing how far high power performance has come with the V-twins. The aftermarket and the racers have been collaborating for a long, long time, figuring out how to make that horsepower and make these motors and transmissions live. And they have done that. 8-second Harleys, yes. Hit out of Bama. Wade Smith in that right lane, 897 at 138 miles an hour. Takes the win. Charlie Bishop with a 9.0, so that 897 on the 890 index. You know the story there. Now racers continue to hammer it out, doing a fantastic job out of there. My MTC Super Comp racers are out there hammering away at it. Comp rolling out of lane 2, MTC Super Comp. Super Eliminator be running next. All right, both bikes away clean here. Making their way down that 1320, Brandon Cunningham of Naples, Florida out there going 8.90 with an 8 on the 8.90 index. Sweet! That is a winning pass. Our next pair ready to do battle. Kurt Sikora of Elgin, Illinois, and Will Cimetti of West Palm Beach, Florida. Watching that tree intently, and there they go. Off the line rapidly, Sikora. Had that one in the bag right from the launch. Sikora. 923 at 114 miles an hour. He simply took it easy on that because Will Cimetti had a 382 reaction time on the light. And where as much he had like 3.5 tenths in the bag on him, he had him by 3 bike lengths right off the line. Ricardo Marte, left lane. 927 with a 3, not going to get it against John Mancup. Spooky Man with the win. David Fletcher, City, Florida, and Jason Hoffer. Fletcher with the win on that one. 893 on the 890 index, had an 029 reaction time for Fletcher. Hoffer up 890 index, but he had an 053 reaction time, so he was well behind the curve there. And Fletcher took the stripe. Fletcher with the victory. Greg Hayes and Lou Rees away next. Up on that big end where it counts, the win goes to Luis Rees of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Greg Hayes out of Dothan, Alabama, behind the curve on that one with the reaction time. His .382 reaction is not, well, it's got to be tighter than that, my friends. You can't give your opponents a 3/10 lead on the starting line. That puts you so far behind the curve, there's no way you're going to make it up. Mike Konopacki in the left lane, 027 reaction time. And he takes a good look over his shoulder at half track. 893 at 137 miles an hour. Right at the half track. Mike Konopacki took a good hard look over his right shoulder at his opponent in the right lane, Jeffrey Mugnan. And that was it. Mike took it to the stripe, took the victory. He'll be back next round. I'd say that man's looking for gas money for his trip back to Ontario. Spencer Claycomb in the right lane. Snaps that throttle open and he's good to go. 000 reaction time for Spencer Claycomb. Triple goose egg reaction time. And that's all for Angel Zambrana of Orlando, Florida, who fell to the axe of Spencer Claycomb. Angel Lopez of Florida and Nathan Wall of Tennessee will match it up next. 890 the index number here at MTC Supercomp. 890, that is the index. These racers want to run as close as they can to that number, but not quicker than. And every bike out there needs to be capable of going 890 or a little bit quicker. This turns it into a starting line match. It's a battle of reaction times. 9 times out of 10, the quicker reaction time will win the round. Nathan Wall, 890 with a 3, had an 044 reaction time. Angel Lopez, 099 reaction time. Turned in an ET of 891 with a 7. It was a close race, but Nathan Wall had him by almost 4/10 right from the start. The battle on the 1320. In order to win out there, you have to race both ends of the racetrack. You have to be able to cut a good reaction time, and you have to be able to run your number. It takes tremendous skill to do this. Edmar Garmin and James Hampton next. Hampton in the right lane, that's the Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Hampton goes 9.42 against the 9.40. The 9.42 of Edmar Garmin is the winning lap. And Garmin will advance to the next round. '64 Super Comp bikes. One of the biggest Super Comp fields I've ever seen in my life. Very, very impressive. Thank you. Thank you to all these Super Comp racers. Fantastic racing. Tom Clem and Eric Connor went heads up. Double breakout was the response to that. Tom Clem takes the win. 006 reaction time for Tom Clem. Tight racing. Exactly what you'd expect at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Kibblewhite, Precision Machine, and Wiseco. Action continuing. Kelly McDaniel of Orlando, Florida in the right lane. Up, your last motion must be forward. You cannot back out of the beams once you go in. McDaniel did a little bit of a dry hop inadvertently and pulled into beams, lit both beams. But as soon as he backed up, you cannot back up once you're in there. Technically, that motorcycle was fully staged. He backed up, and that's it. Red light start, Eddie Dory the win. Beautiful motorcycle, that Kawasaki. Great detail on it, nice paint job. Beautiful bike. Bill Tomark out of Rock Creek, Ohio in the left lane. Greg Highsmith in the right. Our next pair ready to rock and roll. Double breakout pass with the victory going to Bill Tomarek, and we move on. Matt Smith. There's a big name for motorcycle drag racing. We're not talking pro stock Matt Smith, but this is Matt Smith nonetheless. And my motorcycle in the left lane is competition number 3624. We are still working our way through. Aha, change on my screen. We are working our way through MTC Supercomp. And ready to bring out Super Eliminator next. Jason Herron out of Lexington, South Carolina is actually in the left lane against Matt Smith. And a breakout by Matt Smith gives the victory to Jason Herron. Heron had an 014 reaction time, the 890 index. Heron turned in an 891 performance, right on that number. Matt Smith went 879 with an 8, trying to stay ahead. Well, you can get there first and still lose. That's how it happened. You can't go quicker than the index. It's all about the starting line, my friends. Starting line, and then you got to hit the shift points. Next pair, Amit Sharma of India, Elite Octane Racing from the Gadsden Racing School. One of Ricky Gadsden's students, and he's rocking on that top end, but Megan Bauer takes him away. Megan Bauer with the victory on that pass, and she will advance to the next round. Megan Bauer has done a great job all weekend. She had been racing her heart out, hammering away on that bike. She's a very competent drag bike pilot. Rocking it on the 1320 left lane, Colin Nash. And John Krakalik, our number one qualifier in the class, is out this round. Colin Nash with the win. John had a 9.0 on that pass, and that's not going to get it again. It's an H94 when you got an 890 index. We are getting ready to roll out Super Eliminator right here, right now. Up to McKinney Motorsports, Dunnigan Racing, sponsoring the live feed. MotorManiaTV.com is producing this race live, showing it and live streaming it on the internet. You can find the link and tune in, have your friends tune in, watch at home. You can wave to them on the cam. And we are now going into Super Eliminator. Rysco Street Fighter, you should be in lane 4. Star Top Gas, you should be in lane 5. We are going to go through Super Eliminator pretty quick here. So Rysco Street Fighter, you should be in lane 4. Star Top Gas, you should be in lane 5 now, please. Super Eliminator bikes. Rick Stannard and John Lafertneck. John Lafert is in the right lane out of Georgetown, Texas. Rick Stannard, Rochester Mills, Michigan. Those old two-strokes singing their heart out there. Handicap start. Lafert's bike bogs badly on the line and never recovers. It's just starting to wake up now. That is one drawback with the two-strokers. Once you pull them down hard, they do have a lot of trouble recovering from that. All right. Rick Stannard advancing to the next round. Mark Seeley and Alex Hughes next. Alex Hughes is in the right lane. He's from Red Oak, Texas. And that machine is a bad, bad boy. Mark Seeley also has a strong contribution with his 1972 Kawasaki two-stroke in the left lane. Very strong competitors, both of these racers. All right, here we go. Up on the rev limiter. Alex Hughes going to try and gun him down. A lot of horsepower coming out of that bike. You can hear it. And he rips across that finish line for the win. Alex Hughes taking that victory. and we will see him next round. That was a 9:34 at 138 miles an hour for Alex Hughes. The Bog Monster is the enemy of a two-stroker. Two-stroke motorcycles have very small bores and strokes. They rely on high RPM for high horsepower output. If you bog the motor, you kill it. Aaron Cunningham with a strong pass. 9.09 on the 900 dial that he put up. Puts away Jim Chongris on that pass. And Tim Ford and Frank Loney will go at it. Smoking Joe Loney out of Dalzell, South Carolina. Beautiful blue Kawasaki in the right lane. Look how pretty these bikes are. Tim Ford, Knoxville, Tennessee in the left. Strong reaction time by Molyneux. Joe Molyneux and David Derrick are lined up. David Derrick never left the line. Rocking down on that top end, that was Joe Molyneux with an 894 with an 865 dial. We're waiting to clear things on the line, and we continue on with racing. Got to get our next pair up here. We need to get the show on the road, keep it going. And we will clear this and get ready for our next pair. David Rutkakis out of Waterbury, Connecticut, and David Boyd from Georgetown, Texas, will be the next pair. They are in the water now. I like that staging disc on David Rutkakis' bike over in the left lane. That's the lane opposite the tower right now. We used to see a lot of those staging discs back in the early 80s. They're easy to make and a whole lot of fun to make, and then put them on with some wire ties on your front wheel. A staging disc is a blank disc you put on your spokes. It mimics making the entire front wheel solid. So this is better for engaging the beam when you're going down the racetrack. And it helps not only with the staging beams, but also with the wind light and stuff further downtown. It gives the lights a better target. You have more reliable times, and you'll have fewer red lights on the starting line. All right, David Boyd of Georgetown, Texas, is now fully staged right lane. Here he comes. Going to chase down Rutkakis in the left lane. David Boyd in the right lane on that fast two-stroke. Going to try and catch him right at the stripe. Can't happen. David Rutkakis makes his run count. David Boyd was dialed on an 870, but only turned in an 891 for an elapsed time. So he put himself 2/10 behind the curve on that. David Rutkakis is dialed on a 1065. He went 1079. And for the most part, he was barely a tenth off his pace. You have to run close to your number. You have to cut a good reaction time. Kevin Hutchinson in the right lane. 750 Suzuki from the year 1974. Also known as the Water Buffalo, converted over from water-cooled to air-cooled. Good old two-stroker. On that clutch, right on the time. It's a competition single for a win. And we have one more before we go into V-Twin. And the Vance and Hines, I could be wrong about this, I'm seeing V-Twins as well. We are indeed still in Super Eliminator. Next Super Eliminator, Mike, making its way down to 1320 right now. Steve Chandler going 913 on a 905 dial. 088 reaction time. Some solid numbers there. This next motorcycle is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. In the right lane, Keith Brown, seated on one of his brother's creations. He's driving in his hot shoe, a hired gun, on this Harley-Davidson V-Rod. And Scott Pellin out of Wheeling, West Virginia, the two-stroker in the left lane. Now the motorcycle on the right is a V-Rod, but it's in a custom chassis with a custom body. Custom chassis made by Pete Brown. See him purge the nitrous there. Then get some solid cubic inches plus a power adder. Nos. If you're feeling sleepy, we can help you out with that. Here comes Brown. Scott Pellin out of Wheeling, West Virginia with a very good launch on his two-stroker. Takes it to the stripe, but the win goes to Keith Brown. 815 dial for an 833 run by Keith Brown. That's going to reel in the victory. 927 was the dial for Scott Pellin, but he only ran a 980, and that's well off the pace that he would need to have victory on that. All right, bagger matchup. Bagger Wars. Mark Frick of Chicago in the left lane. George Bryce of Star Racing in the right lane. This is pert near a grudge match. Mr. Bryce and Mark Frick ready to settle some differences here. All right, George going up in smoke. He did not hold back on that. Now, Mark Frick in the left lane is on a 2018 Road King. You see those saddlebags on that bike? One of them is hiding a nitrous tank. George Bryce is not using nitrous. He's naturally aspirated. His bike is all motor. George Bryce's motor is 135 cubic inches. He's gone as quick as 935 at 146 with his bike. Mark Frick, it's gone 960s. Can do better, and he knows it. We'll see how it turns out. All right, matching them up. Here we go. GB3 away quick. Big wheel stand by Frick. Very common in bagger racing. They stand those bikes right up. George Bryce takes it to the stripe quickly, 9:44 at 144 miles an hour for George. And Frick goes 9:67 at 146. Pretty much running right on his number. Bagger racing. You're going to see a lot more of that in the future. I would love to see that become a class with Mancup. If you want to sponsor the class and get some attention for you and your business, please come talk to us here at the tower. I'll introduce you to Mr. Reagan, and you guys can talk business. And we're getting ready for some Street Fighter action, working off the 950 index now. A unique motorcycle in the left lane. I like it a lot. KTM out there tearing it up in the left lane. And Ryan Johnson in the right with an 06 Gixxer. Just know this, my friends. The index for Weisska Street Fighter is 9.5 seconds. Now you're going to see 950 up on the board. They want to run as close to that number as they can without running quicker than that number. Big wheel stand by the KTM. That thing is wild. Wild motorcycle. And up on the big end at the stripe, Dave Fondon, Bayman, Puerto Rico, takes the win. We get to see that monster again next round. I like it a lot. Congratulations to both racers. It was a good matchup. The 087 reaction time of David Fondon earned him that win. And he built a really cool bike and he can drive. I like it a lot. Congratulations. Zach Parker and Roy Johnson now. Zach Parker out of Jasper, Alabama, and Roy Johnson of Marin, Virginia, make it to the stripe with the victory going to Roy Johnson. Roy Johnson turning in a 954 performance on a 950 index, had an 042 reaction time. Parker with a .153 reaction. That's a full tenth behind the curve to that 042 light of Roy Johnson. And that helped Johnson earn that victory. Alvin Brido of Aruba and Don Horta of Bradenton, Florida next. Horta in the tower side lane. Horta in the tower side lane, taking it up to the stripe. Takes the victory. 993 versus a 1019 for Brido. Remember, 950 is the index here. Strong burnouts with some of these bikes. Giving it to John Force. Putting on a show for all our fans, and I appreciate it. Thank you to Lucas Oil Productions out there filming this show today for a later date. You're all going to turn on your TV one day and see on MAV TV this event. Harvey Weisselman and Nicholas Noble next. $964 for Nicholas Noble, $968 for Harvey Weinstein. Mr. Weisselman from Aruba. Great attendance, great work by the folks of Aruba. Great competitors, very happy to have them here with us at the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals. Benjamin Jones and Jarrell Jansen of Curacao. Benjamin Jones of Aruba with the victory. 985 on a 950 index. 1020 pass by Jarrell Jensen of Curacao. You can't turn into 1020 when you got a 950 index. Way too much room there. Must have a tighter combination than that. Elgin Dota of Aruba. Double breakout pass. Two fellow Arubans going at it here. Beto Cruz and Elgin Dota. Double breakout by each racer. Almost identical too. Very, very close. 944 for Dota. 941 for Beto. And they're both working off that 950 index. Great racing, gentlemen. Congratulations. Mike Neroff and Rodney Kellorum next. Neroff with a red light start. Double breakout, but it doesn't matter because it was resolved on the starting line by the foul start. You can't leave before that green light comes on. That ends things, baby. Our next pair doing their thing out there, Richard Owens and competitor 651. Richard Owens with an 080 reaction time. That gets him the victory on the double breakout. Next pair hitting it hard out there. Racer 651 with an X in the right lane, 33X in the left. Competitors are paired up and ready to go. They're going to work with that 950 Wiseco Street Fighter Index. Tree turns green and here they come. Victory happens at the stripe, baby. 961 from racer competitor number 651X. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman of Aruba. Beautiful leathers. His bike is queued up in the left lane. And on the right side, Jeremy Burt. Jeremy Burt, one of our very strong Street Fighter racers. Burt rocketing down that right side. Gets to the stripe. And Zimmerman gets there first. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman went 10:01. Jeremy Burt went 10:17. They were both well off the mark of 950. The victory goes to Pierre Zimmerman next. And Dusty Brazel, Barry Parker next. Barry Pryor, excuse me, my bad. Barry Pryor Sr., in fact. Man, can this guy race. He likes to showboat out there, too. Red light start for Barry Pryor. 049 light. Victory going to Dusty Brazel. Dusty with a 956 at 138. Dusty doing very well in Super Comp competition, as he often does. Dustin Lee next. Big thank you to Robinson Industries for the qualifying bonuses today. They put up an extra $50 for Ultra 460, Top Gas, Super Comp, Super Eliminator, Street Fighter. They also put out an extra $250 in qualifying bonuses for Pro Mod. Thank you very much to Mr. Robinson and Robinson Industries. Your transmissions rock. Mr. DL with a 950 on the 950 takes the victory on that one. And on to the next pair, Dennis Padilla and Michael Smith. Michael Smith out of Macon, Georgia on a 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa. Mr. Padilla calls Miami, Florida home. And he gets away strong out there. 0-11 reaction time by Michael Smith. Double breakout pass. Victory to Michael Smith. That's the bottom line. On to the next pair. Okay, here we go. Tom Legassi, Newport, Florida in the left lane. Legassi looking at that 950 index, I should say. And unfortunately, he breaks out. And Mr. Russell moving on to the next round, and we move on to our next competitor. Joshua Lemons from Pembroke, Georgia will be in the right lane. And Mr. Wade in the left. Both races are pre-staged. Fully staged for Wade. All right, now they're both in. Here we go. Joshua Lemons really getting a handle on that bike. Lemons on the top end. 978 on the 950 index isn't going to work. A 7-0 by Wade takes the win. And our next pair getting ready to cue it up and have at it. Stacy Smith out of Lozella, Georgia, and Barry Purell. Barry Purell, Henderson, North Carolina. Purell ready with that 9.5 index. Here comes the run. Up on that big end where it counts most, Barry Purell survives double breakout. 947 with a 4 for Barry. Stacy Smith with 934 with a 3. So Stacy Smith broke out by the greater margin and did so sooner. And that ended that episode. Now Leonard Heiger and Crosby Blair will match. Crosby Blair with the win. Heiger from Aruba has been retired from competition in this class with Wiseco's Street Fighter. The folks from Aruba have had a good day. They've had a great race. Some of them are still in, and my hat is off to all of them. It is so difficult, so hard to do to come from another country to go to another country Bring your bike and your tools and your spares and whatever you need to go over there and go drag it. Big wheel stand, Jason Borowski. Very talented bagger racer. Part of the George Bryce bagger crowd. Borowski wailing that front end on that bike. Raul Lopes with the victory on that pass. Raul Lopes of Aruba moving on to the next round. Last year when one of the team members of Team Aruba won, the victory celebration was just fabulous. Fabulous. They had the flag, they sang, they danced, they played. It was wonderful. All right, matching it up here, Mark Frick and Steve Eager. Saw Frick earlier matching it up. The man definitely has some horsepower in that motorcycle. So does George. There are a bunch of talented bagger racers out there, a bunch. They got a long way to go to catch George Bryce, but they're doing good. They're doing good. A bit of a cowboy ride there for Mark Frick, but he did a good job. All right, we have some complications on the race surface, so while we attend those, I need all appropriate folks to just stay out of the way and let us do our job out there, and everything will be okay. This is a good time for folks to make their way down to the concession stand, get a little something to eat or something to drink, all right? Get on down there and get yourself something to eat or drink, and we can help you out with that. The concession stand is located at the base of the tower, to the rear of the tower, and across the causeway here, if you're back of the tower, all you have to do is cross the staging lanes, and you can get over to the left side of the racetrack over there on the circle track side of the facility here. And over there you will find Sweet Teas. Sweet Teas Barbecue. Go on over there and get yourself a pulled pork sandwich and you'll be glad you did. If you enjoy barbecue, you go over there. You won't regret it. So all is well on the top end. They simply have a complication up. So we have word out on the track. We also have some cleanup to do. I also know that the rider is okay. There's a spill on the top end, but that's all right. This is part of racing, part of motorcycle drag racing. You will address that, take care of it. And I'll also tell you, when you visit the concession stand down there, the chicken nuggets and fries are a great buy and a great eat. Don't miss out on that. I mean, if you're in the mood for barbecue, tippy-toe across staging lanes over to Sweet Teas and get yourself something to eat over there if you want the barbecue. If you want the usual concession stand fare, we have that, and we have it well right here in the concession stand in the lower part of the tower. Lights are blinking out there, and we're going to deal with that. Long as it takes, we'll get things squared away, and we will get back to racing. part of motorcycle drag racing is dealing with all that comes with it, my friends. This is racing. Out of the manufacturers midway, we got lots of manufacturers out there who are still set up and ready to serve you. If you make your way over to Wiseco, you can check out their pistons and components over there. They are one of our major sponsors for the event here today. Please check out the Wiseco goodies over there. And across the street, you'll see M2 Shocks, also Bates Leathers. Bates Leathers is here, as well as Vanson Leathers. You could go to either one of these fine craftsmen, and they will help you with whatever your leather suit needs are. Why order over line when you can go right here, right now, to go down to them, get yourself measured for a suit, and fitted right here. You can do it at home, that's true. But isn't it better to get fitted by the professionals who are here with their tape measures and their gear? Sure it is. Not only that, when you go over to Bates or Leather or Vanson Leathers, they have leather swatches and samples right here. And you can look at all the stuff and hold it in your hands, feel the quality of it, and judge for yourself what it is you want to purchase. MTC Engineering, located right over by M2 Shocks. Go over and see Eric Hochstetler and his layout over there. If you got a drag bike, or for your street bike, if you want a little more grab, or just more control of the clutch, go over to MTC and check out their products. Heavier springs are not always the answer on the street. You can get plates and steels that work better. Talk to Eric and he'll tell you what he has and what his products can do for you. PR Factory Store, right down the line a ways there. If you have a street bike, if you need a new tire, whether you need a new tire, behind the tower, go on down there and talk to Ed Grothus, Brody Grothus, or Brunson Grothus. They're all down there, and they all race these bikes. They can help you out with that. They build chassis completely from scratch. If you want a 460 bike or a Pro Mod, they can make you one. Soup to nuts. If you want a turnkey bike and just want to get on it, they can arrange that. Go on down, talk to the folks at Grothus Drag Bikes. They'll help you out. Right across the street from Grothus Drag Bikes, you go on over there and you'll see Fast by Gas. Fast by Gas has been helping people go fast since the 1970s. Mr. Paul Gass is every bit the racer today that he was yesterday, and that ain't changing anytime soon. You go see Paul Gass and talk to him, and whether you want to learn how to go fast with a two-stroke or a four-cycle motor, Paul has that knowledge and that experience. The man has been there, done that, got the t-shirt and signed the book. Go see him. As you do make your way through the pits today, I want to point out to you that many of the teams that are here have their own t-shirts and gear for sale. When you go on over to any Top Fuel team, any Pro Fuel team, any team, Pro Mod, Pro Comp, any of them, go see Nicky Zach, all of them. They all have t-shirts, hats, and swag for sale. And when you buy an item from one of the teams, you're putting that money right into their gas money. And they need it. They need it bad. If you have a particular team that you are fond of and you want to help financially support them, go buy a t-shirt, get a second one for Christmas. Give them away as Christmas gifts. when you buy directly from a fuel team or any of the gas teams and you buy their swag, hats, t-shirts, bandanas, whatever you're going to buy, that money goes right into their gas tank. Help them out. That way you'll see them again next. And I'll tell you something, next year at the World Finals, this is a big, big show this year. We are grateful for everyone's participation. But I'm cueing you in right now, 365 days in advance. You're going to see an even bigger show next year. You'll see even more fuel bikes next year. You will. Because next year is Mancup's 10th anniversary. 10 years of Mancup. I will spend a fair amount of time this year chronicling the history of this great sanction. And we'll have some wild stories to tell you about. And it'll be interesting to look at the speeds and records over the years. We'll be able to review all that, talk about it next year at this time. There's certainly no shortage of things to talk about at the World Finals. But next year's World Finals is going to be even bigger than this. I hope we have twice the number of international competitors next year, and it would not surprise me to see that happen. There are a bunch of teams out there, international teams, that want to come over here and have at it. Well, next year is the year to make it happen. Absolute. It would be so cool. It would be so cool to see double the number of top fuel bikes next year. We had a full field this year. I expect double that next year. Won't surprise me when it happens, too. For those of you in the know, I'm giving a little bit of a heads up here. We have been working with our Wiseco Street Fighter bikes. And at the moment, in giving you a heads up, I have Top Fuel motorcycles getting ready. They're not getting ready to run now, but they are preparing. Oh, here's a little something. If you're missing a kill tether, we have it up here in the tower. I don't know who's lost it, but it's up here in the tower if you need it.
Hey, David Whitehead. David Whitehead, check your pockets, buddy. David Whitehead, I have something of yours you might be missing. David Whitehead.
Okay, out on the 1320, we've got the Zamboni out there right now. A little bit of a cleanup action is starting just before the finish line in the left lane. The Zamboni is a washer, scrubber, dryer with vacuum included in it. Kind of does everything. And that is taking care of whatever kind of decoration there is up there to the racing surface in the left lane right at the scoreboard. So we're going to get that cleaned up, and whatever spraying and grooming is necessary up there, that will take place as well before we get back to the racing act. All right, so while we got it quiet here, another thing I want to be able to do is go review points and talk about what the points were like coming into this. All right, in Pingle Top Fuel coming into this event, Larry McBride is in the number one spot with 364 points coming into this event. Dave Vantine with 341 points. Chris Hand, 130, Mitch Brown, 112, and Sam Wills with 67 points. All those numbers changed once qualifying was concluded Saturday night. We haven't had time to tally up the points, but there has been a shift, of course, and all that. And Larry and Dave and company are all going to be looking hard at this next round. We've concluded E1, but we're getting ready to launch E2, which is not that far away. When we get closer, I'll tell you. But that is coming up. We run that every year at the World Finals, Bingle Top Fuel Twin. This is the one race where we know we're going to have enough bikes. So we don't have a points race or a points chase in Bingle Top Fuel Twin. We will conclude the class, crown the champion, and that's that. In Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, coming into this event, Preston Bartlett was leading in points with 384. Sam White was in the next spot with 343. And Tyler Wilson with 244 points. Rocky Jackson, the old Rockstone, with 201. Now, in Pro Fuel, Sam White won his round of racing. Also, Preston Bartlett won his round of racing. They're both still in it, and it's still anybody's championship. Nothing's locked up there. In Falicon Pro Mod, Paul Gast came into this event with a monster 425 points. He has been romping and stomping all season long in Pro Mod. He's got that locked. Mike Chongris is in the number 2 spot, giving chase 271 points. Jeff House, who could not make this event even though he really wanted to be here, Jeff has 122 points. Brunson Grothus with 102. Chris Garner-Jones with 98. There is no question that in Falicon Pro Mod, Paul Gast will be taking the championship. We're getting ready to switch things over here a little bit. And Jacob Green will take over at the moment. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just want to say welcome to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco. So while we get ready to run these last few pairs of what we got in the lanes, I just want to say how incredible the staff is here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. I want you guys to give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. How about that response time? No kidding. These guys do not mess around. As soon as Mark got in trouble down there, they were rolling. Current word is that Mark is A-okay. Scary accident down there, but ladies and gentlemen, that's part of the sport that we know and love. So, ladies and gentlemen, attention in the pits. Check your race bikes. If you are missing a dead man kill tether, if you're missing your dead man switch pin, I have got it. Check your race bikes, check all of your equipment. If you are missing a dead man switch tether, the little pin that goes underneath like the Pingle style kill switches, you pull it up, insert this pin, it's like a U-shaped clip. Got a red bungee on it. If you are missing your dead man kill switch tether, I have it in the tower. That's kind of important, ladies and gentlemen. You can't just stick a $quarter underneath it and hope it works. So we're still getting through Wiseco Street Fighter here. Very interesting class, 950 index. Get up there, cut a light, and run your number. Also, I want to welcome all of our folks watching around the world on Motormania TV. If you have someone in your family that really wanted to be here, but for whatever circumstances couldn't make it, tell them they can see it live on MotormaniaTV.com and also on Motormania TV on YouTube. The event is currently being live streamed there. Also, a huge thanks to Lucas Oil Productions for coming out to the Manufacturers Cup, shooting for MAV TV. You'll see Jack Corpella down there with the Lucas Oil crew chasing him around. Jack and crew, thank you so much for what you do for us. We also have a ton of media outlets out here. We have dragbike.com, cycledrag.com, eatmyink.com, all kinds of media outlets. These are the men and women that help us not miss a beat to the races that we can't make. So we're still waiting to finish up Wiseco Street Fighter. We're going to continue on that shortly. As soon as we get this cleanup finished. It's something we hate to see, but you know, it's part of our sport that we love. We know and assume the risk. The good news is that Mr. Frick is okay. Mark Frick is okay. Certainly our prayers are with him and his family for that scary moment down there. But while we have a quiet moment, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good time for you guys to stop down to Sweet Teas or the concession stand, get you something to eat, something nice to drink, get all warmed up for the evening, because we have one heck of an evening set up for you guys this evening. I have a lot of guys online asking what's after Wiseco Street Fighter. And you are correct. It is Star Racing Top Gas after this class. So any of my Top Gas guys, if you are not in the lanes, you should get there right now. Any possible Wiseco Street Fighter boys, if you are not there, you should probably get there. Once again, I have a dead man switch tether. I have a kill tether for a drag bike up here. If you're running much faster than 1099, you have to have these on your motorcycle. You know, just in the event that the throttle sticks and you get into a situation and you have to dump the bike, the kill tether will stop the engine. That tether plays a very, very important role. So check all of your equipment. All of my race teams out there, please check your equipment and make sure that you have your kill switch tethers. If you are missing yours, I have it here in the tower. It's not a very good thing to fidget with. I'm saying that right now. It's not too entertaining. Because I know it's important. I know the role it plays. Very, very important piece. But back in the staging lanes, I know all my guys and girls are back there having fun. Especially in the pit area, that is where all the important people are. Bates Leathers, Vanson Leathers, Fast by Gas, Wiseco Pistons, MTC Engineering, BPM. We have all kinds of great people. APE is here. And if you get a chance, head back there on the Manufacturers Midway. You might just run into one of the racers back there. You can see all of the racing machines here this weekend at South Georgia Motorsports Park and just how unique every single one of them is. Each one of these bikes is different. And especially if you get a chance, head down and see our guys at Grothis Drag Bikes. They've got a nice camp of motorcycles. head down and check out the machine of Mark Rendeluck. You can see all the great machines out there. And how each one of them is different. But while we're thinking about it,
Cleanup is continuing out there in the 1320. As soon as we are ready to get back to action, we will give you a heads up just beforehand, and we will keep you appraised of the action every step of the way. My cohort here, Mr. Jacob, was talking about some of the quality of some of the bikes and machines down there, and I could not agree more. This is a very unique opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to see motorcycles from all over the world. If you just wander the pits and the staging lanes, one machine I would certainly encourage you to go see is take a very close look at Ian King's bike. He has put so much refinement into that motorcycle, which, by the way, he no longer owns it. He sold that motorcycle, and Flying Phil, Mr. Philippopoulos, blah, blah, and I purposely scrambled that because there's no way in the world I could say his name, and he's probably laughing right now. But really, Flying Phil's a really nice guy. He is here. He owns the motorcycle now, but they campaign it together. They race it together. They've won 2 consecutive championships, I believe, in the UK on that. So they are EU champions and then some. And that's one of the quickest motorcycles in the world. Ian King has a best with that bike of 566. That's a heck of a number, my friends. You have no idea how hard it is to run a 566. I couldn't even begin to explain it to you. But I can tell you that if you go look at Ian's bike, the quality of the build and the attention to detail on that motorcycle will impress you. Now, equally, I say, look at Larry's bike. Look how different they are. But yet both of them have that same show-level quality to the build. I'm so enamored and thankful to Carl Altfeld for what he did for our sport when Carl got involved with Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing back in the 1970s. Everybody had all kinds of motorcycles. They were all different levels out there. But Carl was one of the early builders creating bikes. Carl was a machinist and a toolmaker. And everything that came off of his machines was like, wow. All right, this is how machine shop work was done back in the 70s. Everything was done with dials and weighs. That's how it was done. And barrel micrometers, not stuff you see today. And they did it all by hand, and the machines were meticulous. They looked like showpieces. Elmer built his the same way. He learned that with Carl. And he learned so much working with Joe Thronson and Marion Owens and Danny Johnson. All right, those are the guys. That was the core element around and working with Elmer then. They tutored Elmer. Then Elmer tutored everybody. Well, that's a whole other story. Right now, I want you to think about the bikes that you have here and a chance to go see them. Go see Mr. Bankston's bike. Go see Ollie with Jay Turner Racing. Wow. Oh my God. Go look at Ty Thorpe's bike and Jay's bike. Do that while you can. Especially, I encourage you to go see the bikes from overseas, because it's going to be at least another 365 days before you see them again. So please, check out those motorcycles. And if you get down to the end of the manufacturer's midway, there's one trailer down the end, a large container, an overseas container. That's the container that Team Aruba came over in. Jacob, how many bikes came over from Aruba? Do you have a number on that, sir?
I believe there's a number of 39. 39 motorcycles.
39 motorcycles in that container.
2 containers.
2 containers.
It was
All
2
right,
containers.
now I feel better.
They put a lot of equipment in one of them.
Roll it out of there like Cracker Jacks.
I think they split it half and half. Half equipment.
How many
half,
motorcycles did you say?
39.
39 bikes. How serious are they about coming over here and doing damage? I like that a lot. I am so proud of those folks. I'm glad they are our neighbors and our competitors, and they come here to race with us. Last year's celebration, you heard me say it before, I'm going to say it again just because it's fun. Team Aruba, when they won one of the classes last year, they were out here 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, midnight with the Aruban flag, singing songs, dancing, partying in the lanes. It was fantastic.
Yeah,
I love that.
The guys from Aruba, they came over here to have fun. They didn't come over here with plans of winning, but they just came over here to have fun. This is what drag racing is all about. It's about how much fun you can have no matter where you're from. And also, on the note of the multitude of bikes that they brought, they've got a number of old school Suzuki GSXR 1000s and 1100s that you don't see anymore. These bikes are a long-lost art of the past, just like the KZ and the GS. You just hardly see them anymore.
Well, you know, ever since Suzuki came out with the Hayabusa in '99, and those bikes came to the market, once the racers caught on to the fact that they could put 300, 400, 500 horsepower into one of those motors with stock engine cases, and these stock engine cases could take it. All right, that was it. That was it for the Cowies and for the old school Suzuki stuff. I mean, the GS bikes have been a major power plant ever since their inception in the early 1980s. Around the year 1980 was when they first started to appear. But ever since then, they've ruled the roost, even though Kawasaki has managed to keep pace with them. The ZX-14 was a wonderful step forward for them, and they really upped the ante, you know, in the big bike, big bore wars. But nevertheless, just as you said, it does my heart good to hear that in Aruba, the GS power plants are still well received over there.
Well, not only that, it's the early GSXR platforms. You don't see those anymore. You know, like the Bandit platform. The Bandit motor was huge when it came out. A lot of those guys are just tickled pink right now. I know a lot of guys are probably watching from around the world. Probably got a Bandit sitting in their garage, but the Bandit motor was really the step forward for Suzuki, where Kawasaki, it was the ZX-12, was kind of like the middle child when it came to the ZX-14. We still see a weird motorcycle like the 03 ZX-9R rolling around here. We also see a ZX-12 rolling around here.
I remember the big flurry in the press about the ZX-10 when the 10s came out, and Cycle World and the other various cycle magazines really pumped up the music on the ZX-10s. And look how far it's evolved now.
We've got ZX-10s rolling off the showroom floor, running in the mid to low 9-second range. And here's another one for you, the BMW S1000RR, mild modification, swing arm, power commander to pipe, 850s all day long, 165 to 168 miles an hour in the quarter mile.
As long as you got a wallet as big as that number, you can definitely go do that with a BMW. And I'm a BMW guy. I own one myself, but I can tell you that they are phenomenal motorcycles. And that speaks well to the technology of the motorcycles of today. In that, you know, you look at the Beamer and that R series, they build traction control right into the motorcycle. You let the clutch loose on that and bring your front end up in the air. If your front wheel is not rotating, the motor senses that and it takes timing out and slows the motor down. It slows it down by taking timing out until that front tire comes back down. That's traction control, baby, built right into the motorcycle.
Yeah, and you can listen for it too. It sounds kind of like a spark interruption. The motor kind of steps down a little bit so far that, yeah, it's a really interesting thing that BMW has done, but you pay the price tag for that once you buy that motorcycle with that technology built in. I'm sure that you can buy that technology, especially with Fuel Tech or any other ECU manufacturer nowadays for the motorcycle. They should offer something like that, but traction control is not some of these guys' best friends out there because it can kill a lot of elapsed time.
Not only that, but in my opinion, traction control hurts racing. And the reason I say that is even though it's a great safety device, and you can't say no to what a manufacturer makes. If the OEM makes it, you have to allow it in racing. You cannot shut out the manufacturers. That I would never do. But I will tell you that overall, when you introduce traction control, when you take the wheelies out of it, when you take the fun out of it, you're also taking the spectators out of the stands. The spectators want to see those wheels spin. They want to see wild racing. Nobody wants to see anybody get hurt or get their stuff broken. But you've got to keep the excitement level out there, or we're not going to have fans in the stands.
Right, and that's exactly what I was just thinking, Tom. You know, you take the wow factor out of it. You take the wow factor out of it. It's not drag racing anymore. It's just going really fast in a straight line. And if we had that, it'd be the same thing over and over and over again. We'd have that repetition. And, you know, that smooth event is something that we want, but unfortunately, wrecks and wild racing are just part of the nature of this sport that we do. That's why we sign that white piece of paper when we come in the front gate.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. I'm getting some word here in the tower that we are advancing in our cleanup on the top end. We are not far away from being done with the major cleanup on the top end. As soon as that is completed, we are going to get back to it here, ladies and gentlemen. We are not far away from that. So be ready for that. Hope you're not far from your seat.
You might want to come get it here soon, because I think we have a couple of the top fuel teams set to roll up here soon.
No doubt about it. I heard them warming up earlier.
But of course, before that, we've got to push Star Racing Top Gas down this racetrack. That is a big class this weekend.
Speaking of Star Racing, it was great to see George Bryce and Frick out there back at it. We were talking about accessories and power, etc. And I want to point out that George Bryce's bagger is for sale if somebody wants to go after it. A really cool aspect of that motorcycle, his shift button is his turn signal.
I've noticed that.
I've done that myself with my street bike before.
I noticed that.
It's a whole lot of fun, yeah. There's a little toggle switch hidden away on that motorcycle somewhere, and when the toggle switch is in one position, his turn signal is a turn signal. But when you flip the toggle switch, it also activates the kill mechanism and the air shift.
That is sharp.
I love that.
That is sharp. You know, George Bryce, that's another bike that we have to talk about when it comes to attention to detail. There is not one bare wire on that bike. It is all wrapped away in conduit. That frame is nice and powder-coated black. There's not a scrape on it. And not to mention the gorgeous paint job that's on that bike. It's a nice, gorgeous candy apple red. It makes me want a great big Honeycrisp.
It is a nice motorcycle. There's no two ways about it. George races it very, very well. He has not lost his touch at all. Funny story about that. Up in New England Dragway, one of the old-time racers up there, been at it for a few decades, going back to the mid-70s all the way into the 80s. Rick Stetson of Harry's Machine Parts. Rick is also an old Pro Comp champ, 3 years running undefeated, and raced in NHRA Pro Stock and won national events with the NHRA as well. I remember talking to Rick up at New England Dragway a couple of years back at a top bike race, and we were talking about him racing his old bike, which he still races, same motorcycle, big cubic inches with a GS, always running in somewhere around 836, generally around 160 miles an hour, and he was telling me how he can't cut a light anymore. And then he went out there in the next round and went 003 on his opponent.
You still got it.
Exactly.
Still got it.
I love these old guys that tell me they can't do it anymore. Then they go out there and drop an 003. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Just because you're old doesn't mean you're not good anymore.
Oh, no. I said it earlier when I was talking about Paul Gast. He's 70 years old, and he may be old, but his reflexes ain't. If you got to go line up against Mr. Gast or Rick Stetson or any of those guys, they will take you to the cleaners. Yes, they will.
Oh, yeah. And Paul Gast, he's not showing any signs of retiring soon. Just like John Force, you know, when is the guy going to quit?
Don't even use the R word around Paul. Don't even go there.
Yeah, retirement, what's that? I don't even know what that word means.
Not with Paul Gast. As for John, I have no idea what's happening there other than that it was really great to see him contend for that next championship. He didn't quite get there. but he was certainly in contention in funny car. It was cool to see that.
He had a great season. For the first time in 2 or 3 years, he finally had a season he's proud of. You know.
Well, let's take that a next step further, talking about Paul Gass and Fast by Gas and his racing in Falcon Pro Mod. There's no question that Paul Gass has the championship locked up. He's the one guy on the points chart that I could look at and say, there's no doubt about it, this man has locked up the championship, which he has. But I wonder how many championships Paul Gast has won, and I don't have an answer for that.
I don't either.
Because I know Paul has been racing, motorcycle drag racing, since the early 70s. He started, and I know he was fully in effect in the mid-70s. And how many championships has Paul Gast actually won? I really don't know, but it's a big number.
That's one he's going to have to answer for us. And Tom, why don't you take a look at what the wind here at South Georgia Motorsports Park just blew into the door. We have Mr. Ian King along with us this afternoon.
Always good to see Ian King come through the door. Any of our pros. We see all the pros come through here sooner or later. And we're going to see him out there in that racetrack before too long.
Yeah, but Paul Gast.
We are still working with Weisco's Street Fighter competition. We were covering and working our way through Street Fighter when we had an incident out there on the track. We got that all cleared up. There's spraying on the track now. And right after the spray, it looks like we're going to get right back to action in Street Fighter. And once we conclude Street Fighter, we're going to deal with Star Topcast and go through our entire Topcast contingent. Then we will move on to Top Fuel.
Well, Tom, with the race this is going, we are going to see Nitro under the lights here, which, in most cases, for us Nitro junkies, is a good thing. Because we get to see those 6-8 foot long header flames out of the back of these 4 cylinders, and especially, you know, the beast of Mr. Bankston that Tommy Grimes is piloting this weekend. We got a chance to see that one somewhat in the dark last night. And that bike is just something else. It is so loud. I've wanted to say this over the microphone for a little while now. It is so loud that there are some paint chips down there on the starting line. They jump 6 to 8 feet in the air when Tommy launches that bike. It is something to see.
Well, it is. It's putting out a tremendous amount of volume of air for every thump of the cylinder, and most people don't realize that Mr. Bankston's bike is a parallel twin. You're looking at 2 cylinders, and each exhaust pipe, this is very unique to this motorcycle. Not another motorcycle in the world that I know of has this. He's got the kind of header style pipe that in the 1950s and 60s they would call that a weed whacker. He's got one pipe that exits the motor left and right, directly at 90 degrees, and it's chopped off kind of short. That thing puts out huge plumes of fire left and right, and one of the most difficult things to do is photograph that bike and get both plumes lit. Very hard to do that. You got to get him way down track while he's got some motor RPM instead of the thump left and right, because when you're using a moderate to fast shutter speed, you're only going to catch one flame, and I've got dozens of shots of them with one flame. Getting both pipes lit, very hard to do.
Well, Tom, I come from somewhat of a photography background. It's something difficult to do because you're shooting at a speed of 1/200th or 1/300th of a second down there. And that, at that point, you might be able
zeros to that.
Yeah. So 1/3000th or 1/30,000th.
There you go.
Yeah. You gotta catch them good, because I know you don't want any blur. Your work is amazing, along with a lot of our other photographers out here. They're running into the same issue too, but that is such a fast shutter speed that you're only going to catch one moment of that, and that is like point.
I've only seen one really good crisp photo of that bike with a 3/4 frontal with both pipes lit, and a very, very talented very talented photographer, a good friend of mine, Chris Simmons from down in Florida. Chris shot that, and he did it in 2013 during the Battle of Bradenton when I first met Mr. Bankston and his bike. This is not their first trip to our shores, and I'm very happy to tell you it's certainly not their last trip to our shores. I can't wait for next year's race. I can't wait for next year's race. We are going to have so many cool bikes from all over the world here, for the 10th anniversary of Mancup next year at the World Finals.
Oh yeah. Well, it's also going to be fun is joining you in Orlando for the season opener, because I'm getting married next October, and we were thinking about coming down here to kind of go on a trip, especially with Tallahassee so close. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Thank you. And with Tallahassee so close, we were thinking about making that our post-wedding trip. But now that we're going to Orlando in April, I might have to reschedule. I might have to rebook something here, because I have never been so far south in Orlando. It'd be really cool to make a trip out of that, go see the Space Coast and everything. It would be so neat.
Cool stuff happening out on that racetrack is we're finally getting all of our equipment, our major equipment, down off the racetrack, and that's a good sign. Racers, I need all racers to your motorcycles right now, please. Please get ready to settle up, helmet up, etc., because we are going back to racing. We've got all our equipment back from the top end. Spraying is done, dragging is done, and we're going back at it here with Wiseco Street Fighter. So we are in the middle of this round of Wiseco Street Fighter. We're going to complete that, then we're going to move on to Top Gas, then we're bringing out the fuel bike. Yes, it will be dark when the fuel bikes come out. You will see header flames. Lots of them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going hot out on the racetrack. We are back to it. Scott Thomaso of Lafayette, Louisiana in the left lane. Tearing into it with his Harley Davidson. And our next pair. I see Perez Fittipaldi in the right lane going into the water. And out on the racing surface there, Scott Thomaso opens that throttle, lets it go. He rockets down that racetrack. 950 is the index, and he goes 10.42 with a competition single. He will automatically take the win. Sonu Sundep Soki of India, part of the Elite Octane Racing of India crew, Ricky Gadsden's motorcycle school. Soki is in the left lane, Fittipaldi Perez in the right lane. We have an international matchup. Close reaction times, anybody's race. 950 is the number, who's closest? And the win, Fittipaldi Perez, 951 on a 950 index number. Sonu Sundep Soki was too quick. He broke out on that pass. He went 938 with a 9. A valiant effort and great racing. Well done by Sonu Sundep Soki. And props to him and Elite Octane from India. Reset my screen here, and I'm ready for Bob Burt. Competition solo for Bob Burt. At this stage of racing, though, once the ladder is set, the racers are all set in pairs. However, if a racer breaks, has a problem, can't make the next round, they have to notify us here in the tower so that we know there's a break in the ladder. And that being indicated, what happens is a competition single. We just send that next bike down there solo, and the ladder will come up and fill itself in. And we just keep going. John Markham launched from the line Broke traction briefly. He is coasting now. Hopefully he will make the turnoff on the top end. And we've got our next pair ready to go. Pablo Gonzalez, Nira Kumar Sharma of India. Nira Kumar Sharma dialed on, well, he's not dialed, he's actually working off the 950 index, of course. This is Street Fighter. And Pablo Gonzalez in the left lane. Pablo is a real gunfighter. He will take him to the cleaners on that tree if given the chance. Then again, you can get too close. We'll see what happens. Let's see how the racers serve it up here. Ricky Gadsden running up to the line. Gonzalez away quick. 0:34 reaction time for Gonzalez. He got in front of him strong right from the launch and on the big end. 9:72 for Pablo Gonzalez for the win. Najir Kumar Sharma of Octane Elite Racing. Well done, but he's all done. And we roll on to the next round. I believe that wraps it up for Weisco Street Fighter, and that will put us into Star Racing Top Gas. Before we bring out the big 820 bikes with their big horsepower, we're going to do a quick drag of the racetrack. This will only take a few moments. And once they drag the track, they'll turn it around, bring it right back in, and we'll come right out with Top Gas. Immediately following Top Gas, we are going into Pingle Top Fuel Motorcycle, which will be followed by Pingle Top Fuel Twin. And we do have to wonder, with Pingle Top Fuel Twin coming out, will we see that fly? I'm not sure. I can tell you that now that the sun is falling and it's getting colder and getting chillier out there, there's a lot more oxygen in the air. There's much more air to work with. So anything can happen. We'll find out. There's still warmth in the track from the sun. This particular race surface here at South Georgia Motorsports Park is very good at holding the heat. Once the track warms up during the day, it holds that heat well. We are just about done with our dragging of the race surface, and we will bring Top Gas out. Also at this point in the day, all of our classes, of course, are in eliminations now where this is Sunday. So each time two motorcycles go down that racetrack, only one will come back. We have to field every time a round of racing happens. And we are here until we are done. That's the bottom line. These racers and these race bikes are going to get their due, as well they have. It's been a great event, and there's so much more coming your way. All part of the process, my friend. All right, Star Power Top Gas. Coming out of the lanes next, as in now. David Griffith of Fontenelle, Iowa, will be going over into the left lane. He'll be taking on Steve Caddy of Falmouth, Massachusetts, in the right lane. Mr. Caddy is a die-hard Cowie guy, which makes John Civiteri smile a lot. Civvy helps Steve a bunch. They all do. They all work together to help each other. Common knowledge, how to break the most parts. All right, Steve Caddy of Falmouth, Mass. in the right lane. Griffith in the left lane. And I got my next pair in the water, and I have more bikes on the ready line. And we are ganging this. We're going to rip right through Top Gas and get those Top Fuel bikes out there. You will see major header flames tonight. That you will. Cool air in the nighttime. Oh, yeah. All right, Steve Caddy in the right lane. Front tire comes right up. He's got a nice straight pass. He's on a good number. Steve Caddy breaks out on that one. He went 8:12. Remember, this is index racing, 8:20. David Griffith did a fantastic job, went 8:20 with a 2, 156 mile an hour. Griffith right on the number. He takes the victory and moves on to the next round. Our next pair, Michael Daddio of Chicago, Illinois in the left lane. City Works employee, works very hard. Shane Cunningham of Naples, Florida in the right lane. Michael Daddio. Michael Daddio with the win. 8:31 and an 8:20 index. Shane Cunningham with an 8:40, and that's not close enough to seal the deal. So Daddio will go to the next round. Melina Franklin, Aruba, left lane, beautiful pink bike. Alexander Ross, right. And the win goes to Alexandra Ross. Team Aruba going deep tonight. .820 bikes, big horsepower. Somewhere between 250, 300 horse. Takes a lot of ponies to move these bikes quick. Big cubic inches. Most of these bikes are all motor. Some of them have NOS. Most of them are just big motors with really good heads and valve work. Dave Page of Sharonville, Ohio in the right lane. Omar Lenoy left. Page making a way down that right side, and Dave Page takes it across stripe with a win on the big end. Goes 8:24 on the 8:20 number. Had an excellent 0:35 reaction time to begin that round of racing. Very, very well done. .820 bikes hitting it hard. Looking real good out there. Juan Citrone, a strong player in this class. Another one in the right lane, Rob Honeycutt out of Hughesville, Maryland. Neither racer wants to go in first. Citrone goes in. Here comes Honeycutt. Oh, Citrone, what a light. 008. Juan Citrone breaks out on the top end. Ouch. He missed that by 6 thousandths of a second. Well, and a couple. He pushed that so hard. He worked so hard. What a great launch by Juan Citrone. But Rob Honeycutt ran the number. The index is 8:20, and he went 8:21 with an 8 with an 020 light. So Honeycutt takes the win. Scott Samich, left lane. Doug Fisher, right. Doug Fisher out of Beaver Springs, Maryland, 0:35 reaction time. Trucking on down there goes 829 with an 8, takes the win over Samick, who only had a .211 reaction. Attention in the pits, and I need everybody's help on this. We have a lost service dog. We don't know what happened to the owner. If you know someone that has a service dog and the dog is missing or wandered off or whatever the case, that service dog is up here in the tower. Please help reunite the owner with this dog. This is very important. We have a lost service dog up here in the tower. Wherever the owner is, please help us reunite the dog and the owner. John Civitarese, the man known as Civvy in the left lane. Darrell Henry on the right side. Henry out of Pulaski, Tennessee. They are both waiting. I'm not sure on what. But the starter is not waving them forward. So we are in a holding pattern of some sort here. All right. Chief starter just waved him ahead, so now we're breaking that. And both racers are now on the clock. They need to roll forward. Civvy is in, he's pre-staged. Darrell Henry of Pulaski, Tennessee, right lane is pre-staged. Civvy and Darrell are waiting. They're both in now. Here we go, red light start by Henry. John Civitarese will advance to the next round. Civvy on the big end, breaks out by a bunch, but it doesn't matter. There was a red light start by Darrell Henry. And Civvy is ready for the next round. Okay, working with it out on that surface now. Charles Mackey and Harvey Hubbard will. I have Charles Mackey ready to stage. Harvey Hubbard is absent, it seems. So we are looking at a competition single for Mackey. And Mackey does exactly that, gets loose, but something broke loose on him. And now he has and he is now going over to the left wall. We have a roller out on the racetrack. We need that motorcycle removed. Charles Mackey's bike launched and broke. Something went wrong right away. Mackey, very wisely, being a veteran racer, gently pulled over to the wall on the left side and stopped. We need the motorcycle dolly out on the track to remove this bike. Motorcycle is located at the 330 mark in the left lane. Attention in the pits while it's quiet. Perhaps you can help us. We have a lost service dog. This is a serious and important announcement. If you know someone who is missing their service dog, if you know who this dog belongs to, please come up here in the tower and help us reunite the dog and the owner. Very important. This is a legit service dog, and we need to help reunite this dog and the owner. Out on the 1320. Hopefully what we're dealing with here is a simple case of towing this motorcycle off the surface. But we are going to have this motorcycle removed from the racetrack so we can continue on with our racing. We have been moving along with our competition in Star Racing Top Gas, and we will continue to do so and complete our Top Gas round before we bring out Pingle Top Fuel. Top Fuel bikes are in the lanes, ready to roll out, but that's not going to happen until we conclude Top Gas. So while Mr. Mackey's bike is being removed to 1320, here's where things are going from this point on this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue to race as long as we have racers and racetrack, and we've got lots of that. So we're not going anywhere anytime soon with that. Don't worry about that. We are just going to go round and round with our race bikes as we would at any event and continue on. Where we're at right now in the program is we have Top Gas out on the racetrack. They are in eliminations. As soon as we conclude Top Gas, this round of Top Gas, and I've still got close to 30, 40 bikes out there anyway. Once we get through this round of Top Gas, there'll be a quick cleanup out on the track and a prep for the pros, and then we're going into our next round of eliminations, and we'll go into E2 with the professional classes. First class out will be Pingle Top Fuel, then we'll have Pingle Top Fuel Twin, followed by Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, and then on to Falicon Pro Mod, and Nitrous Express Pro Open, and then on to APE Pro Street. And then after APE Pro Street, we go on to Real Street. All right, getting back to it. Next pair up, I have Seth Bucari in the right lane out of Loxahatchee, Florida, and Ruth Harris out of Lexington, South Carolina in the left lane. We cleared that motorcycle off the track that had a mechanical difficulty, and now we got to keep going. There they go. Rocking off that starting line. Ruth Harris. Perfect reaction time by Ruth Harris. Double O. Let's call it a triple goose. But something broke on that pass, and unfortunately that's it for Ruth Harris. Seth takes the win. Lance Bonham, Covington, Louisiana in the left lane. Ronnie Woodall out of Pleasant View, Tennessee in the right lane. All right, Ronnie Woodall, Lance Bonham ready. Next, we are in Top Gas. Bonham giving a quick look over the shoulder, see if everything's lined up. All righty. Rocking on with this show. Both bikes away clean. Red light start for Lance Bonham. Ronnie Woodall will automatically take the victory on this lap. Woodall automatically taking the victory. Pete Chongris next with Dalton Perry. All right, here it comes. Up on the pipe, and there they go. Loose tailpiece on Dalton Perry. He needs to watch out for that. Pete Chongris rocking down that left side. Double breakout pass by both racers. Remember, the index is 820, and we're looking at an 8.0 for Dalton Perry, and Pete Chongris with an 8.15 with a 6. They have a little extra in the bank? You bet they do. All right, both motorcycles rocking out of that smoky burnout. Megan Bowers doing a great job racing this weekend. She is in the right lane, and she calls Nashville, Tennessee home. Brandon Kuhlman of Aruba in the left lane. Brandon Kuhlman. Kuhlman on that left side, going down there for that 820 index. Slowing down on the right side, Megan Bauer's bike having a problem. Without a taillight, I cannot see where she is. Carrying on with our action out here, Ricardo Jones and Cornelius Jones will go at it next.
Here we are in Star Racing Top Gas. Car that's Mississippi native. Cornelius Jones, Summit Racing side of the racetrack. GS Power Drag Bike, your number 8 qualifier at 8.238. Ricardo Jones, Macon, Mississippi native. GS Power in his frame rails. Number 45 qualifier at 8.177. Going way too far under there. If you go under, it sets you to the back. It's better to run an 8:20 or slower. Racers separated by 002 off the Christmas tree. Cornelius Jones having to do a riding job out there, gets off the throttle. Still runs an 8:28.3, 153 miles an hour. Summit Racing side of the racetrack will take the wind lights out there. Ricardo Jones goes 8:41.3, 123.36 miles an hour. The 035 light to Cornelius Jones's 037. So we're going to stop just real quick and make sure everything's okay down there on the racetrack. Here we are still in Star Racing Top Gas. Quite a few entries here in Top Gas, just by real quick reference. 42, 48, 52. 52 entrants. The number 52 qualifier being Gino Scali. Running well under the index. Stephen Fuentes, strange side from Orlando. The 05 Busa. Against Jim Chongris from Mentor, Ohio. Somebody here is uncharacteristically late. 8:49.5 on the 8:20 for Jim Chongris. Gets around the 006 reaction time of Stephen Fuentes. Steven Fuentes down there going 170.39 miles an hour, only running an 860. Here's Richard Gadsden, Newport News, Virginia native. The 2014 Suzuki Hayabusa, the number 41 qualifier, 9.589 on the Summit Racing side. Dennis Jones from Freeport, Texas, 62-year-old on KZ Power. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack. Richard Gadsden, 870 at 162 miles an hour. 049 light to Dennis Jones's 480.480. Huge hole shot win for Richard Gadsden. Here's Charles Polsky from Alabaster, Alabama. Number 13 qualifier at 826.0. Summit Racing side. Wade Cherry on the strange lane from Fayetteville, North Carolina. The 62-year-old on Kawasaki Power. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, check your equipment. If you are missing a dead man switch pin, it's a U-clip on a red tether. If you are missing that, please come see me. We have it in the tower. Pieces are apart by 041. Wade Cherry runs 897. Charles Posky gets down there, runs way too fast. 7.92, 143 miles an hour. Wade Cherry, 897, 130, the winning effort there. Here comes John Spooky Marco. Bowling Green, Kentucky, 50-year-old on the Suzuki Power. Looking for an 820. He is your number 6 qualifier at 8.223. Jeremy Teasley on the Strange Engineering lane for Commercial Point, Ohio. 29-year-old on the 2015 Busa from the DME Racing Camp. 47 qualifier. Well under the index. Duke and JT are away. 044 the separation there. 823. Jeremy Teasley going to fall to the hole shot of John Markham. 827 on the 820 dial. 015 reaction time for a 53-10 thou victory. All right, attention in the pits. All pros, Pingletop Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Falicon Pro Mod, APE Pro Street, Nitrous Express Pro Open, and Shinko WPS Real Street. To your respected lanes, please. All pros, Pingletop Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Falicon Pro Mod, APE Pro Street, Nitrous Express Pro Open, and Shinko WPS Real Street. To the staging lanes, pronto. To your respective lanes, please. John Loney going out there and breaking out by a whole bunch of numbers. 154.21 miles an hour. Falls to Corey Washington's 003. 8.360, 143.20 the speed down there. Cedric Maduro, Strange Engineering side from Aruba. 42-year-old aboard the Suzuki Hayabusa. Summit Racing side, George Jones from Hefzibah, Georgia. 60-year-old on Kawasaki KZ Power, 1,500 cubic centimeters in the frame rails. The number 21 qualifier, 8.321. Cedric Maduro, your number 32 qualifier, 8.416. Lights are down, here we go. Racers are separated by 037. How about the wing lights for Cedric Maduro? 147 reaction time, 8.295, 143.57 miles an hour. George Jones was chasing him down with the 838.9, 153.63. Mike Lingo, Summit Racing side. Number 4 qualifier at 822 with a 2. On the opposite side, looks like we have Brunson Grothus. On the strange lane. Grothus goes 008 to the green side. Mike Lingo bringing the little red light out of its hole there. 8.402, 134.54. Grothus gets out of the throttle down there. Here comes Thomas Cole, Summit Racing side, Davenport, Iowa native. Number 28 qualifier at 8.367. John Carter on the strange lane from Blythewood, South Carolina. The 2004 Suzuki Hayabusa, number 25 qualifying effort of 8.345. John Carter said to be here but didn't make it. 0:12 reaction time from Thomas Cole. Goes all the way down the racetrack, popping it between gears, 8.363, 149 miles an hour, right on the nose. John Carter unable to make the call for some reason. Comes Rodney McFarland, Pensacola, Florida native, 47-year-old on the 09 Busa. Number 35 qualifier, 8.603 the effort. Irvin Maduro from Aruba, the 44-year-old above the Busa, not able to make the call either. How about an 8.390, 154.65 for Rodney McFarland? He will move on. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I need all pros. Pingletop Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Falicon Pro Mod, APE Pro Street, Nitrous Express Pro Open, and Shinko WPS Real Street. To the lanes, pronto, please. Brandon Elliott, Louisville, Kentucky native, 26-year-old looking for the top gas number of 820. Ricardo Marte from San Juan, Puerto Rico, pulls the red light out. .017 red light, 822, 158.97. Ricardo Marte was off the dial. In qualifying by 003, 8.203 was his effort. Here comes Gino Scali. The 2008 Suzuki Hayabusa. Unable to make the call. Wyatt Weeson from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. 047 light on the Grothus chassis. 18 years old, racing in Star Power Top Gas, the number 1 qualifier. 8.203. 822.9, 159.25 miles an hour. Here is Ralph Medrano Jr. in the right-hand lane. Pros to the lanes, please. Once again, pros, I need you to the lanes. That is Pingletop Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Falicon Pro Mod, APE Pro Street, Nitrous Express Pro Open, and Shinko WPS Real Street. To the lanes, pronto, please. Dustin Lee unable to make the call here. Ralph Medrano Jr. from Davie, Florida, going to get the bye run. Number 3 qualifier, 8.216. A 005 reaction time for Ralphie. How about 826, 175.30. Comes Richard Holder, the bye run this time around from Jacksonville, Florida, 53-year-old on GS Power, the gorgeous Track Dynamics chassis. Old school pro stock style bike down there on the strange lane. Going to make a solo run here. Once again, I need all pros to the staging lanes. All pro classes to the staging lanes. Richard Holder, 8.77, 149.27 miles an hour. 1:52 reaction time from Richard Holder on the strange lane. 877, 149 will move him on to the next round, of course, being the bye. Now we're going to have some lane living going on by Mr. Wade Rich down there on the tire drag. Don't move anywhere. I'm doing just fine, Mr. Norton. How are you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
I'm just all right. It's good to see you out here for dragbike.com. We got a multitude of guys out here from several different media outlets. What special moments have you caught this weekend?
Oh, George Bryce. Come on.
Oh yeah, George Bryce, the grudge match. Oh yeah, that was a nice race. What do you think? What do you think about the bagger racing? I want your input on this. What has the bagger racing said to you? What does it look like to you?
I like it because it's what everybody sees when they're going down the road or when they're at shows. It's a real world representation of a bagger, so to speak.
Right, and these baggers weigh in excess of 750 to 800 pounds. These are great big motorcycles. Some of them even have ballast in them to weigh them down. And I've always thought to myself I could probably cram myself in one of the bags of George Bryce's bike to slow it down a little bit. And also Mark Frick, we're going to really think about him as he's going to more than likely get that motor back together. Fingers crossed. That was a gorgeous motorcycle that George Bryce himself had his hands in, and hopefully Mr. Frick is okay. Only minor injuries down there from what I'm understanding. So therefore, the bagger racing is a really big deal. Now, anything else that is catching your eye this weekend?
Oh, just the turnout. Aruba, let's give a big shout out to Aruba. I mean, come on, to me, that's the story of the weekend. I mean, Aruba showed up in force. They're professional. They're polite. They take this sport just as seriously. It's an honor to have them here.
39 motorcycles from Aruba. A lot of them are old school Gixxers. I mean, I'm not a Suzuki guy at heart, but those old school GSXRs, they have my heart, man. They are outrageously gorgeous. The paint jobs they have on those bikes, either in-house or through someone local. Absolutely gorgeous paint on those bikes. Have you got any shots of them yet?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I focused on them hard because they had their little special lineup early during testing and stuff. So I made sure I hung out just for them.
Oh yeah, it feels like every other pass I was saying, this rider's from Aruba, that rider's from Aruba. Oh, we've got a pair from Aruba. It's really incredible how they've shown up, and not to mention we have all three of the ABC Islands here today. I don't know if I've mentioned this on the microphone or not. We have riders from Aruba, obviously. Fittipaldi Peters is from Bonaire. And then we have a rider from Curacao. The name escapes me at this point. It's just three little bitty islands about 30 miles off the northern coastline of Venezuela. These guys, they mean business when it comes to motorcycle drag racing. It is really special to have them here. And I'm thankful that you're here. I'm thankful that Brandy's here. I'm thankful that Jack's here. I'm thankful that EatMyInc.com is here. But everybody is getting photos of this monumental event for the Manufacturers Cup. The best turnout we've seen in the 9 years we've been together. And especially, it's going to be really, really special when we wrap this one up, JT. Now, any final words for us? Anybody you want to thank?
Be safe, have fun. That's what all this is about.
JT Norton from dragbike.com, everyone. Also, hey, JT, try and keep up. All right, man. JT Norton from dragbike.com. He is one heck of a journalist. We've got several news crews up here. That was Richard Holder going down the strange lane yet last time around. Jacksonville, Florida native. Good-looking old Suzuki. But once again, I need all pros to the staging lanes. All pro motorcycles to the staging lanes pronto, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, attention in the pits. Listen up. Pro eliminations, which include Pingle Top Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, Falicon Pro Mod, APE Pro Street, Nitrous Express Pro Open, and Shinko WPS Real Street, have been deferred until tomorrow. We are going to have the Monday Nationals here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, the Manufacturers Cup presented by Vance and Hines. We just want to make sure we have a safe facility for these guys, but all the pros are going to be running tomorrow. So I need all of my ET classes, Liska Racing Street ET, MPS Pro ET, and Vincent Hines V-Twin ET to the staging lanes, please. Street ET, Pro ET, and V-Twin ET. I need you guys to the staging lanes.
Just to be clear, we are changing course in the program and doing what's best for the program here right now. And what's happening is all pros are deferred to tomorrow to continue on with their eliminations. We are continuing on with Sportsman Racing per the usual program. Right now, take a look here. We're dealing with Top Gas. Star Power Top Gas has been Star Racing Top Gas is wrapping up its program. We are getting ready to go into ET Racing. All right, Liska Racing Street ET racers remaining in competition. Liska Racing Street ET, with normal program, you're going to roll out of lane 1. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1. Vance and Hines V-Twin racers remaining, you are rolling to lane 2. And lane 3, we are moving on to MPS Pro ET. We are continuing on with our ET racing program right now. Our next class coming out onto the racetrack will be Liska Racing Street ET. The pro program with the top fuel bikes and all the pro mods and all the rest of that, we are deferring that till tomorrow. We are going to be running the pros tomorrow. We are continuing on with Sportsman bikes tonight. All right, concession stand is still open. If you are hungry or if you are cold, and that is to be understood, if you need hot chocolate or hot coffee, you can go to the base of the tower or go to the back of the tower, get yourself some hot chocolate or hot coffee. And also, Sweet Teas is still open on the other side of the racetrack for barbecue. Make your way over to Sweet Teas. As we continue on with our show here tonight. We are doing some basic grooming of the racetrack surface right now. A little extra prep. Match things up at the temp. Liska Racing Street ET, I need you to lane 1, please. Liska Racing Street ET. Vance and Hines V-Twin, I need you to lane 2. MPS Pro ET, I need you to lane 3, please. Base of the tower right here, right now. Very interesting that I've got Mr. Robinson Industries down there, and also Jaska Salakari And Yaska has got some wild machines that he has created. He is a magnificent machinist, created some fantastic bikes. Some of his bikes racing here in the USA again soon. He was with us here last year or the year before, I can't remember which. They're all becoming a blur at this point. But last time Yaska was here, his motorcycle was quite the crowd pleaser. It looks like a giant angry 8 KTM. He has 2 exhaust pipes out the front, 2 out the back right behind his seat. All right, to clarify things, 460, you are not running right now. We are running Street ET, then we are going V-Twin, then we are going Pro ET. Then we should return to the Sportsman Complement and run with them. That's the order I have right now, is Street ET. Street ET is running out of lane 1, V-Twin will run out of lane 2, Pro ET will run out of lane 3. That's our order right now. Preparation out on that track is almost done. Mr. Wade Rich is out there laying it down with the icky sticky. So here's our program right now. Pros are deferred to tomorrow. We are working with all of our ET classes and our sportsman classes tonight. And we are going in Aliska Racing Street ET. Then we're going into V-Twin. Then we are going into MPS Pro ET. That's where we're at right now. Out on the manufacturer's midway, ladies and gentlemen, things are starting to thin out there, which is understandable. So for those of you who are thinking about stopping by and visiting the various manufacturers out there, you should do exactly that. You should stop by and see them before they pack up. Maybe you'll score a good t-shirt, whatever the case may be. But go on down there, and interface with them, work with them. Well, they will be rolling on in due time. Changes in the program. Pro show, all of the pros, the entire pro contingent has been deferred to tomorrow on Monday. Also, we are continuing on with our street ET and our sportsman racers. We have 3 street ET classes. We have Liska Racing Street ET, we have Vance and Hines V Twin, we also have MPS Pro ET. Once we roll through them, we're going to come back for Growth's Drag Bike Ultra 460, and then on to MTC Super Comp, and then Super Eliminator, and then on to Wiseco Street Fighter, and then on to Star Power Top Gas. That's our show tonight. We are working on it, and we're rolling with it, and that's it. It's the World Finals. We're here to go racing, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Out on that 1320, we are all set with our preparations. We are just waiting for the word to go hot. The crew out there got their headsets on, and we are ready. We need to roll motorcycles out of lane 1 and get things rocking and popping here. Track staff are all in position. All of the track service equipment is finished up and is put away. All the motorcycles are starting to rumble up there in the line. They are ready to go. And Vance Howdy Shell will be the first step. He's ready to roll. Eugene Flanagan should be next from Aruba. Flanagan heading over into the water. And our next pair is queuing up right now. Flanagan of Aruba, dialed 915. Vance Howdy Shell 1010. We'll see who can bring what into play here. Fresh, clean racetrack, freshly sprayed and dragged, all ready to go. Great start by Howdy Shell. Red light start for Flanagan. All right, rocking it out on that 1320, Jeremy Burt. Good light, great light by competitor 4312. 013 reaction time. Tail lights, very important tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Tail lights, very important. You must have a working light on the back of that motorcycle. Oh, we cannot see you deep in the shutdown area. Elgin Donata and Joy Brandgard rocking the house right now. 029 reaction time for Donata from Aruba. What a great light. Well done by Donata. 029 light, dialed in 885, went 886. No bars bike, running the numbers, grabbing that racetrack, no issues. Spencer Allen out of Cape Coral, Florida in the left lane. Snaps that clutch and goes after it. Dwayne Schmidt. Right lane. Win goes to Spencer Allen. All right. Racers are being pulled back from the line right now. Chief Starter is calling those bikes to pull back. And I have double blinking lights out there, which is an automatic car. Something amiss on the track. We have track services going down there to check out the circuits. There's a little bit of an examination, it seems, up there right at the finish line. We'll get back to this racing action just as quick as we can. They're pretty amazing runs by some of these guys. They're really laying it down. Attention in the pits and out in the race area. Spencer Allen and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. You just ran. You're also going to run again. We need you to come back into the lanes, and we are going to rerun you. Spencer Allen and Dwayne Schmidt Jr. There was a malfunction with the system. That is not your fault, and we are going to rerun your competition. Spencer. Okay, whatever the difficulties are out there on the 1320, they have been addressed, and we are getting ready to continue on here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Chuck Donato from Aruba. 9-second island on the Summit Racing side, the Suzuki GSXR 1000. Ed Ruffin from Navarre, Florida. Strange Lane. Looking for a 933. The 2012 Kawasaki ZX14. Chuck Donato gets out there, spins the tire. Ed Ruffin on the strange side. Going to take the wind lights down there. 973, 146 miles an hour. Dusty Brazel, Norman Park, Georgia native, 34 years old. The 08 Kawasaki ZX14, straight side of the racetrack. Summit Racing side. On the Generation 1 Busa, looking for a 1055. You can always tell the difference between the early Busas and then the later Gen 1s by the tailpiece. There's slight differences in the tail lamp. But a 942, 148 miles an hour on the 896 072 light. Lake Athiel from Aruba, 1089, the dial-in Summit Racing side. Lake Athiel making the trip down the Summit lane. Strange Lane on the Harley Davidson. Looking for the wind lights, but it doesn't happen. Lake Athiel of Aruba, the Kawasaki ZX6R going to take the wind lights. 1094 on the 1089, a 109 reaction time. Raul Lopez from Aruba, the 06 Busa. Summit Racing side looking for a 930. Then Ryan Johnson, St. Petersburg, Florida native, looking for the 950. The 06 Suzuki GSXR 1000. Raul Lopez out with an 068 light, 952 on the 930. 030 the margin of victory down there. Ryan Johnson taking the loss with a 245 reaction time and 957 on the 950. Garvey Whirlman from Aruba, 850 his dial in. Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Strange side of the track at the 1117 is being sought by the rider above that Yamaha R1. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack.
Racers are separated by .138. .862 on the 850, 133 miles an hour for Garvey Whirlman of Aruba. Going to be moving on to the next round. Alvin Brito of Aruba, 980 the dial in here. Summit Racing side of the racetrack aboard the Hayabusa. Barry Pryor of Chesapeake, Virginia. The 2009 Suzuki Hayabusa looking for a 9.95 second run. Racers are separated by almost 2/10. If he's listening to me, I sure hope he knows who he is. It's 10:15 on the 995 dial in for Barry Pryor at 191 reaction time, uncharacteristically late. Alvin Brito has a .379 reaction time and will be loading the bike up in the shipping container. Benjamin Salmers from Aruba. The Suzuki Hayabusa Summit Racing side looking for the 990 Super Gas numbers. Stacy Smith of Lizella, Georgia, the 05 Sportster. Strange side of the racetrack looking for a 1245, draws the red light out of its hidey hole. 038 to the red side. Benjamin Salmers, 027 to the green side. Summit Racing side of the racetrack will take the win lights, 1026 at 129 miles an hour. Stacy Smith slows it down to 73 miles an hour, runs a 1509. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Spar, Florida, 20-year-old on the 2000 Kawasaki ZX12R. Tom Lagasse from Sarasota, Florida, the 40-year-old on the 2016 Hayabusa looking for a 949 also. One number under the Street Fighter. Index number of 950. Here we go. They're out of here. I hope Dwayne Schmidt looks back there, because Tom Lagasse is in trouble. 10:08, 117.95. Will be the winning numbers down there. Here comes Jerry Jones of Aruba, 47 years old, on the Gixxer 1000, looking for a 935. Summit Racing side. On the strange lane, we have Murray Lonsberry of Ontario, Canada, the 2006 Kawasaki ZX14, looking for an 890 on the strange lane. Mr. Lonsberry, one of many, many, many racers here from Canada. Jerry Jones, one of the 39 riders from Aruba. Racers are separated by 094 on the Christmas tree. I'm sure Jerry Jones knew he could have been in trouble there. A 125 reaction time. 029 line and a 917 for Murray Lonsberry. Gets down there and just doesn't run the number. Fittipaldi Peters from Bonaire. 45-year-old on the Suzuki Hayabusa looking for a 955 Summit Racing side. Eric Connor from Ackworth, Georgia. He says he's old enough. Aboard a ZX14 looking for an 872 on the strange lane. About an 862, the 027 red light for Eric Connor runs it out the back door of Fittipaldi Peters from Bonaire. A 140 reaction time, a 963, 145.27 blast down there. Here's Walter Hodling from the magic town of Mystic, Connecticut. 1456 the dial in. The 1996 Suzuki Boulevard. Summit Racing side, the tree is down in Walter's lane. Here comes the lights in Roy Johnson's lane of Farmville, Virginia. The 06 Kawasaki ZX14, the racers are separated by 0.121 seconds. Walter gets down there and breaks out by 2/10. Takes the stripe by a whole bunch. Didn't quite have enough room down there to mess around. 923 on the 923 for Roy Johnson. 923.5 and the 043 light is an 048 package. Landon Noble from Zachary, Louisiana, the 16-year-old on the 2009 Suzuki GSX-R 1000, looking for a 906. Gavin Christ from Bruce, Mississippi, the 18-year-old on a Suzuki GSX-R 1000, looking for a 920. The teenagers, high schoolers going at it here at the Manufacturers Cup. .931.6 on the 906 island for Landon Noble. Gavin Christ going to send him packing. 10:05 on the 920 dial in. 0:44 reaction time, gets out there and spins the tire big time. Here comes Rodley Calarina from Aruba, 38-year-old on the 08 Suzuki GSX-R 1000, looking for a 940. Wade Smith from Dudley, Georgia, 31-year-old on the 07 GSX-R 600, looking for an impressive 951. Rodley Calarina from Aruba going to take the win, 945 to 940, a 182 reaction time. An 020 deficit roughly. Wins the race by 016. Here's Colin Nash of Orlando, Florida. 2013 Kawasaki ZX-14. Looking for an 890. Pablo Gonzalez of Aruba. Excuse me, Pablo is from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's on the opposite end of Aruba. 909 the dial in for Pablo. The Puerto Rican is above a 2005 Suzuki Hayabusa. Gonzalez finally rolls into the stage, it means. Tree dance is down, here we go. Racers are separated by a 10th and 3/4. Pablo Gonzalez going to take the win there, 922 on the 909. Colin Nash, 892.7 on the 890. Pablo Gonzalez with the whole shot victory, an 027 light to Colin Nash's .209 reaction time. That's where he pays the price. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all right, here we are moving into Vance & Hines V-Twin ET. Vance & Hines V-Twin ET is our next class here. Here comes Spencer Allen, Lamination Station Racing out of Cape Coral, Florida. 52-year-old aboard the 2016 Aprilia 750 Super Motard. It is a V-twin, so you can race it as long as it's got 2 cylinders in a V form. No matter the engine angle, you can race it here. 12.20 the dial in for Spencer. Donnie Huffman from Lakeland, Florida, the 57-year-old aboard the 2001 Harley-Davidson V-Rod Destroyer. Looking for a 968 Summit Racing side. Gorgeous matching leathers. Donnie Huffman not too happy with how the bike sounds. He's going to go ahead and take it down the racetrack anyway. Racers separated by 011. Spencer Allen goes down there and gets in trouble. 12:30 on the 12:20, 077 reaction time to Donnie Huffman's 974 on the 968, 066 reaction time. Little bitty hole shot victory for Donnie Huffman. Scott Thompson from Lafayette, Louisiana. 47 years old. 2018 Harley Davidson 130 cubic inch engine in the frame rails there. 1030 what he was looking for on the Summit side. Ronnie Harris, Harlan, Louisiana, the 03 Sportster after an 11:33. Racers are separated by a whole tenth. .1034 on the 1030 for Scott Tomsey down there. Ronnie Harris having issues down there. Looks like he gets that bike into gear down there. Scott Tomsey going to take the round win down there. 1034 on the 1030, a 190 reaction time. Sure, he knew he was late. Here comes Don Horta, Bradenton, Florida. 48-year-old on the Harley Davidson. Taking on another Harley Davidson, the Road King, opposite side of John Bradley. Ingalls, Indiana native. 63-year-old above the 2000 Harley Davidson Road King. Tree comes dancing down, 039. For one of them down there, they're separated by 2 tenths and then some, 2.5 tenths. It's Don Horta down there with the victory, 14-12 on the 14-second dial-in, 0-10 the margin of victory down there. John Bradley didn't have enough room to even win the race down there, 2:84 the reaction time. This race won on the Christmas tree. Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. I need you to the staging lanes, please. Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the staging lanes, please. Jeff Godwin from Lake Park, Georgia, going to get the win light down there, a 198 reaction time. Freddie Barriero from Miami, Florida, the 2011 Yamaha. Too far off, 1356 on the 1290, a 136 reaction time. Here's John Ard of Indianapolis, Illinois. Indianapolis, Indiana. Here I go, mixing up Indiana and Illinois. Again. The 2015 Honda CTX looking for a 1560. Vance Howdyshell in the Strange Lane. Vero Beach, Florida native. The Buell EBR. Looking for a 1060. Gonna chase that little Honda down. John Ard goes uncharacteristically red, 1045 on the 1060, 1577 on the 1560 for John Ard. Once again, I need Growthis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the lanes. We should have MTC Super Comp out there. MTC Super Comp to the lanes. Dead Bear Machini from Stuart, Florida, the 59-year-old above the 2001 Evo-powered Harley Davidson. Strange side of the lane goes 1182 on the 1193. Joe Galati from Painesville, Ohio, 63 years old on the 06 Harley Davidson, goes 1380 on the 13-second dial-in, a 305 reaction time. Dead Bear Machini just being a stripe hog down there. Andrew Nobles III, Macon, Georgia native, the 2000 Harley Davidson Sportster. Summit Racing side looking for a 1314. Walter Hodling from Mystic, Connecticut, the 1996 Suzuki Boulevard. Looking for a 1430, strange side of the racetrack. Are separated by 022 here. $13.18 on the 13.14, a 187 light for Andrew Nobles III. Walter Hodling 1448 on the 1430, a 209 light. And here we go into MPS Pro ET. MPS Pro ET in another elimination round here. Here's Joe Clemmy of Davenport, Iowa. KZ Power in the frame rails down there, Summit Racing side of the racetrack. After an 850, also looking for an 850 is Jason Hofer of Ackworth, Georgia. The 06 Busa powered drag bike of the 37-year-old. Strange side of the track. 850 or 850, somebody's going to run that number. At least that's what they're saying. Heads up race, here we go. 005 to the red side for Jason Hofer. Joe Clemmy has an 030 light and the wind lights on in his lane. 849 with a 150.20. Takes the stripe first by 009. Man, had they both been dead on that number, that would have been a close bracket race. A very close bracket race. Here's Rob Honeycutt of Hughesville, Maryland. Looking for an 818, the 50-year-old aboard Suzuki Power. Gorgeous track dynamics chassis down there. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman, the 19-year-old out of Aruba. 930 the dial in aboard the current generation Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Honeycutt staging it right now. Goes red by 018, uncharacteristic red light out of Rob. A 121 light from Jean-Pierre Zimmerman. Goes 931 on the 930, a 0.121 reaction time. 818 on the 817 for Rob Honeycutt, 018 to the red line. Here comes Robert Zabeski, 64-year-old aboard the 1978 Kawasaki KZ900 base drag bike. 866 the dial-in Summit Racing side. Dustin Lee on the strange lane from Morristown, Tennessee. The Gen 2 Busa looking for an 890. Racers separated by 1/100th of a second on the Christmas tree. Robert Zaveski having pogo issues off the starting line. Doesn't want to shift into high gear down there. 935 on the 866. Gives the win to Dustin Lee. 911 on the 890. 006 light to Robert Zaveski's 016. Here's Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida. 47-year-old on the 2006 Kawasaki ZX-12 base drag bike. 982 the dial in. Summit Racing side aboard the Suzuki Hayabusa. Looking for the 8.72 second dial in. Hayabusa, all you have to do is smack a swing arm on it, nice set of light wheels, exhaust, and a power commander. That bike can run like that too. That's why it's so dominant. So many parts to make these bikes go fast. So many parts to replace if you hurt some. Scott DeLong looking for an 8.82 second run here. Tree drops. Racers are separated by 0.80. Summit Racing side holding the advantage, forces Scott DeLong to go out the back door too fast. 0.24 the margin of victory for the Summit Racing lane. 0.46 light, 8.74.7 on the 8.72. Leonard Haglier from Aruba, the 2004 Suzuki Hayabusa pilot, looking for a 9-second run. Strange lane. 8.52 the dial in aboard the Suzuki Hayabusa. Leonard Haglier going out there and saying hello to the timing cones. 8.657 on the 8.52 dial in. A 2.14 reaction time gets around Haglier's .138 from Aruba. 9.24.6, 144 miles an hour. Haglier's effort down there. He too will be preparing his motorcycle to go back into the shipping container. Austin Bridge from Bealton, Virginia. 10.50 the dial in on the 05 Suzuki GSXR 600. Roy Hagedorn on the Strange side from Venice, Florida. 60-year-old on the Suzuki GS powered drag bike, looking for an 8.73. Racers separated by 0.43 down there. .10.53 on the 10.50 for Austin Bridge. Getting over that 0.24 light of Roy Hagedorn. Hagedorn doesn't run the number. The margin of victory, 39/10,000ths of a second. Elgin Donata of Aruba. 8.80 seconds the dial in here on the Hayabusa. Summit Racing side. Strange lane. Max Neeson from Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. The 1988 Suzuki GS 1100 base drag bike, looking for a 9.43. Elgin Donato with a little shake and shimmy down there. A 1:12 reaction time will get over the 0.30 of Max Neeson, 9.36 and the 9.43. Elgin Donato goes 8.82, 154.47 miles an hour on the 8.80 dial in, a 1:12 reaction time. George Kennedy of Aruba. 8.80 the dial in aboard the GSXR 1000 Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Here comes Willie Hebert of Lolina, Louisiana. The 1989 Suzuki GS based drag bike down there, looking for a 9.83. Racers are separated by 0.09 the margin of victory down there. The margin of victory on the tree, that is. 9.90 with a 4 and the 9.83, 129 miles an hour for Willie Hebert. He will move on to the next round. George Kennedy of Aruba having trouble with spinning the tire down there. Continuing with MPS Pro ET here. Up next, we have Amit Sharma, Team Elite Octane. Looking for an 8.85, the 2014 Kawasaki ZX-14R. Looking for an 8.85, strange side of the racetrack. Summit Racing side, from Aruba, it is Alexander Ross. 8.30 the dial in aboard the 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa. Alexander Ross staging the bike now. Amit Sharma soon to follow. Amit Sharma goes red by 019. Alexander Rosso, 1:15 reaction time, has the wind lights on down there. 8:43, 159.64 the speed down there for Alexander. 9:06, 132 miles an hour for Amit Sharma. Goes 019 to the red side. Pulls that red light out of its hidey hole. Summit Racing side. 890 to dial in. Gorgeous KZ powered drag bike down there. Here's Kelly McDaniel from Orlando, Florida. Strange side of the track, looking for an 887, the 1990 ZX10 based KZ powered drag bike. Racers separated by 031 down there. Kelly McDaniel or James Bond, you have your choice. 007 off the Christmas tree. 881 on the 877, 138.24 miles an hour. Summit Racing side goes 038 on the tree, 913.3 on the 890 dial-in. Eric Crosby, Northport, Florida native. The 1975 Kawasaki KZ1000 power drag bike. 936 Summit side is the dial-in. Corey Washington of Palm City, Florida, the 31-year-old. 1987 Suzuki GS powered bike. Got a Hayabusa over there, actually. Strange side. 890 to the dial-in. Racer separated by 005. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. I need you to lanes now. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. I need you to lane number 1. 9026 on the 890, 039 light for Corey Washington. We'll turn on the wind light. 950 on the 936 for Eric Crosby. 044 light will send him packing by 019 on the stripe. Joey Brangard from Northfield, Ohio, the 25-year-old riding the 2014 BMW S1000 RR. Summit Racing side of the racetrack looking for an 875. Shane Cunningham on the strange lane. Naples, Florida native. The 2015 Kawasaki ZX14. Looking for an 020, looking for an 832. He has 023 on the tree. Joey Brangard separated him by 021, 002 on the reaction time. 868 on the 875, takes the stripe by a tenth and then some. 833 on the 832 for the Shane Cunningham. Here's Brandon Cunningham, also from Naples, Florida. Kawasaki ZX14R on the strange lane, looking for an 886. Jesse Baker on the Summit Racing side, 833 the dial-in from Newton Falls, Ohio. The KZ powered machine. Once again, we need Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the staging lanes pronto. So separated by 017 down there. Jesse Baker setting up for a perfect 820 pass with a 528th mile. Gives it up to Brandon Cunningham by 39 10,000ths of a second. 8.868 on the 886 dial-in. That is an 040 package for Brandon Cunningham down there. 150.08 miles an hour, the trap speed. Here comes the pride of Hampton, Ontario, Mike Konopacki. 888 the dial-in. The 1990 Kawasaki ZX10 based drag bike. KZ power in the frame rails, as always has been for veteran Mike Konopacki. 914 the dial-in Summit Racing side, Eugene Edwarda. 45-year-old aboard the 2008 Suzuki Hayabusa. Racers are separated by 026 down there. It's Mike Konopacki overcoming that 009 line of Eugene Edwarda. 890 with a 137.32 miles an hour. 033 reaction time. Looked like he was in trouble down there. 025 the stripe. Here comes Rick Eaton from Venice, Florida. The 1981 Suzuki GS 1100 powered drag bike. 875 his dial-in. John Civitaris from Norwood, Massachusetts. The 2000 ZX9 body-based drag bike with KZ power on the frame rails. Looking for the top gas number of 820. Once again, I need Growthers Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to lane number 1. Growthers Drag Bikes Ultra 460 to the staging lanes pronto. Also, I need MTC Engineering Super Comp. MTC Engineering Super Comp to the lanes. .812 with a 5 on an 820 for John Civita Reese. A .385 reaction time forces him out the back door because he knew he was late on that Christmas tree. He can only hope that Rick Eaton was late, but an 0.12 reaction time and an 895, 132 miles an hour will send John back home to the northeast. Angel Lopez from Yucca, Florida. 35-year-old on the 03 Busa looking for a 924 doing his burnout right now, Summit Racing side. Garvey Woolman all the way from Aruba. Or as they say, the happy island of Aruba. 850 to dial in for the 35-year-old aboard the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Garvey Roman with a tire spin. He's going to have to make that up out the back door. Angel Lopez. Halving Garvey Woolman's reaction time, and it pays off. 0.85 reaction time to Garvey Woolman's 166. 929 to 924 dial in. 137.18 for Angel Lopez, but Garvey Woolman was chasing him down. 158.39 the speed down there for the Aruban. Luis Reyes from San Juan, Puerto Rico. With the 05 Busa looking for a 944 Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Eddie Doherty, strange lane of the racetrack, looking for an 893 on the 07 Kawasaki ZX14 from Venice, Florida. Saying the old guys rule. 64 years old and he's still bracket racing down here. Are separated by 001 on the Christmas tree. Eddie Doherty having some problems down there, but there's still some hope down there. Eddie Doherty goes 915, 152 miles an hour. Problems down low. Luis Reyes from San Juan, Puerto Rico. 949.5 on the 944 and 051 light, as opposed to Eddie Doherty's 052. Dan Rudd of Castleberry, Florida, 61 years old aboard the MPS machine, the 04 Busa. Summit Racing side, 898 MPS man's dial-in. Oro Polina from Santa Maria, 930 the dial-in, strange side of the racetrack aboard the Suzuki Hayabusa. Racers are separated by a tenth and a half and change. About a 934 for Orel Polina. Dan Rudd goes down there and gives up that 072 light over his 215 reaction time. The margin of victory down there, just 37 thousandths of a second. Dan Rudd headed home early, taking it back to MPS. Spook Markham, Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Bowling Green, Kentucky native, 48 years old. Aboard the trusty Kawasaki KZ powered machine, looking for an 885. Harvey Hubbard, Sedley, Virginia. The Katana-based machine has issues down low, spins the tire right away. John Markham looks back, 890 with a 5 on the 885 dial-in. Harvey Hubbard from Sedley, Virginia, going to limp his bike down the track. Goes 112 miles an hour. Does good, makes good work of getting his bike off the track. Pablo Gonzalez rolling up on the strange side against a tough customer. Jeremy Teasley from the great state of Ohio. 885 Jeremy Teasley's dial in aboard the Suzuki Hayabusa. Pablo Gonzalez on a JID 1 Busa, 2005 the model year listed. 945 his dial in.
What's messing with your camera? One of our guys?
Apparently.
I don't know.
Oh, man. Racers are separated by 0.78 down there. Pablo Gonzalez holding the advantage over JT, and it pays off. 0.004 the margin of victory for Pablo Gonzalez. 0.42 light to JT's uncharacteristic 120. 9.55.4 and the 9.45. The whole shot victory going to Pablo Gonzalez, the Puerto Rican. Mark Rowland from Tennessee, the 1988 Suzuki GSXR 1100 base drag bike down there, looking for a 10.15. Tom Cole from Davenport, Iowa, strange side of the racetrack, the Suzuki Hayabusa powered drag bike, looking for an 8.40. Look at the flames out of Roland's machine. Tom Cole going to win this one automatically. A 001 reaction time. Got the lights on in his lane anyway. A 112 red light.
How you doing?
9:02 on the 840 for Tom Cole. 001 reaction time. Will limp down there on 3 cylinders most of the way. So, that wraps up MPS Pro ET. Gonna let my good friend and counterpart Tom McCarthy slide back in here and get him some seat time. Wade Rich laying down the magic spray right now. 64 plus bikes. An MPS Pro ET. Well, that's what I've always called it. I've always called it the magic spray. Turns that concrete into human turns it into human flypaper down there.
Well, it certainly does work that way, doesn't it? I can't count the amount of people we've seen yanked out of their sneakers stuck and embedded on the racetrack, folks that need help getting picked up off the track. We see all that. We just kind of don't say a whole lot on the mic about it. We don't want to embarrass anybody, but that's all part of racing in the modern era. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are walking and rolling, moving on with our program here. And to kick you in on where we're at right now, we just wrapped up our next round of MPS Pro ET. That's all set. We just went through the entire Pro category, the entire ET category. So the ET bikes are set, and now we're moving into a full round of Sportsman racing. Beginning, of course, with Rothus Ultra Drag Bikes 460. MTC Super Comp, Super Eliminator, I need you to lane 3, please. Super Eliminator. Wiseco Street Fighter, I need you to lane 4. Star Power Top Gas to lane 5. All of my Sportsman racers, bring them up, please. Let's go racing. And on the 1320, Wade Rich is out there making with the moves. They've already done their spray. They're dragging the track right now, making sure everything is ready for you. And we're coming out with Rothus Ultra 460, followed by MTC Super Comp, Super Eliminator, Wiseco Street Fighter, and Top Gas. Concession stand is open, ladies and gentlemen, if you want hot coffee or hot chocolate, and that's not a bad idea about this time of night. Make your way to the concession stand at the back of the timing tower. Go on downstairs, get yourself something warm to warm yourself up. Full food compliments still available. Also, if you want barbecue, Sweet Teas is still open. The barbecue stand on the opposite side of the racetrack is still open and still serving. And if you've missed that, I'll tell you, you're missing a good meal. Grothus Ultra 460 drag bikes are rolling up to the ready line right now. They will be running shortly. So stand by for action with that. Big thank you to all of our sponsors and the folks who put together that Manufacturers Midway who've been with us the entire weekend. We really appreciate your support. We appreciate you being here. You helped make this event what it was. It's been a big one. And was is not really the right word at this time, more like is. We're still working it. We're still in effect, and we're still racing. Okay, we are getting ready for Grothus Ultra 460. And Mr. Bradley Grothus has come up here to join us. All right, the heavy artillery is all done out on the racetrack. Wade Rich is parking the dragger right now. Water box attendants are laying down fresh water and we're going racing. 460 drag bike racing. Bradley, what do you think of that?
I tell you what, the temperatures may be falling, but the excitement, at least for me, is only growing. It's going up.
That is definitely the case. That is definitely the case. You know, these 460 bikes, with the amount of power that they make and how hard they race these bikes, what is motor longevity like on these bikes, sir?
Yeah, we try to at least get about a half a season before we want to really pull them and try to freshen them up. As long as you are smart with your setups, you're never trying to really overpower the racetrack or let tune-ups kind of get away from you. And even maybe if you make a really good qualifier, sit one out, you know, not put extra wear and tear on your stuff. The longevity on them can be quite well.
Well, this race is a very interesting point about maintenance on these bikes. When you say half a season, about how many runs can you get on a crank? How many on a set of pistons? Talk to me.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as crank and pistons, as long as everything's well, you're definitely going to be able to see well over 100 runs on them, honestly. You can. The preventive more of the maintenance you're going to see on these things is like cylinder head springs, to be honest with you. Now,
I was going to ask about that. Valve springs, you know, longevity, especially when these motors do rev well. What do these bikes generally shift at?
All depends on setup. I think we're probably around 10.5, 11,000. Certainly not.
That's still good.
Yeah, not
That's
saying
not
them like
bad.
pro stock bikes, but definitely letting them get a little bit aggressive.
Anything that revs over 12, valve spring life tends to fall off rather dramatically.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty much the common shift point for many of the various classes, 10.5. So that says that should look pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really great first pairing here in the Summit Racing Lane. Our number one qualifier, Tyler Kamek, taking on in the Strange Lane, Aaron Pearley out of Baltimore, Maryland. Our number 24 qualifier. I know Tyler had a earned single run that first round and went 460 with a 9. He qualified with 460 with a 0. So a very fierce competitor coming at us on the right-hand lane here, Tom.
Are there any advantages longevity-wise with titanium valves versus stainless?
That, honestly, I don't know. Anything that we've ever done as far as 460 has obviously been the stainless, and Tom Clemmy at Clemmy Performance Motorcycle has done an exceptional job with all of our motors, from ET through Pro Mod and Pro Open, to where we've have seen great results. And honestly, I think we're a fairly conservative team when it comes to tune-ups. We don't come out swinging every single lap. We kind of work through it throughout the weekend.
All right, both racers up on the limiter. Here they go. 019 reaction time. Tyler Kamek out there flexing his muscles.
That's going to be a
He
great
takes the win.
race.
There you go, baby.
Holy cow. Tyler Kamek, 461.3 for the win over Aaron's 460 with the 7. That is 2 thousandths at the stripe. Number 1 and number 24 qualifier. Tyler Kamek just showing why he is a national champion and getting it done here.
Absolutely. Tyler just nailed that. His 019 reaction time was right there. I mean, anytime Aaron or anybody can turn out an 027 reaction time, that's still very respectable. But at this level of drag racing, it's not uncommon to see them down in the single digits.
Yeah, I think if you told Aaron, hey, you could be 027 here and go 460 with the 7, would you take it? He'd probably tell you yes. But Tyler Kamek, 019, 461 for the win.
That was excellent. One of the things I love about watching the racing with 460, just how close it is.
Any competitors still in growth this Drag Bikes Ultra 460 out in the pit area, please make your way to the staging lanes immediately. We will run without you, so if you're not up here, but you're still in competition, please make your way to the staging lanes immediately.
Hope you heard that loud and clear. And just in case you didn't, if you are in competition at 460, get to the lanes now.
Johnny Bond, I think, may have a broke rear wheel right now. The bike is tailing on him. I imagine he's going to try to bring it to a stop here.
Johnny Bond in the right lane's got his hands full. He's doing a very good job of controlling the motorcycle. But from up here, we can see it wagging the tail like a dog up here on the nights with the tail light on that motorcycle. So we have a roller approaching the finish line, and we must make sure that that roller is off the track before we continue on. Tim Haley, I think, of Eat by Inc. is out there picking up parts off the racetrack. We want to make sure that the track spotters check the racetrack carefully, and we will attend this. I mean, these things happen.
Yeah, I tell you what, a great job by Johnny Bond there to keep the bike upright, kind of let it make its motion, not do anything that was too crazy too quickly, showing why he's truly a veteran of motorcycle drag racing, and he's been doing it for some time.
Experience pays off. There really is no substitute for seat time, especially when it comes to motorcycle drag racing. And you do encounter these rather strange things from time to time. And this is what separates the real drag racers from the ones who are learning to be. Because when the bike just suddenly does something that's unexpected, you have to handle it. And you have to not panic. You've got to keep your cool about yourself. And whatever it takes, do that.
Yeah, and speaking of experience, I think those with some of the most experience and some of the most data maybe within changing varied conditions are going to be the ones who are going to be holding the winner's trophy here at the end of this weekend, because when you go from good sunlight and maybe 1,000 foot of air compared to now no sunlight, a little bit colder track temp, and maybe even negative air, I haven't checked the DA lately, you're really going to have to change your tune-up to fit.
It was very odd indeed from up here in the tower, watching the motorcycle after he'd cut the power, and you see this gentle waddle like a duck left to right, and that gets pretty dangerous with a drag bike, especially with wheelie bars in the back, because something that can happen with wheelie bars is you encounter something called whip. And if you've ever been on a drag bike and had wheelie bar whip, you know what I'm saying. It's kind of a scary thing. The motorcycle will suddenly start to dance left to right, and there's not much you can do about it till it straightens itself out. You just got to ease off the throttle and let it set itself down. So he did a very good job of controlling the motorcycle.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was kind of a chronic issue. I know in round number 1 he was in the left lane and had some issues there. Certainly none that were as wild as we just saw. But hopefully Johnny will get that thing straightened out over the off season and be back racing with us in 2020. Kind of wild to think that way, but we're almost there.
I'm pretty sure that's the case. Bonnett's had a great weekend, has been racing very, very hard, so that wouldn't surprise me a bit. But by the way the bike was wagging left and right like that, it's like the axle had lost placement, and perhaps something was just, I mean, when you got a rear wheel wandering left to right and the whole bike is just going wah, 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 it's not a good thing.
Yeah, indeed.
On the 1320 right now to get everybody appraised of what's going on. We're bringing the bikes back into the water, give them a chance to fire back up and warm those tires back up. With temps where they are right now, tire temps drop pretty quick once you do a burnout. If you don't put that tire to work, it's a good idea to come back and warm it up again. So we're giving the racers the opportunity to do that once again, and then we will get our next pair up and staged. It looks like we've got Wes Hawkins and this guy Brody Grokus in the right lane. Why did Grothus drag bikes, or did Brody? Who chose that paint job?
That is at the hands of our painter in Docile Art in Rock Hill, South Carolina. We took that bike to him late one night, and a couple days later, working nonstop on it. That was total creation of his madness, honestly. When you start looking at that thing, even the rear tail section, the very back part of it, is painted to make it look like it was out of plywood. The guy has just got incredible talent.
It's really cool. It's got almost a military feel and theme to it. The very first time I looked at it and I said, is that Parkerized? Did they really do that?
Yeah, it's really cool, and it just goes to show Ryan Young and Indocile Art's capabilities and talent, because they can do something that's so flat and so wild like that, but still do something so flashy like what's on our Pro Mod bike, what we call Honcho.
I've never known a drag bike to be able to go on tour with the USO or anything like that. But I want to tell you, if you ever brought that bike overseas to U.S. military base, some forward operating position in the middle of nowhere with a name you can't spell,
yeah,
show up over there with that, do a few burnouts out on the tarmac, it would be wildly popular.
That would be pretty cool, I would agree.
You know, back in the day, in the early 70s, it might have been sometime in the 80s, Don Garlitz did a PR thing with the NHRA and the U.S. Navy for a recruiting thing. Don did a burnout on the deck of an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, very cool. Brody away here and is going to get the win. 477 at 126 mile an hour to Wes Hawkins, off pace 525.
Yeah, the 031 reaction time for Hawkins looks good. And then when you look at the 60-footer, you can see that 126 is off pace right away.
Yeah, indeed. Most common on these bikes, you'll see around 110 depending on setup, and when you're 126, your combo is not going to get it done. Brody will be moving on to the very next round.
All right, Destiny Spurlock out there getting ready to do the burnout, and Chester Lee.
Destiny in her rookie season, as it would be, for Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460, riding for Larry Marks out of Virginia in the Maryland area.
I bet she was mighty happy to win the 460 challenge.
Yes, she absolutely was. She came by our pit area. We got her set up with some nice Grothus Drag Bikes apparel. And
nice.
She's definitely excited. She's got some great talent.
Did you get some good pictures of that, I hope?
We didn't. We didn't have the time McCarthy there. That was the issue, wasn't it?
Stage them if you have to. Maybe she'll be around tomorrow.
Words of the wise right there.
Very cool.
Yeah, on a bike that has been campaigning in 460 for some time, but as I said, kind of her rookie season for it. Larry Marks and the Innovative team has a real good handle on that bike this season so far.
All right, let's see what you can do. Serve up now against Chester Lee of Spring Hill, Tennessee. Both bikes are up on the rev limiter. Pre-staged, fully staged. Here we go.
The lights come down. Woo! Chester with the starting line advantage, but has issues. Destiny Spurlock, 484. She goes down there, takes a quick peek, sees that her competition is not anywhere to be found, and wisely chops the throttle and drops her mile an hour down to 120 for the win.
I wonder how long she's been racing. That actually takes a little salt to know, to be wise enough to do that.
Yes, it absolutely does, and I'm not 100% certain as to how long she's been racing, but I can tell you, the very first lap I saw her, I was in Richmond, Virginia, and you can even just see kind of when people approach the water box and they do their burnout, and they're real confident up on the starting line. There's not a whole lot of commotion going on. They got a good head on their shoulders, and she's one of them that does.
I always look for that, you know. I want to see racers out there. It's such a obvious fact when you've been around veterans drag racing for a long time. You can see who's comfortable in the saddle and who's not, who's settled and who isn't. And when you've got a racer out there who's completely number one with that bike, they're one each, and they're comfortable out there, it's very visible. Yeah, the opposite of that is also very visible.
Indeed. Yeah, you can really tell when one's kind of in their element, and Destiny, one of those bikes that really short times very well. We can see 106. There's bikes in Pro Mod competition that aren't short time in 106. So she's one of those that'll get out of the beams very quickly
She was 3:01 to half track there at 3:30. Really on pace for another nice lap.
Yep, okay, Chester Lee is in the right lane.
Looks like he's working on clearing the track.
Kind of broke traction on that one.
Yeah, it was kind of 2 laps in a row. Hawkins has a little bit of issues as the temps seem to draw up, as does Chester Lee there. Yeah, as I said about 5 minutes ago, those with some of the most experience in these changing conditions are going to be the ones that are going to prevail here.
All right. The call has been made to fire up. I see 2 hands twirling in the air. That tells me it's time to go to work. And here we go. Yeah, as we said before, there's no substitute for experience. It just really isn't. You can buy all the parts you want for a motorcycle. I don't care how much money you have. You cannot buy experience.
Yeah, that's ever so true. Honestly, there's certainly some keyboard warriors out there who may say they have experience in all the parts, but if they're not at the track making laps and they're not here at the World Finals event,
I avoid that stuff like the plague.
No doubt about that.
I avoid that stuff like the plague, the keyboard warriors. No, I'm not playing that game.
Yeah, so in the strange lane, we've got Mantez Thompson out of Decatur taking on Randy Butler out of Tennessee, our 12 and 13 qualifiers respectively.
All right, now we're ready to rock and roll. Pre-staged, both motorcycles are going in fully staged. I see some betting action going on the right side of the track. I'm always happy to see that. Go, baby.
Butler
Nice.
with a very large starting line advantage. He's 0.17 on the bulb, and that will help him get the win light. He goes 4.68 and advances to the very next round. Mantez typically on time, a whole lot more than a 100 reaction time there. Not going to get the job done in the second round of Grother's Drag Bikes Ultra
Butler
460.
did a great job on that. Great job on that. That 017 light, when anybody cuts a light like that, that is such a huge advantage. Out on the racetrack, anyone who is not a member of team, if you're not crew, you do not belong out there on the racing surface at all. Please pull back from the surface. Grother's Ultra 460 is rolling out of 1. They are doing very well here, but we're going on with the remainder of our program. I need MTC Supercomp. You should be in lane 2. Super Eliminator 3. Weisco Street Fighter 4 and Star Power Top Gas. You should be in lane 5.
We've got Deshaun Wheeler on a single here. He's 0.78 on the bulb, 465.9 at nearly 150 miles per hour. If I know the Wheelers, and I think I know them fairly well, he's not going to be thrilled about that lap, but certainly A to B is going to have some good data as the rounds continue to go forward here.
It's still a very good pass under trying conditions. I'd be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, indeed. He's one that may not have spun the tire like we've seen. That's so critical as the temps seem to drop to be able to apply all the power that these 460s bikes have.
Attention in the pits if you lost a cell phone. Come on up here to the tower and we'll talk about it. Sean Wheeler out of Louisville, Kentucky. That was a pretty good lap.
Yeah, certainly one where he's going to have some numbers, kind of a baseline to come back for round number 3 quite well. In the Summit Racing lane, we've got Mike Murphy, our number 5 qualifier. Is 460 with a 3, taking on Kenny Cornell, our number 20 qualifier. We're both staged. The tree drops, and Mike Murphy with the massive starting line advantage. He's 0.12 to a 126, and respectively so, 468.0. We'll see the win light from Murphy.
Great looking run by that pair. Both bikes. This is the kind of side-by-side action we need for our fans. And what a great attendance we had yesterday and today. Last night and today, I was blown away by how many spectators we had at the event. I haven't seen that many spectators since the 90s.
Yeah, and they're getting one heck of a show. They certainly are. I know the Top Fuel Field was something that was a huge draw. It created a lot of excitement. You got Ian King coming over here. Many, many folks truly making this a World Finals event.
Very, very proud of the crowd. Very, very proud of our participants. You know, the fuel guys out there in Top Fuel Twin, and Pro Fuel, and then on through the rest of our pro ranks, they really did. They put on a heck of a show. E1 was killer.
Yes, it was, indeed. Should be a nice matchup here. A couple bikes that are definitely capable of running the number.
and honestly running below the number. They've both proven it. John Schwartz will be coming out of us in the Summit Racing lane, and Rob Honeycutt will be in the Strange lane.
Quick question, John Schwartz's bike, his combination. Does that wheelbase and everything look average to you, or is that smaller?
Yeah, no, that bike I would definitely consider average. I know that Calvin Blandon, John Schwartz, the bike owner there, has another bike in the works. That's a bike that's very clean. It's got a beadlock wheel.
It's gorgeous.
It is a nice bike. Both bikes leave at about the same time. Schwartz 045 on the tree to Honeycutt's 050. But Schwartz gets down there at a 462 to Rob Honeycutt's 468. Schwartz, your winner there. Starting to get a real good handle on that bike. They were plagued with, I believe, some activation issues and a little bit of throttle issues earlier into the year, but it looks like they've got a nice handle on it now.
I've always liked that bike ever since I've seen it, and maybe it's the body style that fools me. But when you look at it, it's such a nice, tight little package, yet everything fits together perfectly. It's got this nice symmetry to it.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. We had a bike with that exact body on it 2 years ago that we ended up selling just because you can only keep so many bikes in the trailer. But I do like that body style. I'll agree.
Things I like about it, just looking at it, is I'll bet that motorcycle has some seriously small numbers for its frontal area.
Yep.
It looks very narrow and pointy.
Yeah, for sure. Matt Smith, our competitor in the Strange lane here, taking on Blake Harvey in the Summit lane. Both are staged. The tree drops with Smith the starting line advantage on this one.
Matt Smith looking good there. That 045 reaction time was a help, but not enough to take in Blake Harvey.
No, it wasn't. Harvey, 462 for the win.
Yeah, 486 in a 460 class is not going to get it.
No, it's not. And Harvey, coming from the number 31 qualifying spot, really starting to mow through the field here a little bit. Again, they came into the weekend, did not have the prettiest of qualifying sessions, but they are making some pretty laps here as eliminations roll on.
MTC Super Comp, you should be with your bikes and be ready to run because we're coming you out next. MTC Super Comp, get with your motorcycles. Please be ready to fire.
Now this is going to be the battle of the Floridians. Tony Mullen in the Summit Racing lane, I know went I think 460 with a 9 or 461 last lap, as well as Ralph Medrano was very low in the 460s, and both had 020 something reaction time. So we were both pre-staged here. Medrano on the wood, pushing in, lights that stage bulb. Tony Mullen's in. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a drag race. Medrano Jr., 008, Mullen, 018. Mullen on the big end, 465 at 136. Very off pace there for Medrano Jr. I did hear it hit the rev limiter. That was...
Tony Mullen's still sitting in the number one spot in points. Mike Chongas right behind him. Hollywood Broderick Jackson behind him. Mike Lingo, and then John Schwartz. So Mullen is continuing to build points and build a spread there, and he needs that.
Yeah, indeed. Honestly, with that round win there, I believe, and this is certainly unofficial, that the championship will be 100% locked in his favor. More to come on that later. But that one was shaping up to be a great race, 008, 018, until Medrano Jr. has some issues out there.
Super Eliminator, I need you in lane 3, please. Super Eliminator to lane 3. Bring him up, Super Eliminator. All right, double red blinking lights here. We have something needs attention. We're going to address that, whatever that is. And we'll get back to you with some information as soon as we have it. Concession stand is still open and they are still serving. If you want hot coffee or hot chocolate, please make your way down to the concession stand. We'll help you out with that. Also, if you want barbecue, sweet teas is still open on the opposite side of the racetrack.
Speaking of hot coffee, I see Paul Gass heading back to his trailer. He had promised me a cup of Hot Joe tonight, so I'm hoping that'll be ready here by the end of this round.
That ain't a bad bet. I like the sound of that. I'm about ready for that myself right now.
Indeed. So it looks like we've got looks like 3 more entries here for Growth Plus Drag Bikes Ultra 460 once the track goes back live.
I fully concur with that. I see 3 entrants remaining in 460, and we will wrap up this round of Brothers Ultra 460 and move on to the next round with MTC Supercomp next.
A broke by solo here for Douglas Robinson, but he leaves before the tree is activated. And I believe that will be a loss for him. Ricky Ganson not able to make the call in the left-hand lane. Robinson hopefully with enough momentum here to make it off the track so we can continue on with our program.
Yeah, Doug Robinson of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Our top-end crew very much on the ball. Once again, I want to put a shout out that you really must have taillights when you race at night. Every drag bike racer knows this. And not having a taillight, you cripple us up here in the tower. We can't see you down there in the darkness if you don't have a light. All right, as soon as we get the word on the topic, our fishing bike off the right lane.
Our final pair here in Growth of Drag Bikes Ultra 460 should be a doozy. In the Summit Racing Lane, it's Sherrod Fulgham from right down here in Adel, Georgia, taking on Harvey Hubbard in what is his also rookie season on a 2015 Growth of Drag bike that was in our camp for quite some time, and now Harvey is making great use of it here and getting a good handle on it in 460 racing.
Yeah, that's another name that I would like to spend some time talking with is Harvey Hubbard, in that I've seen the name for years, long time. All right, it's not a foreign entity to me at all. I have a tendency to gravitate to the veterans to learn from them because they're the ones with the most to say. Wow,
I tell you what, if there's ever a photo opportunity,
a man
folks,
that delivers.
oh,
Don't anybody
my
believe otherwise?
golly.
Wow.
Coffee, hot.
Look at this man
with milk
rock.
and sugar.
No wonder he's a champ. He knows exactly what to do.
They don't come much finer than that, I will say that.
Delivery and a smile. How about that?
I'm not sure how much this is going to cost here in a little while, but it's going to be worth it right now, that's for sure.
Paul is a gentleman, and with a great sense of humor. You know, one of the things I enjoy about talking with him and interviewing him, you talk about the folks who've seen it all and done it all. I don't know if he's ever told you the story about back when he was racing pro stock motorcycle with Dave Schultz with the two-strokers. Dave Schultz had told me a story how early in the game back then, just to mess with their opponents' heads, Paul would stand at the base of the tower with a little plastic box that had a 9-volt battery in it with a red light and an antenna on it. And Paul would put that down by his leg, and Dave would leave the line and he would push the button. And people were watching that and they were freaking out.
Oh my golly, no, I have not heard that story. He is one of the greatest storytellers of all time and certainly an ambassador for the sport. One who continually is always pushing the sport forward, not only in competition with Pro Mod right now, but truly always trying to drive great numbers for turnout, certainly for the Manufacturers Cup, and we're very thankful to
Now,
have
just
him.
for the record, to clarify here, all right, I can neither confirm nor deny that happened. I've heard the story. I've heard it more than once. It's a very interesting drag racing story, but it is just a story.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the tree comes down, and Sherrod Fulgham goes 0.55. Has some shifting issues out there. Is going to get the win light at 7.84 officially. Harvey Hubbard not able to actually get off the line. And that will bring an end to an exciting round. Some great racing for Growth of Drag Bikes Ultra 460 in round number 2. We saw some tire spin. We saw some real close numbers. Heartbreak there for Hubbard, no doubt about it.
Heartbreak for Hubbard. I like that. You've got a feel for this, my friend. You know, if you ever want another career, and I don't know that you can make it, not a bad thing. Mr. Grothus, thank you very much for joining us.
Tom, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, now we're getting ready to go back at it out on the racetrack once again, my friends. 460 has concluded. We're moving on to MTC Super Comp next, which will be followed by Super Eliminator. Super Eliminator motorcycles, I need you in lane 3, please. Super Eliminator, you should be in lane 3. And I do indeed see some of my Super Eliminator bikes down there. Weisco Street Fighter, lane 4. And Star Power Top Gas, you will be in lane 5. Waiting for clearance out there on the 1320 for us to go hot. We have completed 460. It's time to move this show along. Sweet Teas is still serving. The customers are still lining up. Windows still lit. Real troopers hanging in there over there. Same can be said for the tower here at our concession. Coffee is still hot, and so is the food. A big thank you here to South Georgia Motorsports Park for hanging in there with us. Nathan Wall, Smyrna, Tennessee, doing a solo shot here. This is competition, so we are in eliminations, of course. And this being indicated, there are pairs. They are working off a ladder. Everybody is working off a ladder. So we got to match them up. And if somebody doesn't make a round call, I'm very sorry to hear that or see that. But when somebody doesn't make a round call, we got to press on. Tom Clenn and Dwayne Leachman going at it now. This is Super Comp, so we are working off the dial, off the index, excuse me. And the index number is 890. 024 reaction time for Tom Clem out of Davenport, Iowa. Breakout pass by Dwayne Leachman. Didn't break out by much, but as Byron Hines used to say, you only got to win by this much. Pinch those fingers together, give it a little light, and there you go. Scott DeLong and Kurt Sikora. Scott DeLong out of Citra, Florida, left lane. Struggling with the burnout over there. And is going to pull forward. Correction on that, that's Jason Angela of Aruba in the left lane. And Roy Hagdorn in the right lane. Up on that pipe. Drops the hammer and he is out of here. Angela trying to reel him in and it's not going to happen. Hagdorn, 0:16 reaction time. Realized he hit his competitor by a couple of bike lengths and he just got out of it and rolled across the finish line. Super Eliminator. You will be running next. Super Eliminator. Weisco Street Fighter. You will follow. Also, Star Power Top Gas. Elgin Donala, Luigi Eduardo. Eduardo with a breakout pass. 879 on an 890 index. That's not happening. Donala with the win from Aruba. Team Aruba getting closer and closer to that celebration they all want so badly. Every racer wants that celebration so badly. Good luck to all of you. Francis Koch of Aruba and David Fletcher. Fletcher in the right lane going down there and taking it in and wraps it up. As we move on to the next pair. Rick Eaton out of Venice, Florida with a very strong dry hop. He did his burnout, rolled forward, planted his feet, set that bike, and let it rip. He did a dry hop like he was launching from the starting line. The bike vaulted forward very quickly. That was an honest dry hop. All right. Garmin versus Eaton. Eaton gets away clean, good reaction time. Working on that 890 index. Garmin slowed by 8th mile. He was out of it. So Rick Eaton will take the win. Edmar Garmin fortunately has a taillight on that bike and we can watch him roll on the top end, rolling slowly in the left lane. That motorcycle should have sufficient momentum to make it to the first turnoff. And I'm seeing a brake light being applied up there, and I'm grateful for that. I want to be able to see those lights and see where you are. Still limping down the lane. All right, that light is out of sight now. Next pair, Megan Bauer, Mike Konopacki. Konopacki got her on the light and he's got her down the racetrack. Like always, he looks over his shoulder at 8th mile. He knows he's got her, so he lightens up on the throttle. Mike Konopacki in complete command of that left lane today. Donnie Huffman out of Lakeland, Florida on his Super Comp bike in the left lane. Mr. Huffman on the limiter, there he goes. The cut a light, he's got the advantage. And up on the big end. Huffman broke out at the last moment. Donnie Huffman broke out at the very last moment. Markham stood his ground, went 890 with a 6 on an 890 index, and took the win. Street Fighter to lane 4, please. Rysco Street Fighter to lane 4. Star Topcast, lane 5, please. Star Power Topcast. Star Power Topcast, I need you to lane 5, please. Bill Tarmick with the win on that round. And Eddie Doherty versus the DL. Eddie Doherty's bike bogs and Eddie just can't get it back. The DL has him. I've noticed all the heavy hitters racing in Super Comp make sure they glance over their shoulder right about the 8th mile mark. I know some racers who are fond of using a mirror for that, but to each their own. Whatever you style it. Turning your head at about $140, that's kind of sketchy. Jeremy Teasley, JT, romping and stomping out there in another class. His index is 890. He goes 893 with an 8. And Teasley taking command once again, which is generally what JT does. Very talented racer.
Up next, we have Brandon Cunningham from Naples, Florida. Thanks for that tip.
Anybody comes up here looking for himself.
Brandon Cunningham, the number 3 qualifier, 8.908. 901. Mr. Cunningham's winning effort down there. 051 reaction time. Strange Lane runs 921 on the 890 dial in a 126 light. Levity Geo from Aruba. Strange Lane on the 07 Busa. 43-year-old looking for the Super Comp number of 890. Summit Racing side. Gorgeous KZ Power and ZX10 base drag bike down there. Number 9 qualifier there. 8.921 their best effort. Summit Racing side. Rest are separated by 180. It's going to be the Summit Racing Lane, 005 to the green side, 892, 131.25 miles an hour. Levity Geo going to pack it up and head back to Aruba. 8.939, 150.05 the speed down there. One on the Christmas tree right there, Luis Reyes from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Number 32 qualifier number 32 qualifier, 928.9 on the Summit Racing Lane, the 05 Suzuki Hayabusa. Strange side, we have Calvin Mason from Mobile, Alabama, the 1984 Kawasaki Power drag bike. Number 12 qualifier at 894.1. Strange side. Ragers are separated by 020 off the Christmas tree. .9014 for Calvin Mason from Mobile, Alabama, 123.11 miles an hour. Will send Luis Reyes packing back to the happy island of San Juan, Puerto Rico. We thank Mr. Reyes and all the Puerto Ricans for showing up here, as well as the Arubans. All of these out-of-staters, out-of-countryers. Amazing. Spencer Claycomb, the Amish Outlaw, Rockford, Tennessee native, 27-year-old in the 2011 Busa. Number 33 qualifier, 9.294, Strange Lane of the racetrack. Colin Nash on the 2013 Kawasaki ZX14, the number 13 qualifier, 8.944 from Orlando, Florida. Clayton making the way down there. 016 light, 923, 118 miles an hour. Colin Nash with issues down there.
Spencer Claycomb taking the win. All right, we have a roller in the right lane, Colin Nash. We have a roller motorcycle in the right lane. Let's be alert for that, please. Roller in the right lane. Just made it to the scoreboard, but I'm not confident that thing's going to make it off the racetrack. Let's keep a close eye on Colin Nash. We have a roller in the right lane with a very good tail light, so we can certainly see that, and that's a wonderful thing. And there it goes, just making it off now. All right, that bike is clear, the racetrack is clear. And Randy Parker and Jason Herron are ready to race. Two rock-solid Mancup racers. Randy Parker in all the way. That was a deep stage. Herron cut him on the light. Gonna cut him on the top end too, and he did. Jason Herron with the win. This is MTC Supercomp, and we're looking for that 890 index. Herron went 012 on the reaction time and then ran 90 to take the win. Joe Clem and Corey Washington. Joe Clem in the right lane. Nice launch. 002 reaction time. What a nice launch. Clem killing it. Corey Washington in the left lane. Gonna take the win. Margin of victory 0032 for Corey Washington. Corey Washington working on the index had an 894 with a 2. Joe Clem 896. And that 896 was his undoing on the 890, even though he had a 002 reaction time. The 017 to Corey Washington, it's the aggregate time it takes you to react to the light and get to the finish line. It's not just the launch, it's not just the ET. You really have to add both together to understand who got there first. And Corey Washington got there first by about 3.25 seconds. 3.25 thousandths of a second. And we are ready for our next pair. Danny Hawkins, Rodney Grant. Super Eliminator, you should be ready to roll out and start because you are next and you are on that ready line. If you are in Super Eliminator and you are not in the lanes, you are going to miss your run. Weisco Street Fighter, you need to be ready to roll out of lane 4. Star Top Gas out of lane 5. Please get with your motorcycle and get in the lane. Ripping down that side, Danny Hawkins, Rodney Grant. Hawkins. Tim Ford and Aaron Cunningham next. All right, we are now moving into Super Eliminator. Aaron Cunningham with a good strong launch. Tim Ford with the better reaction time. The win goes to Tim Ford. Weisco Street Fighter, you are going to run next. We do not have a lot of similar Super Eliminator bikes at this time. So Weisco Street Fighter, you are going to be rolling out of your lane very quickly. Star Power Top Gas bikes, please get into the lanes now, as you are running right after Street Fighter. Please get with your bikes. Joe Molino in the right lane, trying to chase down David Rutkas. Molino giving it everything he's got, coming up fast, but it isn't going to work. David Rutkas, Waterbury, Connecticut, takes the win. Steve Chandler, Edgewater, Maryland. Kevin Hutchinson, red light. Kevin Hutchinson, red lighted, bad. Steve Chandler will take the win on 0.74 reaction time for Chandler. It looked like Kevin's clutches were pulling him across the finish line. He was struggling trying to hold the bike back, and the bike just pulled him through the beams. And that was all he could do with it at that time. Both bikes completed their runs properly. And I got my next two bikes getting ready to run here. All right, that missing kill tether found a home. We're happy for that. Someone's missing a fancy cell phone. We have it in the tower. Come up and describe it to us. We'll give it to you. All right, Rick Stannard all set on that one. Keith Brown getting ready to run. Keith Brown out of Clearwater, Florida. Alex Hughes, one of the big standouts of Super Eliminator in the left lane. Alex is out of Red Oak, Texas. Keith Brown launched, but as soon as he launched, the bike broke traction and slowed. We have a roller that has come to a stop 200 feet out. We might need the service trailer to get him off the race. Nope, we're going to try and push it back. Keith Brown has dismounted and is pushing the bike back to the starting line. All right, this is Super Eliminator, but we are wrapping up Super Eliminator. And we're getting ready to run into Street Fighter. We're ready to cue them up, put them in the water. And from Street Fighter, we're going into Top Gas. All right, moving along with the program here and moving very well with the program here. Liska Racing Street ET to the lanes for pairing. You can get them down to one, and we'll get you paired up. All right, Street ET, you are not pairing. You have random pairings. Street ET to lane one, please. Nathan Wall and Roy Johnson next. All right, bikes are racing into the night and racing strong. We are in MPS Pro ET right now. Correction on that. Street Fighter right now. This is Wiseco Street Fighter. Star Racing Top Gas is next. We are in Street Fighter right now. Star Power Top Gas is next. Street ET to lane one, please. Street ET to lane one.
Righty. Jean-Pierre Zimmerman headed back to Aruba by Jenny Jones. David Fondon from Bayamon, Puerto Rico. 950 to dial here. Strange lane on the racetrack. Nitrous fed KTM. 500 LC4. 1343, 61 miles an hour, comes out of there like a bat from down under. 080 reaction time. Has a 1:31 short time. Pablo Gonzalez on the strange lane. Has a single here. Number one qualifier with a 950 with a 9.509. Pablo Gonzalez going to take the by run down there.
On the Summit Racing side, up next, we will have Fittipaldi Peters from Bonaire. Summit Racing side of the racetrack. Street Fighter is the 950 index class. Got to be a street legal machine. Nick Noble of Central Louisiana, 18 years old, taking on the man from Bonaire. The 06 Hayabusa. Strange Engineering side of the racetrack, the number 18 qualifier, 968.9. Fittipaldi Peters, your number 12 qualifier, 960 with a 2. Racers separated by a tenth and then some. Fittipaldi Peters from Bonaire, thank you, sir, for coming all so far. Shame to see you go home to a 142 reaction time. 038 light for Nicholas Noble. 960 on the 950. A whole shot victory. Ronald Calorian from Aruba. 950 the dial. Index class of Street Fighter. 46 qualifier at 9.443 seconds. 38-year-old Aruban. The 08 Gixxer 1000. Bob Bird on the Strange Lane. The 06 Gixxer 1000 also. Bob Bird, the number 19 qualifier, 968.9, will be moving on. 977.6, 125.94. Rodney going to go back to the Aruba camp. Spins the tire off the line. Next pair, we have Elgin Donata, 25-year-old Aruban, number 56 qualifier, the 08 Busa Summit Racing side. Eugene Flanagan, also from Aruba, the number 29 qualifier, 9.880. Also, ladies and gentlemen, on the property, check your pockets. If you are missing your cell phone by chance, bring me someone that can call it. Or describe to me what it looks like. Describe to me what it is. There is a lock screen code. If you are missing a cell phone, it has a lock screen code. It is set in the French language. I myself am not fluent in French. If you are missing your cell phone, describe to me what it looks like. Tell me your lock screen code and we'll get it back to you. Eugene Flanagan winning over Elgin Donata down there. Stanley Russell from Gray, Georgia, 52-year-old on the 2011 Busa, looking for the 950 number. Benjamin Jones from Aruba, the number 25 qualifier of 9.824. Stanley Russell with the win lights down there. Benjamin Jones dead late on the tree, a 314 light. 992 on the 950 for Stan Russell. 994 on the 950 for Ben Jones. The margin of victory at 10th and change. Raul Lopez from Aruba, 24-year-old on the 06 Busa Summit Racing side, the number 47 qualifier, 935.8. Michael Smith from Macon, Georgia, the Strange Lane occupant right now. Number 20 qualifier, 9.774. 07 Hayabusa. Racers are separated by .155. Michael Smith having problems down there. All right, guys, looks like we got a little bit of cleanup going on down here. Motorcycle of Michael Smith. Here we got pieces parts down there. So we are going to be stopped for just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say welcome and thank you so much for coming to the 43rd Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Kibblewhite Precision Machine and Wiseco, the Manufacturers Cup presented by Vance and Hines. So right in the middle of Wiseco Street Fighter, we're going to wrap this class up, and then we are going to move into, I believe, please, once again, Liska Racing Street ET. You guys should be in the staging lanes. We're going to be down for just a minute here. Wade Rich going to hop on the Zamboni down there. Otherwise known as the track scrubber, but this is what we call lovingly the Zamboni. A little bit of cleanup procedure going to happen here. Just want to give a shout out to everyone still with us on MotorMania TV and also especially here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. And while it's quiet, this is a great time to pay the bills to Hawaii Racing, Falicon Crankshafts, APE, Shinko, Western Power Sports, Nitros Express, Growth the Drag Bikes, Star Racing, Schnitz Racing, Murdoch Racing Enterprises, the PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco Pistons, JE Pistons, D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing, Cycle Exchange, Dunnigan Racing, Exoticycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gas, Man Hill Garage, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometic Gaskets, Daytona Sensors, Web Camshafts, McKinney Motorsports, Robinson Industries, Rob Bush Motorsports, and Monster Race Products. Thank you guys so much for supporting such a great season here in 2019. And we hope to see you guys back again in 2020. But we still got a race to run here. Still in the middle of Wiseco Street Fighter. Pablo Gonzalez was your number one qualifier today, all the way from Puerto Rico. The next pair out set to be Scott Thompson of Lafayette, Louisiana, 47-year-old, the 2012 Harley Davidson. And on the strange lane, it'll be the Razzle Dazzle himself, Dusty Brazzle from Norman Park, Georgia, just up the road, 35-year-old aboard the 2008 Kawasaki ZX-14. It's so good to see some of my guys still out there in the stands. How you guys feeling? Hope you guys are staying warm out there. We still have the concessions stand open. We're serving hot chocolate, hot coffee. Come get you some. I do believe we still have some food on tap as well. Looking down to the staging lanes, and we are still thoroughly packed. Also, guys, just a heads up, if you have a pit vehicle down there, make sure you keep it behind that yellow line down there. All of our equipment has to be able to move down there, and I'm sure Wade Rich is going to need some more of that here soon. So just make sure that you guys keep your pit vehicles out of the way down there. And as things are opening up here in the pit area, I need you guys to keep in mind that the pit road speed limit is still 15 miles an hour. Just keep it reasonable out there. Don't be speeding around. I know we're getting late in the evening here and everybody's getting antsy, but we still got a race to get through here. Okay, we have another cell phone. Somebody is pinging it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, attention in the pits. If you